Halo guys, halo halo halo, halo guys, halo Bang Kumis, halo Alif, Muhammad Alif, halo, halo Fahmi, halo, halo guys, belum mulai kan ya? Berapa lama lagi sih? Gila nih si hit ACS dia pakai jet paling tinggi di turnamen ini aja. Dia terus siapa lagi ya? Tens, Jason, sama siapa lagi ya tadi?
Yeah, I have a couple actually, mainly on the 100 Thieves roster. I think Ethan and Nitro in particular have done really solid things on those supportive roles. The Sky, the Omen, the Sage. They play a
Bentar
lot
guys,
of those like kind of glue pieces.
kita lagi lalu guys. Malam mas bro, malam malam. Malam guys, jangan lupa makan guys. Jangan kayak gue guys, gue belum makan guys. Panggil bolang. Woi main freak sebut-sebut nih. Si Aaron dipuji-puji masih Kafuka. Siapa sih namanya? Kufaka. Siapa sih namanya? Kafuka. Kufaka. Lupa gue namanya. Makan dong manggil tar. Selamat pagi guys. Kufaku. Inul. Gue cuma tahu si Inul dong nih. Kufaku. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam. Kufaku ben aja. Jangan lupa makan siap ntar gue makan deh. Belum makan gue. Minum air putih aja ya. Kalau belum makan minum air putih aja guys. Malam manggil, halo Bang Tri, halo selamat datang yang baru join. Welcome to the stream. Manggil gimana nih cerita depan gedung DPR gak goblok. Halo Mas gila nih Agis, ntar lagi mau streaming gue liat-liat nih. Mantep Bang guys. Gitu dong guys, streaming guys. Ntar gue mampir guys, tenang aja. Kamu gak mau mampir channel aku apa? Emang udah streaming guys? Suruh Zay main MLab panggil. Ah, gak jelas dia udah pensiun guys. BHG live streaming. Halo guys yang baru join, welcome. Mampir Mas Gil, aku udah streaming. Seriusan? Bang tahu Risang nggak? Risang apaan? Gil pakai Mbak Nap katanya sombong banget. Sombong gua. Cuman percuma kalau ngajak gua nobar, ujungnya gua pasti lebih fokus sama, bukan fokus sama temen nobar gua, lebih fokus sama penonton gua sendiri aja. Jadi sama aja. Coba. Bangsat yang mana guys, cok? Nggak nemu guys. Nggak ada guys. Mirip scream nggak? Itu mana itu? Nggak ada cok. Oh ini. Sorry sabar dulu.
Di YouTube.
Oh, mantap. Gue Atau gue langsung minta obeng. Minta obeng langsung. Mana obeng biru gua?
Pilas. Live ini.
Ngomong apa sih, Noh?
Halo Ila, kenalan dong.
Halo. Gitu semua kecuali punya kakanak.
Mana obeng gua mana? Ini kayak Agis gak ngerti ngasih obeng dah. Subscribe dan 400an mantap memang nih. Gokil nih. Guys kasih obeng dulu guys. Guys obeng dulu guys bangsa. Udah gue kasih. Yes. Mantap. Mantap. Thank you guys. Di subscribe guys.
Leftos. Suara
Nih, ntar lu gue mau nanya Ages nih. Kalau misalkan lu kelar Subaton, lu bakal tetap rajin streaming gak nih Ages nih? Ages kan dia orangnya nggak mau streaming kan. Dia streaming pun karena dia Subaton doang nih. Report jangan Gil, jangan. Nih dulu ya, gue kasih tau ya. Ages nih. Dulu Ages tuh tahun 2000 berapa ya? 16 17 ya? 2017 kayaknya. Dia sakit nih. Jadi kurus banget. Kurus nih, terus dia jadi mirip ini.
As we talked about before the break, some massive elimination matches coming up today, and let's
Nih,
start
mirip
with
banget sama ini nih.
PRX versus
Nih.
SMB. Now, PRX, they had
Mirip
big
banget
strikes
anjing
as their
sumpah.
opening
Kalau gua ada fotonya
opponent,
gua kasih
and I
lihat dah
think
anjing
I
nih.
speak
Ini
for
Ages nih,
them.
Ages ketika
They
sakit.
blew all
Sebelum
of
sakit
our
dia
expectations
gemuk kan,
out.
segar bugar kayak dia sekarang gitu lah. Terus pas dia sakit, wah, jadi kayak gini cok. Wah gila, gue kayak kaget gitu kayak. Terus dari situ gue sering manggil guys tuh kayak Almight anjing, Almight kurus gitu.
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda disagree. After that
Ya
first
Ages nih kayak gini nih,
game, I was like,
kayak Mr. Palito gak bang?
doesn't look that
Ya pokoknya ini nih Ages nih.
makes me think
Ages ketika itu sakit nih.
good for losing to them.
All Might idola gue, tapi All Might kan kalau jadi idola ketika dia lagi badannya berotot kan kayak gini.
Vision strikers
Ages tapi dapetnya versi yang begini nih yang lagi kurus tuh gak?
group. So now I look back
All
on
Might
that
kurus
series
anjing.
with Paper X and I'm thinking, oh,
RTO seriusan?
actually a lot of these plays were very well
Masih RTO kah, guys?
and I think Forsaken, if he can have a series like that again,
Masih RTO kah?
upset their way through to playoffs.
I mean, do you feel like they're one of the dark horses right now, Sean? And especially given the fact they're the sole
Udah nggak ya?
representation of their region left.
Yeah.
Refresh, oke
They've
refresh
got
guys.
more to play for.
Yeah, that was
Aman,
good.
oke.
That's
Ya
what
pokoknya itulah
guys, such a character.
pengalaman yang paling gue ingat.
I think they have
Karena waktu Ages sempat masuk ke Reka kan.
counted them out coming
Ages
in.
sempat masuk ke Reka. Terus itu ada photoshoot gitu buat turnamen.
SMB, they have Ascend, they have
Buat
Vision.
apa ya? Gue lupa, pokoknya ada photoshoot gitu. Terus itu pertama kali gue ketemu Ages lagi pas dia udah habis sembuh dari sakit. Oh itu bener Ages kurusnya sih kurus parah anjing. Sebut lu Mas Gil mau nonton Twitch ya, ya. Monggo. Nah, kita balik lagi guys. Kenapa jadi 480 anjing?
This is the point, right? People thought this
Search bang Aizawa bang, gondrong kurus Aizawa, HiQ ya bukan ya? SMB Semarang mau Bekasi Serpong. Sumarekon Mall Bekasi cok, SMB. B-nya Bekasi. Error YouTube tadi Error juga, oh iya. Aron joget keju PRX kan. Emang kemarin Aron cerita juga ke gua. Menurut dia kayak tim Eropa nggak seserem yang dia bayangin tau gak? Kalau di CS gitu kan emang tim Eropa kayak jago banget kan. Cuman mungkin dari hasil dia latihan gitu-gitu, scrim lawan tim Eropa kayak ternyata tidak sewah yang dibayangkan gitu. Tapi kata si Aaron, si scrim sih jago banget anjing. Emang jago sih. Kalau CS ngeri ya anjing. Join sama Nap, collab ya. Emang sengeri itu, ngeri cok. Kayak kalau dulu tuh lu nembak miss dikit, lu pasti mati tau gak? Kalau dulu main CS ya. Kalau lu meleng dikit ya lu yang mati gitu. Let's go Jason. Aim doang. Apa yang bikin mereka sengeri itu? Tembakan sama dia punya gameplaynya bagus sih, gitu sih. Scrim lawan Fnatic katanya ya, lawan Fnatic sama lawan Liquid. Aaron udah lawan Liquid katanya, lawan Scrim katanya jago banget. Terus gua ada bocoran sedikit, ya bener si Nivera kan bakal gantiin Cryptix, jadi dia bakal main role Cryptix kayak tetap main Viper gitu. Kurang kenceng gitu, apa kurang kenceng? Panggil aku hari ini udah low streak 3 kali, semoga aku yang low streak PRX menang hari ini. Oh mantap, buang sial ya. Liquid pakai Nivera kagak ya.
I would say like stupid mistake, so that make us lose. I think we could have won if we not doing that kind of mistake.
Anjas.
Next match coming up for Super Massive Blaze team.
Gue kira mau Sumarekon
like a good aim and they also like because of EMEA team, they also like play a lot of tactical stuff. I really want to play against I think
Gambit.
Sentinel. I want
Anjas.
to see like Sentinel tanks.
Anjas.
I want to
Anjas.
fight him really much because I want to prove also that my aim is better.
Jason yang ngomong, gua yang malu anjing. Son bangsat.
Style, you know, because
Gedean tuh saya.
me, I think I'm gonna one tap you right away.
Anjas.
Yo, okay.
Mantap
listen to
tauntingnya nih.
it.
Hati-hati nih Jason ntar lagi mau dibunuh nih.
Here, but, Sean, we've got another one-tap kick.
Gila nih, mau
I
di one tap
disagree
tense
with
loh.
that confidence.
Foto superstar ini mah Jadon.
Confidence he's displaying. That's exactly what you want in your star duelist though. You want someone
Keren,
that's
keren,
fearless,
keren.
and even when
Tugas
they're
bahasa
down
Inggris.
to 0-4 in the
Apa
first
bagus
round,
bagus
they
bagus
know
bagus
they're
Wan.
the
Gue
best
suka
player on the
nih.
server, and they're gonna keep
Pede
going
dong,
at it
pede
until it
gitu.
works.
Kangen main sama Jason sama Jaka gak Mas Gil? Gue sebenarnya main sama Jason kan pas di tim doang kan, kebanyakan. Kalau Maron pernah satu tim dan pernah emang sering main walaupun gue satu tim, jadi kangen main sama Maron ya. Jadon kayak lagi ngomong tugas bahasa Inggris. Jadon di ini dulu di briefing dulu itu. Biar nggak belepotan ngomongnya, udah diajarin tuh.
Interregional matchup there with Ascend, but here's the lineup on the screen. The man on your left is he was unknown until
Panggil Jet Liquid masih jumpy, harusnya masih deh.
He's locking the duelist, the
Oke,
Rays, the Jets, and
si Nivera gantiin si Cryptix. Nivera main Viper.
He's typically
SMB tim Arab bukan cok, tim Turki dia.
He actually locked in a Viper when we saw him against Ascend, and he
Tim
still
Turki
put
dia.
up monster numbers.
Yeah, we saw some changes as you mentioned the Viper.
Jason nggak kepikiran absen lah, bodo amat cok absen cok. Yang penting membela Indonesia guys.
A lot of firepower in this team.
Anjas.
When they get extra aggressive
Di
and
power
extra
bank nggak?
comfortable, the match is theirs, but what happened on that first one? Oh, that was a letdown.
I think they played a little bit off of their game, right? Even Turco, we saw Turco
Badannya sekal semua ya.
in that series, and I consider Turco a Sage one trick almost, and he is insane on that Sage roll. Maybe they were trying to throw curveballs.
Tetap sekolah Jason, gila ya Jason sekolah dari Berlin, keren loh.
But I would expect him to go
Betul
back
Jason
to
tetap
Sage.
sekolah walaupun di Berlin tuh.
It's not only that. I feel like they were trying to adapt to what other regions.
Bang malam-malam gini
and
enaknya
other,
makan
you know,
apa?
teams are playing.
Makan
It was like
nasi
the
gila guys,
double
enak guys.
control, not be so focused on
Orang
keeping
Turki
power on
di
the
Twitter
Sentinel.
Peres dia sekolah jam
But it didn't go well.
jam
It didn't go
1
well.
sampai 6 pagi. Oh iya. Anjir. Tukang pukul semua SMB.
Exactly. I feel like they were in their comfort zone. They knew exactly what the other teams
Makan
do and
kebab
how
mulu
they
gimana
can
nggak
counter
sekal,
it.
anjir.
Going into an international event and
Jason
having
sekarang
to
kuliah
focus
enggak? Dia
on
masih
that,
sekolah,
they
Cok.
need to make some changes
Sekolah.
and adjust it. But maybe
SMA
they
kayak?
adjusted
SMA kelas
too
berapa
much
dia,
to
guys?
the outsiders that when it came to
SMA nggak sih? SMA kelas
not really. They didn't know what to do.
I mean, one guy who's not going to be doing anything too different is Izzy. You mentioned
3 ya?
already, Sean. Tell me
Soalnya
what
terakhir
you
gue
think
pernah
is so
turni
impressive.
tahun
He's just so
2019
aggressive. He's the aggression on the team.
dia umurnya masih kayak belum 16, jadi gue pernah turnamen sekali di WO gara-gara gue udah lolos nih, tapi gara-gara Jasonnya umurnya nggak mencukupi, jadi gue di WO pas udah lulus. Gara-gara Jason itu umurnya kayak masih 15 kayak, baru mau 16. Di tweet kemarin.
He's gonna go on the aggression, but I feel like for Supermassive,
Anjing nih orang mainnya.
is
Lihat
not,
lihat cara dia main nih.
especially since they're so good on the attack. It's not about the Jet getting the entry pick because when they decide on a site, they all go
Gila
and
nih orang.
explode almost at the same time. So Izzy's not that flashy when you know you have a count that everybody goes in at the same time.
Chance menang PRX lebih gede walaupun lawan VS atau SMB. Kayaknya chance lebih gedenya lawan SMB
How
sih
do I
kayaknya.
measure that? It's hard because
Join
we
Discord
see
nap lah
them-
biar
I
rame.
need to see how they do
Nggak,
in
aku
international
introvert.
because as we said, we've only seen them against Ascend and we
Nanti
haven't
aja.
really seen that. So I feel like Ascend were prepared for that one.
Ngeri easy anjing, psikopat
We
anjing.
hope that he performs well today because he has Forsaken on the other
Psikopat anjing mainnya
Yeah,
gitu kan kayak. Sangat ambisius anjing dia. Si paling introvert. Nggak usah di sana rame banyak suara, iya. Ujungnya tuh gue bakal Devon juga, jadi mendingan
Well,
sini.
speaking
Siapa yang
of
introvert?
bouncing back, Izzy sounded a little bit frustrated in their opening match, but he is confident.
Biasanya ngomong nanti gak bakal join, nah tahu. Yang penting ntar aja dulu. Bilangnya nanti.
Kötü bir maçtı. İstediğimiz oyunu oynayamadık. Daha iyi oynamamız lazımdı. Kazanmak için gelmiştik. Maçta büyük ihtimal PRX karşımıza gelecek. Öbür maçta da büyük ihtimal Vengeance oynayacağız. Yani ikisini de yenebilecek seviyedeyiz ve büyük ihtimal ikisini de yeneceğiz.
Logonya lumayan keren ya.
Şu zamana kadar desteklerini
Logonya kayak logo-logo burung hantu gitu ya.
Bundan sonra da bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Gruptan çıkıp turnuvayı en iyi şekilde bitireceğiz. Sinet'le aramda güzel bir rekabet var. Türkiye'den Avrupa'ya taşıdık bunu. O zaten Avrupa'da oynuyordu, ben Türkiye'de. Ve Sinet'le yakın görüyorum oyunumuzu. Bugün o galip geldi. İnşallah bir dahakinde de ben galip geleceğim.
I mean, we got to remember that they are here to represent Turkey, arguably one of, if not the biggest Valorant regions in the world. And Kukuka, they've said this in the past. There's always pressure when they're on the stage because they know what the fans want.
Yeah, and also Easy mentioning that he's always in the competition against CNED, you know, for the star Turkish player, especially on the Jet. We're talking about representing regions. SMB is all in for Turkey.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about SMB because if they win this game, they're going to have that rematch against the Send. And oh my goodness, those teams, I mean, you saw in the interview just now, he actually expected to play Vision Strikers. So maybe they're looking ahead a little bit too far.
Yeah.
They're in for a surprise if they have to play Ascend again.
I mean, all the EMEA teams are always confident about their own region, aren't they?
Antares.
This, even if they win today, and
Mantan api
next
sih.
time they
Yang
lose
kiri
against
mantep
the
tuh.
same
Bisa
tournament
aja lu.
with only one matchup against an international.
Bismillah Tuhan, PPRX
Yeah,
nyala.
that's kinda crazy.
Amin.
Let's
Gue
not
yakin
think
sih.
about that, yeah, because
Bang, kok gue habis
SMB
makan
and
ciki
PPRX, they are
bala.
getting ready to
Apa tuh?
hit
Ciki bala
the
langsung pusing bang.
stage.
Waduh, kebanyakan
We will be
micin
back
itu.
after this quick commercial break.
Si Inul tiap hari mukanya beda-beda loh anjing. Mukanya beda-beda anjing dari hari pertama, hari kedua sampai sekarang mukanya beda terus tai si Inul. Bang lu kayak turuk kok anjing goblok. Ciki Balls bang, oh Ciki Balls enak coy. Dulu gue suka banget tuh beli Ciki Balls rasa bakso masalah, tapi itu anjing tahun kapan ya? Kayak kalau zaman sekarang kayak udah nggak ada deh yang rasa bakso gitu, cuman paling ada kayak rasa Ciki Balls yang apa? Kaldu ayam ya? Kaldu ayam kah atau paling keju ya? Makan martabak enak, waduh enak tuh. Enak suk mabol goblok. Makan balls doang enak anjing sas banget tolol jangan cok. Bang aku mau Ciki Balls kopi tubruk ada gak? Gak ada cok. Tapi setahu gue dulu ada Ciki Balls rasa coklat kan? Ada kan? Itu juga enak cok. Ciki Balls coklat. Ada cok Ciki Balls coklat itu enak juga. Temennya Jet Set dulu. Masih ada yang coklat, masih ada ya? Halo Ibambu, halo. Oi Brogil, halo. Sekarang masih ada, oh masih ada ya. Jarang lihat soalnya gua. Soalnya kayak Ciki Balls gitu lo mesti beli di supermarket yang kayak Hero atau apa gitu ya nggak sih? Kalau misalkan lo kayak ke Alpha atau Indomaret kayak jarang nggak sih? Atau ada ya? Jet Set enak, Jet Set enak. Let's see Aaron entrance. Coba anjing lu makan coba ya. Udah kayak makan beling anjing. Ketika lu makan coba terus pas lu mau ngegigit tapi arah coba kan tajam-tajam tuh. Dia arahnya ke atas gusi atas gitu, jadi pas tuh gigit kayak ketuncep itu, wah itu ngentot udah kayak lagi makan beling lu anjing. Tapi enak cok. Coba keju dan coba balado anjing. Itu jajanan murah meriah. Sampai sentinel doang ya panggil. Harusnya sih. Terus aku udah lumping. Bisa lo rasakan kan? Bayangin kayak coba tajam-tajam terus lu salah gigit gitu. Itu caster yang kayak Mbak Mia namanya siapa guys tuh? Siapa guys namanya guys? Gue lupa anjing. Depannya kayak G dah, Gio ya. Gio apa siapa gitu kemarin yang ngomong. French fries. Oh, gue inget banget Aaron suka banget snack ini nih. Snack ini 2000 apa namanya? Yang ada dikasih saus. Snack 2000 anjing apa sih namanya? French fries 2000 ya? Geo yang satu lagi Mas Gil. Ah, iya yang Geo. Geo yang rambut putih. Oh. Kota apa yang French fries 2000 apa sih yang planet-planet yang ininya merah itu tau kan? French fries 2000 iya. Itu enggak enak anjing, enak cok. Pacarnya Boster emang yang tengah. Si Inul pacarnya Boster. Nah, itu juga enak lah, cuman terakhir gua pas Aaron bilang anjing enak banget nih makan ini, terus akhirnya gue kayak beli terus besok-besoknya Aaron abis makan gitu pala dia pusing dulu anjing, gue tau kenapa anjing. Harus upgrade, harga udah nggak 2000 lagi. Habis sausnya nggak auto nggak enak, iya anjing. Kalau hoki lu dapet sausnya 2 anjir. Coba murah, coba dulu GoPay 1 cok. Dulu GoPay 1 kesuges ya guys ya. Gue dengerin sausnya pakai saus expert banggil, enggak lah. Gimana gak pusing satu ciki 2000 sausnya gak jelas. Enggak, ini Aaron.
Love to see the Sovas up there because that means their recons are getting those pings in, they're getting drone tags, all of those things.
Oh, ini assist terbanyak ya. Oke.
Typically when you see Sovas way up there on the
Lebih juara saus tukang cakwe gerobak gil.
Oh, I like that. That's the
Dulu gue sering beli cakwe-cakwean kok.
how they play as a team. But you
Gila, gue kira tadi kayak Astra semuanya itu kayak overall hero lah intinya. Yang asisnya banyak.
Obviously on paper Forsaken is the player you want to watch.
Snack paling enak cuman Lays no cap. Lays enak cuman kalau gue makan Lays terlalu banyak gitu. Kalau gue beli Lays yang besar ya, yang paket yang lumayan besar gitu, gue makan lama-lama tuh kayak enak sendiri tau sih. Kalau misalkan beli yang kecil masih oke bakal habis, cuman kalau misalkan beli yang gede nggak tau kenapa gue enak gitu nih. Tapi enak, kita enak cuman kalau porsi yang besar enak anjing. Lama-lama enak sumpah. Nggak tahu gue doang atau ada yang lain cuman ya gitu. Gitu lo nggak ngerti giveaway goblok. Paling enak sebenarnya ini guys. Ini gara-gara SS nih anjing beli Cheetos jagung bakar, makan sama Indomie campur nasi. Jadi ibaratkan Cheetos jagung bakar itu kerupuk guys. Banggil apa kabar? Sehat-sehat. Piatos barbecue enak juga cok. Wah gila. Piatos barbecue guys. Biar karbo kali 3 enggak. Sedap sih cuman jadi goblok ya abis itu ya. Go potato enak gue, no cap apalagi tuh go potato tuh. Karbo baik karbo. Ringless mah mahal cowok, dia gak bisa digolongkan lah. Ringless itu ibarat ya lumayan mahal lah ya. Telur gulung enak meski apalagi di gulung buset. Sas anjing. Tetap Cheetos no debat, pergi kalian semua. Cheetos. Gila cobain rendang sama Citato atau Piatos. Wah anjing dewa asus serius lu. Gue gak pernah makan rendang pakai. Gue gak pernah mencampur makanan gue dengan snack kayak. Tadi ada yang bilang Lays pakai nasi enak, gue gak pernah anjing karena nggak masuk akal anjing. Cuman kalau kayak makan apa kayak nasi gitu ataupun nasi misalkan nasi ayam pakai Cheetos gue masih oke, karena Cheetos gue masih nganggap itu kayak kerupuk karena dia punya tekstur rada-rada mirip gitu lah, kriuk-kriuk gitu kan, jadi kriuk dan rada tebal itu, jadi kayak kalau Cheetos gue masih oke, enak goblok. Aku suka yang mana aja asalkan gratis. Iya aku juga suka kok gratis. Katamu mie plus Cheetos, iya kalau mie Cheetos iya, cuman gue nggak pernah nyobain pakai snack lain kayak pakai Lays atau pakai Citato atau pakai snack lain lah tuh. Fix aneh lu anjing. Mie gemes. Udah pernah coba Citato Indomie goreng belum? Udah nggak ada beda anjir. Citato Indomie goreng rasanya kayak nggak gitu keras tau sih sumpah. Sama kayak lu beli silin Indomie. Gak ada Indominya anjing sumpah. Doritos, wah Doritos keju the best guys. Terakhir kali itu jajanan yang selalu gue beli kalau misalkan gue lagi pengen beli snack itu Doritos keju karena isinya banyak dan gue kan suka yang asin gitu kan, snack asin, jadi wah itu Doritos keju sih dewanya. Tapi ya kalau Doritos barbecue gue nggak suka, kayak kurang nendang rasanya nih. Hari ini bahasannya permicinan nih.
Oh,
Nggak bahas soundcard lagi, enggak.
I kinda wanna go
Are
with
you
the
a
upper
paper
pick.
boy?
Yeah.
Itu enakan
Are you a
dijilat
paper
apa
boy?
digigit,
I
Bang?
kinda wanna be a paper boy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Gigit
Ron
lah.
is a paper boy today. Lovely.
Beli
Well,
ciki
that is
dapat
enough from
jatos.
us. It's time to welcome
Tajos,
the competitors
jatos gak goblok.
onto the stage for this
Sama zaman
elimination
dulu ya.
match to
Sama Bang
start
Gil,
day
mantap.
6 of Masters Berlin.
Oke, Doritos keju guys, buat kalian suka keju dan suka snack asin, Doritos keju sumpah. Gue pernah beli dulu yang Doritos barbecue nggak enak, tapi ternyata pas gue nyoba yang Doritos keju enak. Yang jagung iya so-so lah, cuman keju the best dah. No cap anjing. Doritos keju no cap cok.
A masterpiece lasts forever.
Makanya Les pakai saus 7-Eleven enak. Tapi udah nggak ada 7-Eleven guys. Beng-beng plus nasi tolol anjing. Makan Les bikin mulut kering. Makanya makan cemilan minum air putih guys, jangan lupa biar nggak seret. Udah pasti lah makan snack udah pasti seret gak sih? Kayak lu makan citato deh, citato juga uset seret coy. Suara stream kurang gede. Gede ini di gua sumpah. Subatan sana sudah saatnya. Oreo atau Slay Oleh, dua-duanya gue suka. Oreo oke, Slay Oleh suka juga gue. Doritos peju enak banget sih. Ciki favorit Jadon. Nggak tahu gue. Jarang beli dia. Apanya yang gede, suaranya ini gede. Bang suka momogi gak suka? Oki jelly drink guys, wah gila. Oki jelly drink, wah anjing enak banget cok. Udah lama gue masih ada gak sih Oki jelly drink? Oki jelly drink ditaruh di kulkas yang lama diminum be. Ketika lu bener-bener lapar, haus gitu. Goblok. Oki Coco drink. Jambu the best. Apa ini ya Oki jelly drink jambu ya, wah gila. Dewa dah. Oki jelly drink jeruk juga oke, jambu juga enak be. Pop ice enak ya. Gua kalau beli pop ice belinya pop ice anggur. Promah suka promah enggak lah. Oke jelly drink ungu enak. Oke jadi siapa yang di sini makan es krim McDonald dicocol kentang guys? Gue pertama kali tahu ada orang yang suka kayak gitu, gue kayak apa coba anjing, gue kayak enak, lu bilang enak ya. Nggak ini anjing, nggak relate tau gak es krim cocol kentang gitu. Pop ice bubblegum juga, anggernya bubblegum gue bang kok banyak sih. Sumpah gue pertama kali dengar bilang es krim kon dicocol pakai kentang, gue kayak ngerasa kayak ya anjing aneh banget, emang ada ya? Belum pernah bang, udah pernah, cuman itu juga gue tahu gara-gara waktu itu pas gue lagi makan McD sama Ior dan anak-anak mereka dulu kan. Gue Agung, siapa lagi gue lupa lah, pokoknya anak-anak mereka lah, Kacau gitu-gitu kan. Terus ya gitu bilang pakai kentang bego, pakai kentang, gue kira bercanda kan anjing, ternyata beneran cok. Udah paling bener kentang tuh dicocol sama saus cok. Ngapa dicocolnya pakai es krim dah? Di Semarang itu ada bang dokter nyampurin peju di makanan tuh. Enak Les atau tahu reka bang? Tahu reka sih the best. Agil aneh 2.0 S gak pakai kentang, enggak lah. Suka bola nggak? Enggak. Maksudnya biasa aja sih. Cuman gua kalau nonton bola ngantuk gua. Wah gua sih aneh Gil, aneh kan? Asin-asin dingin enak anjing. Sama kayak lu makan mie apa sih? Biasa kan ada kayak makanan-makanan Korea yang kayak mie-nya mie dingin gitu kan? Kayak mie kuah tapi dingin gitu. Gua kayak ngerasa kayak karena dia di otak gua makanan tuh paling enak, the best itu makanan yang panas. Ketika kayak ada mie dingin gitu kayak anjing apa coba cok. Oh enak ya. Nah kita lihat nih entrance nih. Fokus entrance dulu guys. Kita lihat nih. Kayak samyang kan ada juga tuh samyang dingin gitu kan, gue kayak no. Gue tuh kalau makanan mesti makanan panas. Anjing, gue kira si anjing sikat gigi cok. Si kontol anjing autis banget cok. Aron apa sih gitu. BNK ya Allah. Jason juga. Kata si musuhnya autis anjing. Ini lagi si Shiba anjing kayak anak hilang goblok. Pasti komennya apa? Cringe. Ada gak? Aduh gak bisa lihat lagi. Mager bener. Jason kayak samurai iya anjing. Aduh malu anjing ya, malu nih. Berarti dia kumur-kumur dulu dong nih, gara-gara sikat gigi. Pasien RSD anjing. Gue jadi inget dulu, gue tanding di Cina kan. Terus gue waktu itu udah kalah nih, udah gugur lah jatuhnya. Tiba-tiba gue lagi kayak keluar kamar gitu, ada satu pemain Cina gitu masih di depan kamar gue lagi mondar-mandir nggak pakai baju. Cok, gue langsung mikir kayak anjing nih orang bukannya tanding ya, kok masih di depan kamar gue mondar-mandir nggak pakai baju lagi si anjing ini. Akhirnya dia di WO satu map, jadi kan mapnya kan mainnya BO3 kan, jadi dia kalah di map pertama, menang lah di map 2 dan map 3. Gue kayak anjing nih orang bukannya tanding malah masih gak pakai baju cok depan kamar gue. Kayak gara-gara dia mabok deh semalam, jadi kayak kata lah. Maksudnya orangnya jago, cuman bangsat juga anjing. Tidak aja ya, goblok. Ditelan bang anjing. Kan dipegang Dave bendera apa? Gue gak liat lagi guys. Aduh, gue gak ada cemilan sih, tai lah. Aaron juga suka nih makan coki-coki nih.
But we will be starting up with the bans first of all, and wow, okay, Sean, SMB, they've decided to ban Icebox.
It's not very standard by any means for SMB, but this is one of Paper X's strongest maps. Before that Vision Striker series, they were 12-1 on the map.
Okay, so Bind is open now that we know the Paper X has banned Ascend. It's not a bad map for them, but it's an excellent map for SMB, so I understand that they do not want to play on that one. Oh man, the fact that SMB actually, oh my god.
Yeah, they floated Breeze, but Haven is their choice right off the bat. What do you make of this, Kukuka?
This is
Kukuka.
I feel like
Berdiri dulu bang, udah tutup cok. Coki-coki kayak nasi, gak jelas.
Paper X against Vision Strikers. That was a really close one, so I don't know what to make out of this.
Yeah, this
Anjing
is
ada
so interesting
yang
the way the Vito
main
is
gendang
going.
dari depan
I
rumah bangsa.
actually love how this is happening right now.
Cara makan coki-coki terbaik di mana?
Into their opponent's weaknesses right now.
Ya diisep guys, diisep lah, mau diapain lagi?
Locking in and vetoing things that the other team is really bad at or really good at.
Yeah, and
Oh ya,
let's
apakah
have a look at the second map.
apakah akan ada Breeze? Di pick Breeze gak anjir?
SMB leaving this open, they're gonna pick it.
Dia
I am scared
pick
because
Breeze
obviously
gak?
we're gonna see changes, we're gonna see a different SMB playing on
Ribet
this
kalau
Breeze.
di-sub
So, for
capek.
example, and we're gonna see changes on the comp for sure. Crazy Raccoons did that yesterday. It worked out
Dikulung
perfectly,
kukunya.
but some teams have tried the same and the result was
Biasa
not
kalau
the
gua
best.
dibuka
They knew
dulu
that
kan,
obviously
buka,
if they didn't ban it, it
terus
was going to be 100%
di
in.
pakai tangan didorong-dorong gitu guys, paling gampang.
I'm literally getting chills right now because it's the first
Paling
veto
gampang
so
sih gitu.
far in this event where teams have gone at their opponent's attack.
Cara makan coki-coki direbus dulu baru diseduh. Guys, gue mau nanya ke kalian, lu orang kalau makan Indomie setengah mateng atau mie-nya sampai mie yang lembek gitu, kayak mie lodoh gitu? Kalau gua setengah mateng terus dikasih kayak air dikit gitu biar nggak kering banget mie-nya. Tim lembek setengah mateng, hidup setengah mateng guys, sampai mie-nya lembek bang. Ih, emang enak ya lembek-lembek ya? Kalau gua sampai larut goblok anjir. Tengah the best kayak warung. Ya mantap, tim setengah mateng gua cok. The best anjing. Gak dimasak juga enak. Cuma buset. Settingan Warmindo ada airnya dikit, nah itu paling the best. Minyak setengah matang. Dikasih kuah dikit ya biar becek-becek dikit gitu Indominya. Soalnya kalau nggak dikasih kuah terlalu kering tuh gak. Bumbunya ntar juga jadi nggak enak. Makan mentah enak. Gue pernah waktu itu mau ke Serbia kan. Terus gua transit dulu di Abu Dhabi. di Abu Dhabi lu sekali makan Burger King kayak mahal banget anjing di airport, udah di airportnya mahal. Emang di sana mahal gitu. Jadi kayak gue nggak ikhlas gitu buat beli Burger King kayak 200.000 gitu, kayak anjing mahal banget cok 200.000. Makan Burger King doang kecil lagi sepaket gitu. Kira gue memutuskan untuk makan Indomie, gue remes anjing. Gue makan Indomie remes bareng Pelik anjing. Itu gue gak jelas cok. Yang becak-becak emang enak ya di Indomie kan. Temen gue pada makan Burger King, gue Indomie remes cok. Apa yang diremes Indomie lah. Indomie remes supremasi ya nih. Ke Serbia yang bawa nama Indo ya.
Like I said, the aimers, the dry aimers, and like minimal utility and teamwork to enter sites as opposed.
Berapa harganya Mas Kilra? Harga apa tuh? Pokoknya mahal deh Burger King waktu itu yang di Abu Dhabi, dan itu di bandara jadi mahal ya. Kenapa Matt? Di sana sekarang pagi. Gimana di sana mana tuh? Bumbunya gimana? Bumbunya cuma pakai mecin doang. Emang lu kalau misalkan makan mie kremes yang dipakai apa aja? Mecinnya kan? Yang kayak saus, minyak dan sambal nggak dipakai dong. Di Berlin ya.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Astra right now in the meta is probably the best controller, especially when it comes down to comparing him to like a Brimstone, comparing to our Brimstone or an Omen. So I would love to see that.
And also, maybe not the Sage on Turco, but as you said, Sean, I love Turco on Sage. So I can
Sean wants to see the Sage though.
I want to see it.
But as you guys can see now, agent select here. Of course, the agents, both all of these players have picked the most from stage 3 so far.
Pakai lah. Saus kecap juga lah. Oh iya. Masalahnya kalau lu pakai semua bumbunya ya, jadi lengket-lengket gitu anjing. Kan lu kalau makan mie kremes pasti pakai jari dong. Kayak gini-gini dong. Kalau misalkan lu masukin semua bumbunya kayak tangan lu lengket-lengket gitu dia. Dan gue dulu tiap gue ke Cina, gue selalu beli botol. Maksudnya beli minum. Bukan karena gue haus, tapi karena buat semisal gue sakit perut, gue ada pegangan botol air tau gak anjing. Gue jaga-jaga cok. SMB tim apa? Tim Turki dia. Diglogok bang anjing. Weh Siba rambutnya kayak orang kemarin Jepang, kayak si Reita ya. Kaum ekonomi lemah relate. Emang cebok sana pakai tisu bang, iye. Nah cebok keju goreng goblok anjing. Indomie kremes cuma pakai bubuk cabai sama ini. Ke Cina berapa kali? Sering dah dulu. Sering banget gue ke Cina kayak. Makanya misalkan gue ke Cina kan, muka-muka gue kayak muka-muka bandit teroris ya. Tiap orang yang kayak pas mau nge-migrasinya gitu, ngecek gue punya paspor, kayak pasti kayak liat oh ini orang udah sering masuk, jadi kayak ya udah gitu. Kayak gitu.
I think this is fairly indicative of what sort of play style we're going to see from Supermassive Blaze, and I think in particular you think back to that Vision Striker series, how much we were talking about them willing to sit so deep and allow PaperX to kind of overextend. Speaking of that, Forsaken straight up towards lobby, and actually the ping's going to get out the port. Finds the opening.
Jason di sini bos. Gue yakin PRX menang ini guys, yakin gue. Let's go guys, PRX. Pasti itu lama dikira Tuhan nih bang. Muka-muka bandit anjing. Lag ya tuh di gudang, emang lag.
And let's look actually the flip side. I just come back to the composition, right? There's nothing in place to kind of get Izzy online other than him being aggressive to find those opening duels. Almost.
Suara gedein, gede sumpah di gue, gede banget ini. Ini gede banget di gue cok. Ini gue ngomong jadi teriak gara-gara yang gue dengar gede tau gak?
So a lot of possibilities here for PaperX to actually cause some real problems for Supermassive Blaze.
And we were thoroughly impressed with Devai as well.
Lag dikit tuh ya.
Yes, Forsaken is always going to be a headliner, right? He catches
Dari OBS ya bang. Gimana caranya sih? Jason. Ntar dulu nih. Kecil di kita emang iya. Gimana sih caranya guys?
As SMB not quite have a chance yet. There it is, suddenly changing hands. The right click on the classic will always strike fear into just about everyone. But now look at Chiba trying to take
Problem dia biasa besarin.
good approach. A little dangerous, a little risky to put himself up there, but he wants to reclaim that territory, joined as well in sewer by Device. So that's going to be working.
Dari OBS berarti ya? Sabar.
Still over towards
Ah, Shiba, ayo Shiba. Ayo Shiba. Mantap Shiba. Gimana guys? Desktop audio ini ya. Ini ya. Terus dia apa ini?
For sure. I think this is PaperX, I guess, trying to set the tone.
Ini ya, naikin ya.
And then again, this kind of plays into what I was talking about. With Brave, they don't really have this mid-round pivot. They don't have the opportunity to
gede nih, tambahin 3,5 deh.
wait and see what PaperX going to do and make
Ngaruh
a
gak?
decision based upon that. So this is
Tambah besar gak guys?
interesting to see the first 2 rounds go this way. Again, good ultimate progress towards Shiba and Forsaken. Again, we know what he's capable with the Blade Storm, so
udah gede,
that's a big
ngaruh.
tick in the box in my eyes. Whether or not we see SMB lean a little heavier, which
Ngaruh, oke, cakep ya.
maybe contest this.
Yeah, but Forsaken's peak it every time.
Ente.
It took so long for him to even be tamed off those aggressive peaks. It's not like he'll suddenly fall back, suddenly play a bit more passive. That's something to get used to throughout this game. And Shiba might put himself up for a trade. They both swung at the same time, and he's going to progress up long. And Shiba may as well do this. Yeah, what a pickup as well. That's a rifle. Brave caught sleeping.
Ayo menangin, bonus round lumayan nih. Kan PRX jago guys. PRX nih bos. Eropa tidak sejago yang dibayangkan harusnya. Nggak tahu juga.
SMB try and end up on C here again. Divine Shiba happy to sit outside garage and give this up. Mind Freak as well. He's going to be called upon, but
the timing.
Sabar guys.
Just missed that. They're walking onto site here.
Yeah, he just missed that timing, and he's still going to get one, which is incredible value for this. And he's made a meal of it. Gets caught on the way out. Trying to move around to the site, and look at this. I've got to say it. PaperX look absolutely on today.
Ini Mapic si SMB ya.
That's the bonus converted PaperX. These guys are looking sharp right now, and I'm a bit worried here. Everything was right, and honestly, the reason that got slightly closer was just a bit of awkward timing. It happens. You look away from the push through garage just to check on long. It happens. He still got one on that repeat.
Again, the contingency's there. There's an extra body actually in hand outside
two
garage.
at the back of
two
garage.
One C site. It's
easy.
You can play trades in that scenario, especially when they find that first blood on Brave, which again he invests his smoke off the rip. So straight away, if they don't actually gain anything from that, there's a timer. They have to wait until they're in a position where they can execute anywhere else.
And while we're in a bit of a Shiko, a half buy, a little bit of a lighter purchase from SMB, I like that. Being, I guess, aware of what you're doing on the map. You take that space.
Bisa nih 4-0 nih guys.
Make that pressure on sewer time and time again.
Kreasi battle of life.
If they're not coming here, we've already taken
Dan kayak ngapa-ngapain menang.
towards the other side. Take that space as well. Be aware of the repercussion to our actions. I really like that from PaperX. Didn't love that from Izzy. Couldn't.
Kalau PRX menangin nih ke playoff belum. Tapi dia bakal kemas ke Champions tau gua, ya nggak sih? Aaron sini bos.
Makes it a little clean towards the end. It is a 3v2, but the safety net that's in place for PaperX
Jangan kena one dick.
nice. As you're seeing with the ults coming out now, it's just down towards Russ.
Guys, BTW Benkai tadi odolnya belum dikumur-kumur ya udah cok. Si PaperX ini mesti menang satu game atau menang, maksudnya satu map atau menang gamenya nih baru bisa lolos ke champion. Tapi si Paura jago sih. Kalau dia menang secure champion, oke berarti dia harus menang nih. Menang ini, bantai ini. Satu game, satu map banggil. Game apa map nih?
Which is not really being given anything on the side of PaperX. They now need to re-explore.
Baim Paura jaga emang menang playoff.
I guess try and force the issue.
Fokus game ya, fokus guys, ada fokus ini.
It's been Shiba and Forsaken. This time around Benkai is actually over towards a site.
Menang game ya, oke menang game ya.
But they've gained nothing by
satu round kontil. Menang satu round udah lolos anjing dia.
Forsaken going walkabout on C long.
Gila Jason ya.
Who will have the op as well. If you've watched the prior games,
udah ketahuan anjir. Udah ketahuan Jason sudah dibaca.
Will go for. Now they have the player advantage.
Nggak nobar kro enggak. Forsaken gimana rasanya?
This time it will create
opportunity
here for SMB. And they'll have to sit tight for the time being. Haven't used any smokes just yet, so we don't have to wait for those cooldowns on the side of Brave. Still sat here, turret set up. Spot out Shiba getting a little curious in mid.
Apakah Takabur Gaming sudah dimulai belum?
Nobody is in front
It's
of
okay,
smaller
it's okay.
boxes or window or anything.
Ketahuan nih, 2 ubur-ubur ke arah C, 1 ubur-ubur ke depan garas, langsung di ulti sama Aaron. Aaron, oh ya Aaron sekarang bilang sekarangnya gue pakai Phantom, dia bilang gitu. Beneran dia pakai Phantom aja. Dia bilang ke gue. Di ulti langsung. Aaron langsung taruh star 2 yuk.
Is he leading the way? Mind Freak at the back, pinged out, he moves in. Oh, wait. Okay, good positioning from Russ to make sure that was going to be picked up. But Divine, nice little high flash, does find one. Follow-up, not going to happen. The jump peak was a little kilter.
Ayo Benkai, clutch.
Benkai, a 1v2 presented, he just got the first out of the third.
Waduh, dikit lagi, line up anjir.
Oh my heart skipped a beat, but Pora claims it.
Anjir, padahal gue yakin bisa piercing shot tuh dari barusan.
Again, it was a costly round. It wasn't an easy round. That was a couple. I mean, the ults were coming out. Everything was coming around. Even with that entry, you think how much they had to invest just for that side take.
Absolutely, and you think about all the things that actually once 30 seconds rolls past, 45 seconds roll past. What a PaperX got to deal with. It comes up the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, all these things. They're actively gathering information.
Tadi tuh di mata gue seakan-akan Benkai pasti menang, kayak dia bakal headshot orang pertama terus ke belakangnya juga mati. Karena dia vandal kan. Tiba-tiba hit man. Nyaris sih. Kiat lagi. Jason selalu mengikuti drone, ngikutin Dogi, diikutin nih. Jason selalu agresif. Ini si Jason sih mainnya agresif banget setelah gue pikir-pikir ya. Ah, di drone lagi, ente Jason. Ah, tidak. Jason nembaknya geter gak? Nggak apa guys, santai. It's okay. Chill. Kan masih percobaan awal. Jason coba ngepick agresif, nggak dapat nih, ada 2 round nih. Harusnya next round Jason mainnya lebih nyantai ini. Harusnya itu. Gila nih di bait nih, bagus nih, lihat nih. Aaron jiggle. Aaronnya mati. Ah, Benkainya mati. Tidak, what the fuck. Ya, sayang banget anjir. Udah bener tuh. Ke C. Terus si Aaron ada setup 2 C. Satu ngejiggle, satu ngendok di KB. Tapi mati anjir. Bang, enakan berak pas udah kebelet atau belum? Pas udah kebelet, bro. Jangan boker dulu, tar tunggu udah di ujung baru dah. Tar ya, jangan, sabar guys. Ya, kena negara mulai runtuh ya. Ah, shit man. Benkai di bait nih skemanya gagal semua. Iya, Cak. Jason pakai handuk jadinya abun. Sampai keceperit dikit, jangan, Cok. Shiba udah pede belum itu? Gak tahu juga gua. Tunggu mengkristal nih. Apa skin Shiba apa pisaunya ya? Pisau yang smite itu ya, yang listrik ya. Emang itu skin nyebelin sih.
But a couple of answers now found. This is, I guess, stabilizing moments from SMB, and we need them to show this kind of tempered approach, which doesn't necessarily suit them. That was a shot and a half.
Yeah, I didn't even. We obviously saw the other side.
Susah sih si Aaron di pantai KWP sih.
I guess genuinely the opener, but again the perfect response in terms of somebody holding whilst Brave pushes up. He then has the time to clear all these angles that
skin Shiba, skin PNG.
They don't have that opportunity.
Apakah yang dikocok Aaron hangat-hangat? Agak merah. Jason gila. Aduh. Ih, skinnya sih ugly anjing, ugly skin tai. Skin awal Valorant nih kayak gini nih, nggak jelas nih. SMB 4 naga merah.
Utility burnt up, but again,
Teori naga merah, guys.
You look towards the smokes, you look towards the wall, the slow orbs, everything that can really get them onto site.
Ketahuan flash, udah dapet info kan.
Execute, but
Dia gambling nih, si PRX gambling nih. B-nya dikosongin, lu lihat nih, main stack 3A.
That there are players towards long. They know they're still around here.
Hmm?
They will commit to this Forsaken.
Kenapa?
It looked like he was about to turn the flash, but actually
Kenapa?
the timing's just off by a fraction of a second. And SMB will strike in that time. And now they want to get that site under wraps. But we did have the early lean off the back of that initial information. She was still here, but Brave
ente banget
breaks open the
kan
site. That's huge. And now once again, Mind Freak in an unwinnable scenario. Perfect approach from SMB, and that is a Prime Gaming flawless.
Shit, man.
Fantastically done. Again, half a second.
Swift, guys, Swift. Tidak. Sabun.
Can do some real damage. We saw this tiny set piece a couple of times versus Vision Strikers. And actually, time and time again, they found an opening. They found 1 or 2 kills to string together, and it completely shut down.
Ini jeleknya Jason nih, kalau dia main terlalu agresif tapi dia lagi nggak dapat bunuh. Mati mulu yang ada ntar nih, jadi overpick.
Here from SMB, they're waiting. I think they're leaning heavily into Forsaken or potentially Divide, Mindfreak, whoever is going to make these early round moves.
Time out lu guys.
On these set pieces to get into sight.
I also want to highlight as well, for me, you talk about impact frags. I think Braves had a good few of them.
Yeah.
That clear on long, just into that cubby, was fantastic. Finding, I think it was Benkai. Was it Benkai? I think who had pushed up on long.
Udah bagus banget patron awal kan. Udah clean round semua tuh kan. Menang pistol, menang anti-eco, menang bonus, menang anti-eco lagi. Hanya Aaron habis tukeran kumis ya.
It's an interesting phrase that we talk about every now and then, but there's something about just lazily clearing a corner with no idea that there are players there, but you can see that this guy is really drilled in today, just making sure.
Anjing lepas sepatu, Cin.
I think the other thing here on the side of Paperworks,
nyeker, Cin. Hanya Benkai kalau main ini nih. Apa namanya? Kakinya di apa namanya itu? Di pangku anjing. Bahaya gak kalau terlalu agresif ya? Bener kayak Jason main AWP doang sih enak nih. Main AWP nge-hold time maksudnya main angle aja udah. Soalnya tadi Jason AWP-nya AWP agresif kan, bukan AWP nge-hold kan. Dan dia mati sekali di celong nge-push pakai AWP, next round-nya mati lagi dia agresif di A. Harusnya sih main nyantai sih. Kayak tunggu musuh yang datang aja udah. Kukira Shiba hari ini bukanlah Shiba yang kemarin. Terlihat seperti itu tadi di round awal. Oh, nice round. I need to start. Kenapa kakinya nyilang semua? Lebih PW biasa main. Biar bisa lebih fokus, guys. Entah kenapa itu kayak biar bikin fokus, guys. Langsung di flash. Kabur. Lah. Wah. Kapan, Cok?
It was such a good setup as well, Lauren.
Really quite nice. Didn't end up very nice, though.
Didn't look great. Benkai gets tagged by the recon bolt. Another Prime Gaming flawless for them.
That's not getting highlighted, is it?
No, don't want to see that in the post match.
It's not in the montage.
Lohe anjing kok nggak mati ya?
It is.
Yeah, for someone.
Tiba-tiba melempem tembakan ini gawat ini.
Spamming on the side and just missing every shot. Oh, production, you're nasty. You're nasty. He was so blind as well. Fully blind.
All right, but this is it. Coming back to the buy round again. Whether we see a switch up here, the first time really we've seen Divide address mid was on.
Apakah dua round
with just pistols? Not like what I'm seeing initially. Again, it's going to be Forsaken called upon. Al don't actually going to reveal him here, so they've located the operator. Okay, we'll try and find him with the Hunter's Fury. We'll get the tag actually. Okay.
Ayo Jason, sabar guys. Nice run. Aaron pakai Oni-chan nggak? Salah Oni Claw.
They can actually give up the site to an extent. They'll say, okay, you take the site. We'll posture for a retake. We've got it to a 5v4. That's okay. And space-wise, they're all kind of towards CT right now. I want to see that split towards Garage.
Tadi David tadi nembaknya nyantai sebenarnya. Cuma kenapa nggak kena ya? Gue juga nggak ngerti dah.
Postured up for a bit more of an aggressive fight. Still a little paranoid about that garage play coming through. Flash comes in.
Bisa pengaruh. Di counter flash posisi omennya bagus anjir.
Ooh, these are some brave crosses. They look panicked, but right now the flags are not coming in just yet on the retake.
Susah. Aaron mati dah.
As now looking at who's remaining, it is just Forsaken, and nothing is coming through for him here. It might be time to back away, keep that up.
Bunuh nih. Aduh nggak kena. Mati di belakang. Oh no, Jason.
are right back in the driving
What
seat after a
happened to
very
you,
shaky
my
start.
man?
Yeah, and looking a little more comfortable now in terms of, again,
Si Izzy tadi bunuh cuman karena musuhnya nyamperin Corsair dia atau gak OP-nya. Dia cuma one-tag, tiba-tiba ada yang kucuk-kucuk datang ke Corsair dia tinggal tor mati udah gitu doang. Wah ini Jason yang kemarin bukan yang sekarang nih, Tyson yang bener lah anjing, ayo Son bangsat.
It's one piece of utility that creates that opportunity.
Tenang, chill, tetap chill. Tetap chill. Tetap santai kan. Mau di shock dart nggak tahu kemana kan.
And the sheriff, okay. I was kind of interested if they really felt they'd pulled enough attention towards long then on that Sova. Maybe they went and had a little dabble, but now it's a little late in the day. They can just hold this for now.
Masih pada belum bangun, iya nih.
Oh no.
Ayo semangat, bisa coy.
And he's well aware that someone's probably down there. Forsaken has been living.
Bang gimana bang kalau misal Aaron tangannya suka ternyata suka sama gua, lu terima nggak? Goblok anjing. Dia pasti kalau ke short di drone nggak nih? Nggak di drone dong. Jason nembak langsung di flash.
Oh wow.
Habis bunuh Jason orangnya bisa ke belakang lu. Juga disiplin. Tapi dicek tidak sih, Bang. Bagus musuhnya dia tetap ngecek corner lu.
No weak anti-ecos at this point, which is something that has haunted a good couple of teams.
Absolutely. Seen enough of it.
Skemnya gagal semua, Cok. Iya, Cok, bahaya nih.
Actually tens as well. Mind freak.
Ayo main freaky.
Back away here, and I think they're probably just going to want to make sure. Absolutely do. It's another Prime Gaming flawless for Supermassive Blaze. Get the counter up on screen. I think that's 3 now.
Aaron kelas Israel. Ayo bisa sih ini santai.
That setup perfect. Pora knows. I think actually straight away they're trying something ratty here, and Sue is just get out of dodge.
Let's call him Shredder. Do you ever?
Of course I did. Of course I did.
Who's your
Did you just check if I knew who Shredder was?
Yeah.
Oh, Michelangelo, obviously.
Yeah, that does make sense. Leonardo, yeah. Anyway, back into the game 6-4. We do have the buy coming out for Paper X, and obviously they're now in the spot with money where it's that constant back and forth down to the sheriffs and marshals.
Musuhnya rapi kagak? Musuhnya lumayan rapi sih mainnya. Lumayan rapi dan dia tahu si Jason mainnya super agresif kan. Jadi si Izzy-nya dari awal udah tinggal main nge-hold aja, cuma tinggal nunggu si Paper X yang bikin salah. Dia cuma tinggal mantek doang gitu. Ketahuan satu garas kan. Ini si SMB dari tadi mainnya suka. SMB tadi mainnya ini sih. Main bareng-bareng terus ini. Kaget.
Yeah, he's got the hand warmers just on. He's been copying the style. It's a nightmare.
It's a bit throwy.
Tapainya buta sendiri. Ambil makan ya guys, aku belum makan.
It's rough when you see it happen in a game like this, because it's enough to make you frustrated. It's enough to take that confidence away from a player, and we've seen what can happen with Divide when he's on a good game. So hopefully that doesn't, echo
Kenapa
throughout,
sok
but
buntut guys?
Forsaken is still alive,
Sokap
and
tuh.
there's still 30 seconds.
Bokap.
Ooh, he's still alive, and you can see there's
Ambil
some
makan ya
danger
guys.
with Forsaken, but it's nothing compared to the 4 that now still stand for SMB.
Davai take my energy. Davai lagi bau nih. Deagle tadi nggak bunuh-bunuh. Nembak nggak kena. Flash kena diri sendiri. Ngambil makan ya guys gua. Si Davai udah buta tetap. Salah flash anjir. Sayang banget ya. Kayak contoh kayak tadi ya nih. CSMB dia udah kayak kuasain garas, tiba-tiba bisa regroup balik ke A kayak gitu. Dia tadi mainnya kayak gitu deh. Kayak dia kontrol mana, ntar ujung-ujungnya bakal regroup kemana gitu, tergantung.
You ever actually bother to play with me rather than just like running in and inting on Jet. That's a solid meme. Solid meme you've come out with there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never played Killjoy with us. Instalox Jet.
So let's look at this default right here
on
actually.
Discord, just yeah, tell me about this. Tell me about it.
This is interesting. Supermassive Blaze actually now leaning away from A once again. Aldo, I'm going to come down mid again, going to spot this out.
Cover going out.
One smoke invested towards Garage here, at least onto window, and Mindfreak and Benkai. Decent setup here, but the tripwire dealt with immediately. See the pings in response, and this is where usually you'd expect Forsaken to come through, but I think forced back in his shell a little bit.
4-0 jadi 7-4 tidak. Ada rencana buat member. Aduh, gua nggak tahu deh. Mager anjir. Makanya guys.
Final round of the first half here. I'm kind of hoping they burn through a couple more at this point, but that's how it goes. The slow progression towards C is happening, but by this point they have been kind of able to cheat.
Ayo Aaron di sini. Aaron, ayo. Langsung di ulti bagus. Mampus di ulti. Wah, nice. Jason, ayo Son. Tim Ace, let's go guys. Lumayan dah dapat 5 lah ya.
Down 7-5 on the half. This is still a
sayang sih, harusnya bisa dapat lebih banyak, cuman ya udahlah.
Great start and one at the end. It's that middle portion that's truly a problem.
It's okay guys.
Talk you through that will be the analyst desk who'll be waiting by to take you through everything they just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Now, a really good start for Paper X, getting the 4-0 on the table. But Sean, so important from SMB to stop the bleeding and also get back.
Panggil cara ngatasin kalau strat udah kebaca gimana? Ya, kita counter strat lah. Lu mesti pinter maininnya lagi. Kayak misalkan taktik lu udah ketahuan ya, kayak musuh udah tahu lu bakal ke A. Ya lu contoh simpelnya kayak lu ngelakuin yang lu biasa lu hal yang lu lakuin di tiap round, tapi endingnya tuh lu bedain gitu, kayak misalkan lu sukanya ujungnya ke A nih, lu tetap kasih drone ke A tapi lu ke C gitu, kayak ya tinggal pinter-pinteran aja bodoh-bodohin orang gitu. Tinggal pinter-pinteran main fuck musuh aja gitu mah.
Works for me, works for them, everybody's happy.
Yeah, they did a super good job of punishing Forsaken C long push, and then punishing when he pushed A lobby, and then all of those sewer pushes were dealt with perfectly. SMB dealt with the aggression from
tadi Jason mau coba agree, nggak ada yang dapet lagi. Nggak ada yang bisa dicolong aja gara-gara udah pada tahu juga si Jason mainnya nyolong-nyolong kan.
A slower start, but you know, as the rounds were going on, he was making really big plays.
And not only him, but also Sean, you were mentioning it. We need to see Russ.
Ya ini contoh tuh, Jason majuin sendiri. Udah ketahuan. Makan apa? Aku makan sop buntut guys. Yang ada di rumah aja. Aku lagi nggak ada duit jadi. Makan yang ada aja.
Their game plan was to peek before it could get to them, and they never got the frag.
Do you know what I told you before we started the game about how they were going to take all that space that SMB was leaving free behind them? Well, SMB took like 2 or 3 rounds to be like, well, on the first round it happened, but after 2 or 3 they were like, okay guys, they are
actually main SMB ya.
Because
soalnya dia pasti nonton kemarin di lawan VS. Dia pasti nontonin si Paper X lawan VS kan. Dia tahu cara mainnya agresif jadi ya. Santai dulu ya, santai gitu. Tungguin aja dulu. Buntut apa bang? Buntut siapa? Buntut sapi boy.
Izzy's ability to kind of catch that aggression that was so characteristic of what made someone like Paper X so deadly.
Tapi gue sekalinya ngeliat Jason kayak ngabunuh itu kayak aneh gitu, tau gak sih, kayak biasa kayak selalu perform itu, tapi sekalinya dia ngabunuh itu kayak aneh gitu.
Izzy to be posted up with an operator, which again, when you're not relying solely on this entry, you're relying on the other team pushing to find it. It's a really interesting concept. So
pantai ke atas bawah gak?
What develops in the second half, because I actually agree, they've kind of tamed Forsaken, right, by finding him in a number of different scenarios. Now he needs to switch that up. He needs to dial back in and rely on
Izzy kayak main AWP CS mantek doang, iya, tapi bener Jason jangan Son. Jason jangan. Nice Son.
Tame this aggression to catch these pushes, and I think it's a really good look to show that versatility.
AWP cuma AWP nge-hold angle doang, karena tahu si Jason agresif, tinggal dipanisnya pakai AWP mantek aja, udah tinggal tungguin.
Gorgeous shot. It's a stunner. He's got a follow-up too. Look, if you find Forsaken, you know Dubai is normally nearby. It's the 1-2 combo. And Brave's not alone here. He does have support as well. Is he waiting up top? The flash will force him off the angle.
Balik. Musuhnya udah 3A. Musuhnya udah tahu SLT kosong. Langsung rotate lagi. Garasinya udah ketahuan juga. Tapi C-nya di wall. Nggak apa-apa. Mereka masuk dari garasi soalnya, jadi nggak apa-apa.
Get out of there, but man advantage for SMB in the retake.
Oh, Aaron.
Chipped away at, not too much, but enough to maybe pull attention.
Kalau mau enak satu muter garasi sih kayak. Ah yaudah, kalau nggak muter garasi, push garasi. Tapi Aaron susah. Aaron sendirian cok. Susah. Nah, Siba bener nih. Di smoke lagi. Nice. Malam guys. Tidak.
What a fantastic turnaround there, and actually just noting SMB buying enough time for Pora to actually get his turret back and put that in connector. Shiba went all the way from C-Long back towards double doors in. So all they have to do on long is effectively buy time, right? This is exactly
Malah Mas Gil, thank you Onak.
Because again, it's massive. He still gets 2 kills.
Onak atau jadi gona.
Again, there's so much time eaten up there.
Shiba dapat 2, iya nih, aduh.
Interesting pistol round that is.
And that's a fire up round 2.
Dapat pelit heal nih. Kayak Dapat tadi nggak beli heal, dia kayak nggak beli deh.
On a retake, you've absolutely springboarded back into this after some really nice creative approaches. Now Izzy sat towards the top of the site. He does have the Vandal out, so he is really locked in on this. This is going to be a good moment for him.
Mereka power spy gak? Di PRX.
Now, it has been revealed, so has to respect that. And I like Forsaken taking this space for the back of the flash too. Site says it's
Jason sekarat. Belum ketemu musuh sekarat. Minta heal.
Already Pora now going to make moves towards mid, so PRX have to be conscious of that. Devi in the right position to shut this down.
Dapat bunuh sih. Aduh, timing anjing. Kiri lu, Cok. Oh, nice.
So Pora's been caught off. They keep some map space this time. A little bit more to worry about now.
Nice Dapat anjing hampir timing, Cok.
Maybe someone's flanking. We've got to make a move here.
Aduh.
Pushes on in, finds Forsaken. Benkai on the side now calls to attention, catches the push through on Garage, and actually pushes deeper towards.
Terlalu banyak gerak anjir.
It's a 3v2. Mindfreak and Divine maybe a little baffled by.
Kok jadi kalah?
This is falling apart for PRX again. Turco going to find his third. Mindfreak will
fall. Kok kalah ya?
And once again, I gotta say,
kalah guys.
the storm there.
Tapi udah bener bunuh garasi kan?
And they look very, very comfortable, very structured on that retake.
Tahu.
9-5 up again. PRX though. I don't want to say it's all out aggression. Again, the flash with the gravity well, the set piece was really nice to get in.
Sayang si Benkai tadi. Tapi ya mungkin dia tadi mikir kenapa dia swing karena daripada dia disamperin dengan gue samperin duluan. Siapa tahu bisa dapat bunuh kan. Cuman tadi.
Let's say you're new to like EMEA teams, maybe Turkish teams particularly, you haven't quite had that experience with them yet. Well, let me give you a breakdown. This was like the superstar roster, right? They picked up all this hot talent, trying to meld all those egos and confidence and finding that right place amongst each other. But this was very limited from what we
Ini
saw
bukan
from the
PRX kayaknya nih.
We barely got an idea of who they are, but them showing this sort of a little bit more refined look, this little bit more calm look, is fantastic. They have this gear to shift into.
Jason jadi over ya. Tadi Jason gara-gara dia mati tuh gara-gara dia sekarat duluan atau enggak pas yang di garage. Dia kan garage mau ke arah bom site-nya kan. Dia kena spam dari yang dalam smoke gitu sekarat, terus akhirnya pas dia 1v1 lawan orang garas, dia udah sekarat jadi mati. Kalau darah dia penuh, menang gitu. Beda cerita roundnya tadi kalau misalkan Jason bunuh. Kalau misalkan dia ada darah ya.
Look at this. I mean, patience is being shown by Pora here, and I'm happy to see it. I like the fact that we've had someone being able to deal
lama juga bos smoke bos. Udah lama-lama ujungnya smoke biasa anjir, gak one way.
And the SMB have this to go to, very nice. Let's see how it works when they maybe close that gap a little, as they have taken steps towards A long now.
See now that wall's down the top of sewers.
Balik lagi.
Yeah. 30 seconds. There's not a lot, and like
bener gak gila apa tuh? Kayaknya bukan Jason yang over tapi emang gak dapet timenya. Emang playstyle Jason kayak gitu kan, yang nyolong-nyolong kan, cuman ya itu musuhnya udah tahu, jadi kayak cuman tinggal ditungguin doang kayak tadi.
Fight towards the site, and there it is. Izzy beheads Benkai. Flash comes in. My word, Izzy. He's still standing with only so long.
Spike drop udah gak ada waktu. 25.
It's all but done. 10 on the board now. Double digits reached for SMB.
Now we look towards PRX if they've even got anything online. The previous round, just some shares thrown in, but that second round.
Terlalu panik nggak sih mungkin ya?
Put them kind of around behind. Devi has the Seeker, Shiba, 2 away from Hunter's Fury, but
I don't know man.
Nothing else available here.
Bisa aja kompsnya yang bikin panik juga.
Now operator online Bladestorm as well.
Gara-gara kompsnya yang terlalu hektik jadinya mainnya juga buru-buru bisa juga tuh.
Turco actually going to run the Spectre through this, so a little bit of a
Komps juga ngaruh ke cara main tim lu juga. Kalau lu punya tim Corsair rusuh kayak lalu orang juga pasti ntar mainnya jadi kayak buru-buru gitu masih. Sedangkan kalau lu punya komps tim yang nyantai kayak mainnya jadi nggak buru-buru, kayak lebih fleksibel juga. Ke pressure gara-gara last chance. Nggak tahu sih.
There's actually Turco almost playing anti-flash. We're going to smoke off actually. The Tiger will clear out Brave. Now actually perfect use of the smoke there from Forsaken to isolate a duel.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice one. Nah, ini baru nih. Ini baru nih, titik balik Jason nih. Let's go Son. Langsung S kan nih.
Ask for a better approach on that one, and you're right. It was off the back of being able to isolate some of these players with such limited knowledge. That is incredible work from PaperX. That's the side we're waiting to see.
Poor and Izzy.
Nah nih let's go nih guys. Apakah ini titik balik Jason bakal bersinar untuk di beberapa round ke depan? Bisa aja. Sebenarnya kalau kayak gini nggak gitu worth it buat nyari musuhnya. Kenapa nggak worth it? Karena kalau lu mati, lu next round malah nggak ada duit. Kecuali beda round kalau lu yang udah menang round banyak dan lu punya ekonomi bagus, lu cari musuh saving ini worth it. Cuman kalau sekarang kayak PaperX ini, dia buat nyari dua pemain yang saving ini nggak worth it coy. Soalnya kalau sesuai-suainya lu mati pas lagi ngahan mereka, lu malah yang ngerusak duit lu sendiri gitu tuh sih.
Again, I even identified the Turco playing. They're anticipating, you know, Device sending something in here to enable somebody to find these kills. It's beautiful. Second, he's actually insane.
Gila ya, insane boy.
Every piece was so clean, Lauren.
Insane, you fucking insane, my man.
It was 10-6 now. This is the build back they need though. They have to do more than just, you know, the initial push. It has to keep going. This has to be a bit of a tear coming out from them now. Hard to quell some of the work that's been coming out from SMB. And there's Izzy on the cross. Straight away makes it through. Different look though, not pushing up as deep.
3 angle disikat yoi. Cucrut anjay.
PaperX eyeing up towards that B site now. Towards the back of it will be Pora, and he has the swing from Rusty.
Ini kalau jadi SMB juga tahu sih, biasa kalau misalkan biasa tarik dah. Biasa kalau udah ada drone biasa diikutin sama Jason. Harusnya mereka juga udah tahu nih. Habit-habitnya PaperX, ada drone diikutin, ada Dogi diikutin. Harusnya udah tahu sih. Gue yang nontonnya tahu.
He's taking a little more space. And look at this on the other side though, Izzy and Turco are right there. The net's closing in. And the post plants are pretty deep. It's pretty much the forward two. Divide.
Flash pick.
Flash goes in. He knows Brave's close, but Russ is still fine. And the swing out from Brave. Hey, Xantares peak, Brave peak.
Xantares peak.
Make it a Ferrari peak.
Apa nih. Wah anjing di wall. Wah wallnya bagus anjir. Tapi nggak bisa diffuse, masih tarik, nggak ada waktu udah. Nice. Let's go, udah nggak ada waktu dia. Nggak ada waktu. Nice. Let's go guys.
That's really interesting to watch again. All PaperX have to do is sit in mid. There's no attempt from Supermassive Blaze to address that mid control. Again, how many times we see this sort of hit and run on B site? Able to sit back here. Brave actually finds it, but again, you see there 9 seconds left on the smoke. They need that smoke to make sure that the Sage Wall can't just be completely ripped away from them immediately.
Sentinel gitu jam berapa? Game terakhir kayak. Baru nyadar kadar merah semua ya. Pada pakai naga merah anjing. CSMB. Karena lu pernah lawan juga ya Bang Gil? Enggak juga. Maksudnya setelah gue tonton ini, gue tahu nih. Biasa kalau ada drone diikutin, tumben gitu. Kita ketahuan nih calongnya deket nih, langsung kontrol A dong. Bener. Si Jason juga denger tuh. Turret di Eling. Dapat info saya nggak ada kan? Clear. Nggak worth it kalau lu udah nge-spot drone gitu, 2 nge-push lu masih kece gitu, buat apa cok? Udah pasti di side sebelahnya bakal ada yang lebih lemah gitu. Jadi kayak gini contoh mending ke A kan, benar. Kayak bagus nih ready recon. Penting loh kayak gini loh, yang kayak orang-orang
looking like it was.
Satu orang ready ngancurin recon, tapi yang masalahnya ngancurin reconnya buta. Wih, let's go. Jason? Tidak, Jason. Di sini sentinel gitu. Oh iya. Bang dia tuh kena isi panasa enak nggak? Nggak tahu, aku belum pernah. Bang kalau ini kalah kan poin PPX sama Secret sama, terus yang maju ke champion siapa? Nggak tahu. Nggak ngerti gua. Bang kalau tapi nggak bisa react drone. Nggak bisa react drone pas 4 second, bingung nembak yang mana ya. Lu nembak drone mati sama Jason. Lu nembak Jason belum tentu menang juga. Jadi kayak serba salah gitu aja.
Find something on the way back in, but ping as well on poor inside the cage. Unfortunate timing. Huge round from Divide.
Let's go, guys. Cumbak.
And actually, it's interesting to see as soon as they identify. I think the Aldrone only spots Brave, right? So it's 2 members accounted for. Izzy's obviously getting himself into Cubby as well with that Blade Storm, but just on the back of that, I think there it gives you an indication. 2 on C site, maybe 1 garage, or 1 towards mid. We can find an opening. This scenario, it's only Pora playing a very, very deep retake setup. He has his alarm bot, I think, just inside the archway that goes towards spawn, and turrets watching B. So at that point, it's like PayBreaks have no indicators to be like.
Sorry guys, belum baca komen gua. Ambil makan.
So now we've had a couple of strong rounds together for PayBreaks. They found the footing that they were lacking. I want to look at the response. We have the timeout coming in from SMB. Where's the adjustment that you see? What needs to be addressed here? What can you address?
Oh, udah mulai membalap nih.
Not that many yet. This is still relatively early.
Kadon, Halman Kadon kali. Mas Gil, kalau misalnya playstyle lu agresif terus musuh lu maksa buat main pelan, bakal ngaruh ke performa lu nggak? Ngaruh. Karena kalau musuh udah tahu playstyle misalkan sukanya main agresif, dia cuma tinggal nahan doang. Kayak dia otomatis kan orang yang nunggu lebih diuntungkan daripada orang yang nyari, karena orang yang nyari crosshairnya mesti geser-geser, sedangkan kalau yang nunggu udah pasti crosshairnya ke arah situ doang. Uber lu bos, nah. Nice one.
Hard to watch. SMB Pora, how have you outdone him? He was aware.
Jaga banget, tapi ada trap gitu buat nyari timing lark. Soalnya walaupun ada trap gitu, kalau nggak ada yang jaga belakang sama aja bohong. Kalau trapnya hancur terus lu orang nggak ada yang jaga belakang, cuman ibarat lu tahu doang ada musuh di belakang, tapi lu nggak bisa bunuh dia juga. Kayak walaupun ada trap masih ada yang tetap orang jaga belakang. Itu penting tuh.
Ticking over a Mind Freak's flank. There it is. Good for 1. That's okay. It's not too bad. You'll put your
lights on
tembusin.
Tembusin.
Nice.
Nice.
Shiva, huge pick up of a kill.
Let's go, guys.
Finding Turco is just the cherry on top of the cake.
Senam jantung mesinnya iya anjing.
All that they needed.
Nice guys. Bangki sebut namaku kenapa? Arik Fikri Abdillah. Let's go guys. Jadon udah mulai bangkit nih. Davai bunuh-bunuh nih ya. Bisa nggak dengar coba musuhnya, gue gak ngerti lagi dah. Si Paura sih sakit loh. Nice tuh. Nice. Apa naruh ngomong fucking apa tuh? Let's fucking go kali ya, let's fucking go. Musuhnya Iko push mid. Jason ngikutin Dogi ke short. Nih, ketika Iko tahu musuh Iko, lu punya main 2 initiator, ada Sky, ada Sofa. Lu pecar 2 nih. Satu di C, satu di A, satu ngedogi A, satu ngedrone C. Udah. Ketahuan kan musuh kalau misalkan lu ngedrone C tiba-tiba kayak ke spot 3 ya kita ke A gitu. Atau enggak orang A-nya yang ngedogi ketahuan, ya Aaron timing anjing. Jadi kayak paling fleksibel main ketika lu punya 2 initiator dan musuh tahu Iko, biar nggak kena Iko, biar lu nggak salah nebak musuhnya rame di mana ya. Lu pencarin dulu 2 initiator ya, satu ngedogi A, satu ngedrone C. Siba, let's go Siba. Gila Siba nih menyala nih, nice Siba. Jason mati mulu, duluan senam. Kalau Jason mati bahaya nih.
Okay, maybe not fair enough.
Mati.
Yeah, got it. Understood. He understood the assignment. I clearly didn't. U-Phoria though, yeah, this is unfavorable. Harsh fight. Behringer takes a bit of damage, but yeah, you can hear the clock.
Mati.
Put a fork in it. That one's done. 10-10. We're all even. A good attempt
Let's
from
go.
SMB to try and find that space, but as I said, that one player found so much impact. All of those small percentages they were trying to build off made nothing happen.
Jackson bunuh 12, 15.
Now, we're in a bit
Shibanya oke lah, mainnya bagus deh, bagus.
point in the game. Because there's not an awful lot left in the
Shiba
tank.
ngamuk kemarin dibully beban, iya nih. Nggak terima dia katanya anjing nih pada ngata-ngatain gue bangsat ya.
Actually, the other side of that,
Corsair kan nyari
even if
kepedean ya.
Supermassive Blaze win this,
Panggil
they
sebelum
don't
turunnya ada ritual
exactly
khusus
have
nggak?
a buy in hand. They almost need to
Kagak
win
ada
this
sih.
flawlessly, or at least 3 or 4 will stand.
Yang penting kalau mau turunnya pakai kancut warna putih biar menang guys.
This could be the turning point.
Enggak lah,
Even
anjing,
after
canda.
this comeback, so do it. This could be the turning point where PRX
Si badut become si bagus gak?
Device starting to clear through sewer. Wall
Didog.
goes up.
Ya, kok hancur? Oh. Gue tau kenapa hancur tuh. Palanya
That sucks.
kepentok sama kayak
Turco's still alright, but
kepentok jadi baunya hancur anjir. Kan mulai. Terus kah mas? Nggak hijau aja, kalau hijau terus jadi color hijau ya.
That flash potentially clearing close corner as well. They know that Turco and Izzy, or at least one player,
Jason
is
attack.
still watching towards sewer. And they're divided up. Izzy can actually lean back towards the side itself.
Oh, anjing,
They
anjing,
had
Jason.
maybe a glimpse, but fell off that. And SMB just have to wait to see what comes through that
Anjing, ini
wall.
taktik
And
apa sih
already
ini?
once made it up towards the side. Russ is on the other side of this. Divide on towards
Ini
long.
musuhnya di mana sih?
Towards sewer, but Russ actually swings
Ah, nice
around,
spy.
finding Forsaken, but it's a quick trade for Divide.
Divide,
Izzy on the back of the
kalah
side.
trade kill
Turco's
ini.
there as well. Now they're gonna have an
Ah.
instant watch of those pushing up from
Ente.
sewer. There it is.
Iya anjing gue pakai kancut hitam kalah.
So at least now we'll equalize things financially.
Kebentok plafon,
in this
iya.
game, and
Kalau bistunnya ada ritual gak? Habis bistunnya mah nggak ada.
really
Kan.
comfortable. It's on the back of, I think, Turco having that revive available. They're willing to fight to the death.
Kalah trade kill ini
A
barusan.
site here, and PRX actually they lurk so long once they get 1 or 2 bodies onto the
Iya,
site
dia-
just to try and
dia
build
lama
that
banget
paranoia.
ya kenapa nggak masuk ya?
Almost force Supermassive Blaze
Yang
to
ulti Astra
overstep the
Aron
limit,
kan?
to make a move to at least figure out what's going on behind the Cosmic Divide.
Apa gunanya Aron ulti itu ya tadi ya?
11-10 though. Look at the stretch arounds. It was what, 5 on the trot coming out.
Ultinya kayak malah jadi kayak ulti
just
buat
about being
defendernya
taken
anjir. Iya nggak sih? Atau ada maksud di balik ulti itu anjing? Nggak tahu juga sih.
Repetition is always the name of the game here. Consistency is always the last thing to
Apa
fall into
ulti
place.
tadi
It's
Jason
the
naik ke
hardest
atas
part
box
to
ya?
get right.
Iya kayak sih feeling gue ulti kayak tadi si Aaron biar si Jason bisa updraft ke atas box gitu. Clearin shotnya dari atas box itu.
Garage,
Cuman tadi
but
si
no
Jasonnya
full intention shown yet.
kayak gara-gara nge-spot orang dia ngedes balik ya kalau nggak salah ya nggak sih?
Brave looking a little curious.
Well biar defendernya nggak denger step gak sih? Cuman
Self is smoked to
jelek,
play around
maksudnya
for the
jelek.
time being, but
jelek apa? Kenapa jelek ya? Maksud gue kayak
PRX.
dengan wall tersebut lu juga susah buat dapetin set gak sih?
But actually mindful
Kayak lu
side
mesti nabrak wall lu
creep
sendiri
way
buat
up.
ke side gitu.
Again, you get close enough to at least hear the turret on the other side here. Again, an indicator
Kayak sih feeling gue tadi ultinya emang buat clearin short sih.
VR setup, and
Jadi
another
si
member
Jason dari
noticed as
Elong
well,
tadi
so
maju dia updraft ke atas box langsung kayak clearin bantai shortnya gitu. Cuman tadi kenapa Jason ngedes balik gue nggak tahu gara-gara dia nge-spot musuh kayak ada yang nangkring di box gitu. Kayaknya ya.
everything to deal with it. Look, they're drifting away, but Forsaken-
Dia tadi pengen nge-clearin short selagi ultinya ada, tapi
How deep can he get
gagal.
without any sort of worries? Now,
Ultinya
you can
keburu
hear
abis tuh, udah abis itu udah rada chaos gitu. Jason udah bisa nyelip gak tuh? Free frag, free frag. Man, nice Jason anjing.
Waiting ahead of the curve, catches them off guard, trying to keep that sight under check. Spike gonna be going down, and there it is. Post plant 4v3. Russ, Pora, and Turco left scratching their heads. Is that the ult coming out? Yeah, it is.
Iya benar, kalau wall kayak tadi, ulti wall kayak tadi malah susah buat masuk side. Makanya kayaknya tadi tuh sebenarnya taktiknya itu dengan wall kayak seperti itu buat Jason nge-clearin short.
Interesting. Okay. Drop down
Mampus
first
lu.
in, no trade.
Let's go sebelah sama.
It was just Izzy left
Davai
to
buta
rock,
sendiri.
just
Jason, es! Kasih es dong!
Is this for a
Let's
retake?
go
No
Jason.
trades, no timing, no
Kenapa dia
spacing.
bunuh gue yang seneng ya
Forsaken
anjing?
left that up every day of the week.
Fuck man.
I don't know what we just watched.
Jason
Brave
langsung
team
dari
default.
dari
I guess
bottom.
Turco maybe relayed some information that it was a fake or nobody's made it to site yet, but what is this?
It's a
Untung dia nggak ngecek belakang loh.
Like, and it's
But that's the biggest tool in terms of Supermassive Blaze retake.
Ini
They have a
miscom
recon
sih,
bolt,
si
they have
SMB ini
smoke,
miscom
and they
sih.
have a paranoia. That is it. Which is
Gila,
why I
Jason.
think we see Izzy just go, well guys,
Let's
I'm
go.
jumping out of heaven.
Cow ni mah.
Like, hopefully I get a kill. There's nothing else. That's the worst person.
Apa gue
to call
deg-degan
there.
ya, iya,
He
anjing.
had his paranoia.
Jason being
See, as
Forsaken
soon as
lagi
he
nih, iya nih.
he's ready to paranoia down long.
Jason ternyata
That was
bukan
so
adik sih
bizarre
tapi
to watch.
rasanya goblok.
mystery to something that. Not sure what the information
Ah,
was.
ini baru nih,
That's always
mantap
the
nih.
assumption is maybe a missed call.
Jason is
maybe,
back, guys.
I don't know. I don't know what creates that moment.
But this is the thing, on that retake, you think about it, yes, Izzy's got the Blade Storm, but what have you got to enable
To
him?
instigate, right.
Yeah, exactly. There's no
Oh, mainnya emang
catalyst
dikasih tahu ya,
to
kayak
place
hati-hati udah di set gitu, dia dengan PD bisa tele ke
really
backside
bizarre to
anjing.
see that again. Maybe the crack starting to show, the pressure's building here because they're being
Dia
pushed.
kelar ulti langsung
They're being pushed
pengen
by
nge-flash lagi
Paper
tadi
X.
tuh.
Again, I don't think I would have been the only one.
Untung
other
Jason
than
bunuh.
Sean and Yinsu on the desk, thinking actually Supermassive Blaze have got something to step up to here with the way the first series went. And again, a little gap for them. What, 5 days since we've seen them actually out here on the stage now. That's,
worrying scenes.
That could be a terrible round to reflect on.
I think it's the one that you watch back in the post-mortem and you're like, that could have been such a different look now. But we're at 11-11. So for the Paper X fans, grinning. And looking at the money coming out, well, Paper X are fine. However, as you're noting, light armors, specters. It looks okay on the
Kita
surface,
fokus lagi.
just below.
Wah, ini si Izzy sosok ikutin Jason nih gerakannya nih.
Kind of like my mental health.
Udah ketahuan, nggak apa-apa, nice. Yang penting nggak mati, yang penting tahu. Yang penting udah tahu, Celongnya nge-push AWP lagi. Boleh sih pakai drone sih. Clearin dulu sih pakai drone sih. Turnamen berkedok senam jantung. Shot buntut dari dulu berapa? Nggak tahu ini bikin
Brave smokes here. He's close enough to give away the audio cue.
Biasanya nggak pakai Ion OP ya, nggak tahu juga. Kalau lebih seru banding CS, gak ada total dominance ke CS, CS itu aja yang menang. Benar. Makanya ini seru anjing bisa bersaing, Cok. Nah, di drone kan. Drone dulu cek, ketahuan, tele, udah ketahuan, di flash, kena ulti, kena ubur-ubur, ketahuan lagi, satu lagi ada di bom side cek, kena ubur-ubur yang nge-trigger. Jason! Kenapa Jason?
And actually somehow it still worked out okay for SMB. This is you've got being gifted a
Tidak, Jason nggak masuk ke heaven nggak?
Weird exchanges and it's fallen to pieces. 20 seconds. Paper X, can you make up
Pas
for an
dulu nggak kuat ngangkat
absolute fumble of an
40.
opportunity there yourselves?
Kuat aja sih. Susah lu ketika lu mau masang di B tapi sofa musuh ada ulti susah.
This is a round or two to forget. You
Susah
can
banget,
see the pressure on these two sides. SMB is counting their lucky stars. That round for them was about to crumble down, and a couple of missed kills here and there, and here we are.
And again, you know, shout out Pora to be in a position to I guess anticipate the very thing we can see unfolding. Right, 2 players noted again. It's a similar situation. You got to account on potentially one mid, potentially one garage, or
Otela.
where once you don't get that aggression.
Apa guys, ini map pick kan si ini kok map picknya SMB. Jadi oke lah. Di sini dibantai ini di bridge.
One round separates them. SMB on map point now from an exhausting
Control
opening to the
shot.
series.
Nih ketika default kayak gini ya, default ambil A, kontrol A. Orang yang jaga C, jaga B itu nahan, nggak boleh mereka juga ngambil kontrol. Jadi soalnya kayak nggak boleh gitu, bukan nggak boleh sih, kayak ya seharusnya tidak seperti itu. Ketika lu ambil kontrol A, bomb site lain tuh kayak mesti nahan gitu, kayak nggak boleh. Kayak nggak boleh ambil porsi juga. Nice Son, cabut. Adu lagi Son. Jadi ketika temen lu ngambil kontrol suatu tempat, lu harus ngimbangin, nggak boleh lu ikutan ambil kontrol gitu. Kayak satu ngambil kontrol lu ngimbangin, jadi nahan gitu. Nggak boleh 2 tempat itu. Nice. Woo, buta Jason. Apa OT guys, let's go OT. Selamat malam guys. Jason buta lompat-lompat anjing. Keren juga ya, bisa ngelepas cypher cam sambil terbang. Anjir keren banget. Mau dicucuk Siva. We going OT guys.
Those last couple of rounds, I think you can credit that to maybe the pressure getting to some players.
Plus Nenesi here.
Paper X respond perfectly. And it's on the back of this man again, Forsaken. And shout out to Vi, look at this. These are freebies.
Gila. Anjay Aaron, lu keren banget Aaron barusan dulu. Ini match seru sih, seru. Dulu ku beban, sekarang mau nyucuk.
At least I gotta say a lifeline financially. With how this string of rounds and regulation, actually, the economy reset here is a huge consideration to make, especially with the round where the res was invested, the lockdown, the
Aaron tadi mukanya kayak bahagia banget, terlihat anjing dari ekspresi dia kayak pokoknya terlihat lah. Mau kasih kontrol itulah. Beli AWP, overtime, nggak punya armor, nggak punya. Oh dia full skill ya? Nggak deh. Dia cuma punya dash, nggak punya smoke, nggak punya updraft juga. Karena dia beli AWP bodong. Aaron sih paling gokil sih mukanya.
Look how much PaperX are willing to invest.
Bang Bridge kenapa jarang di pick? Nggak semua tim cocok pakai Bridge soalnya guys. Nggak semua tim. Cuman kalau ketika timnya bisa pakai sih imba anjing. Padahal AWP bisa beli satu smoke, kok dia nggak beli ya? Apa dia beli pistol kah atau dia nggak tahu dah. Dia udah tahu kan nih. Udah ketahuan nih. Nah, pinter nih, langsung stack 3C. Aaron taruh tarik di depan smoke ini, harusnya menang PRX round ini. Aduh BNK kebuta karena nice Ron, tarik dulu. Kan gue udah tahu banget pasti menang ini. Nggak mungkin kalah anjir, round ini udah pasti nggak mungkin kalah cok. Udah terlihat gitu, dia udah stack 3B, Aaron udah setup smoke, setup tarik. Nggak mungkin kalah cok, sumpah. Mungkin kalah. Kalau kalah gue nggak tahu deh, baru deh. Soalnya tadi Jason udah tahu dia nggak mungkin ke A karena kalau Aaron bisa narik nih. Wih, santai bro. Santai Aaron itu pun Aaron belum pakai tarikan dia loh. Itu Aaron keburu mati tadi. Gara-gara dia bunuh Jet yang ngedash, terus langsung mau nembak-nembakan lagi. Cuman kalau tadi Aaron habis bunuh Jet, dia ngumpet dulu, buka tarikan, baru ngepick lagi tuh menangnya lebih bagus lagi sih. Cuman tadi ya udahlah, udah menang juga Ron ya, walaupun Aaron nggak pakai tarikan yang buat ngedelay musuh juga menang juga. Udah stack 3B juga. Mas Gil nyanyi biar makin tegang goblok. Ya, tarikannya cooldown bang, emang cooldown tadi? Emang cooldown? Gue nggak lihat lagi. Masuk cooldown tarikannya si Aaron narik buat kapan anjir? Kayaknya harusnya nggak mungkin cooldown deh. Harusnya ya, soalnya Aaron pasti kalau mau narik itu pasti di awal round doang, kemungkinan tarikannya udah bisa lagi. Buat LOB kan buat awal doang ya nggak sih? Kayak pasti pas dia kecil tadi kayak udah cooldownnya udah bisa lagi kayaknya. Gue nggak nyadar lagi tadi, nggak merhatiin. Kalau technical pause coach nggak boleh ngomong ya? Harusnya nggak boleh sih, nggak boleh harusnya. Tech pause ini ngapain sih? Biasa ada PC yang error, mouse-nya error atau apa, bisa kayak gitu lah. Bisa juga kayak Discord-nya error, kayak gitu-gitu banyak bisa. Tiba-tiba mouse-nya mati, keyboard error, FPS-nya drop, suara in-game-nya hilang, macam-macam technical. Anjay, ini samurai nih. Pengen ku cubit tuh pipinya Jason. Kocak terus Ron, iya. Udah lama soalnya Aaron gak dikocokin ya. Iya, maaf Cece Catherine, bercanda aku. Aku pengen ngecengin Aaron doang emang. Jason kalau begitu kayak orang Jepang ya.
Really fumbled that one, didn't we? After having a great half.
And you look at the win conditions, actually, on Supermassive Blaze is having a bad game.
No.
I don't actually think this time around, Forsaken definitely not as prominent a force in the lobby. But that really tells a bigger story.
I don't think he has to be.
No.
Anjay.
And that's the key point. PaperX have stepped up to the plate in a way I wasn't even anticipating today.
No, I'm with you, and I love the fact that they've
Anjir,
kind of
sekel banget
established that next layer, right? People will expect someone like
Sas
Corsair
bang
to be
lagi ya,
consistent
Aaron
and
nyeker
aggressive.
ya,
Well,
nyeker
how can we
gaming.
then work around their adjustments? How can
Aaron
we
orangnya
still
tuh nggak
utilize
betah
that
pakai sepatu
passion,
guys.
but be
Zaman
aware
gue
of
dulu
it
dia
because
selalu
just
pakai sendal
that
anjing,
information
baru
if he gets
pas dia di
contact,
PPX
doesn't
mulai
get
dia
contact, he can
pakai
take
sepatu
that
mulu.
space. I know taking space is a bit of a meme, but
Anjay, apa tuh maksudnya apa tuh? Maksudnya apa itu? Dapai?
That's the worst thing as well.
Oh, dia ngomongin diri sendiri tadi dia nge-flash. Pasti buta sendiri gitu kayak. Dia ngomongin diri sendiri bagus deh. Dia berarti menyadari kesalahan dia. Malah hampir. Ini sihir mulai gila. Kalian beneran nyeker kirain pakai kaos kaki aja. Tahu lah guys. Nenek sihir seain nenek sihir mana? Abang-abangan es krim putar gak?
Constantly. So there's pressure on these guys. Pressure to do well. You want to represent your region. This is one of the kind of, I guess, lesser told parts of this
Lama
event.
banget dah. Udah gak sabar nih.
Represent your region
Gitu nih. Ayo, let's go guys.
Tune in at all hours, any day of the week.
Hafal banget bahasa isyarat ya.
This is still a tough game and it ain't over yet. 12-13, we jump right back in. PaperX on the verge though, after a perfectly read round.
Oh, kena isep kan lu, nggak bisa nge-pick shot langsung kan? Bete nangis. Musuh main 3A nih, langsung dapat info nih. Lobby kosong, setnya langsung rotate pasti. Tapi belum tahu Elongnya ada apa enggak. Sofai juga harus rotate nih. Di flash. Mampus anjing. Kena drone mau buta, bodo amat anjing, yang menang kena tag. Nice sih Balu bikin menang round ini anjing. Gara-gara drone lu cok. Ini kalau round ini menang gara-gara Siba anjing. Drone Siba menyelamatkan cok. Itu satu udah nyelip ke backside, nggak ada yang tahu lagi. Siba, let's go guys. Anjay, ngapain tuh? Gila nih posisi udah bagus banget sih udah. Benkai mati. Aaron udah di garage. Nice. Bahkan dia bukan hanya memenangkan round ini dengan drone dia, tapi dengan dia juga bisa bunuh banyak. Mantap Siba. Let's go Siba guys. Anjay, pakai sepatu dulu sih.
Was an absolute masterpiece. Some of these rounds from PaperX, and again to have that read.
Gila gara-gara drone sih baca.
Supermassive Blaze were doing time and time again. And again, so you said, it's kind of that transition from being considered a little one-dimensional to seeing the second, the third look. Really fantastic performance from them.
Yep.
And that's a big concern. I gotta say it.
Yes.
Coming now into this map, Vito, and we're talking about. Touched on it, at least on the desk here. You have an opportunity to look at some of these rounds, but I'm a little worried now coming into map 2. Again, you can talk about validity of that data sample. The teams actually that lead into this 7-2 record.
Let's go, guys.
On Breeze. I'm a little worried, Lauren.
I'm with you. I'm on the worried boat as well. Breeze is going to be that next choice, and it is anyway. And
bagus ini sih, dia bagus. Tahu mana celahnya sih. Anjay Jason. Jason tai anjing. Kayak dia si Behringer baca rotasinya udah bagus. Kayak Jason bisa nyelip-nyelipnya juga bagus sih. Siba kesel habis dibully langsung on fire. Iya anjir. Anjing Aaron. Let's go.
Absolutely deserved, honestly.
Ya lemas. Grab. Adik-adik merem, adik-adik jangan dilihat ya.
From that first series, again there was something I saw that I was very impressed with, but now coming across to this, to step up to the plate and repeat
adik-adik merem, adik-adik.
Improve on it on another level has been so good to watch so far. I'm excited for map 2 as well as being very scared for EMEA as a region.
Why did you say that?
Because Midsomewhere is crying backstage about the very same prospect.
He's gonna mess up his mascara and eyeliner again.
Black streaks down his face.
Yeah, really going for the My Chemical Romance look. So, at least then he'll have the support to it. I'm worried. If this is map 1, this was their choice, and they got made to look like that, I've got to say credit to PaperX for coming out and having an incredible game plan and addressing all the issues I had. I thought they might have been a little one-dimensional. I thought they leaned a little too heavily on Forsaken and Benkai, but actually, they came out and looked stellar. Enough from us. We want to get ourselves ready for map 2. I'm sure the players and everyone else does as well. So we're going to wrap this one up. Make sure we find that start button to get map 2
Gila,
ready.
begituan responsif sekali karena gue tahu nih penonton gue pasti seneng ya begituan nih, gue tahu banget. Kok nggak lihat bang, bagus. Grepe by yourself gak? Lagi break guys, sambil minum dulu, ambil cemilan, ke toilet dulu, minum air putih dulu, makan, ntar lanjut lagi. Nggak seneng gue bang cowok soalnya goblok. Aku suka goblok kan. Map 2 apa? Map 2 Breeze, map picknya PRX. Tadi map pertama itu map picknya si SMB. Nunggu MVP-nya nih, MVP-nya kayaknya harusnya Davai apa Jason ya? Kalau bunuh kayak bunuhnya banyakan Davai deh, tapi mungkin bisa tetap Jason yang MVP karena dia impact-nya lebih besar kayak apa? Average combat score-nya mungkin bisa lebih besar gitu. Tapi Shiba juga bunuh banyak ya. Shiba bisa MVP juga sih. Kita lihat aja ya. Shiba. Kalau tadi ya, kalau tadi round terakhir yang Jason mati sama Omen kan Omennya di backside bunuh Jason yang mau keluar garage. Jason mati ditembak, mati. Omennya balik ke backside langsung flash ke arah Celong. Terus di situ Aaron buta total tuh. Tuh kalau misalkan si Shiba nggak ngetek pakai drone, si Aaron udah pasti mati tuh gak? Aaron udah pasti mati tuh. Untungnya si Shiba nge-tag drone, jadinya walaupun Aaron buta, Aaron masih ada bisa ngelihat apa? Kalau orang kena drone itu kan kayak bakal ada ini ya kan, ada apa sih nama ngomongnya? Ada jadi ada lampu-lampunya lah, intinya apa sih bahasanya, ke-scan lah, ibaratnya ke-scan gitu kan. Jadi walaupun buta, Aaron masih bisa ngelihat dia kena scan, jadi walaupun buta nggak ngaruh gitu. Ditambah Shiba dari jauh habis ngedrone langsung nge-swing juga, jadi ngebantuin Aaron nembak juga. Outline ya pokoknya kena scan lah. Bang Subatan biar kayak Ages sama Kro di donate cover. Iya. Ikon Shiba imba banget Messi ini. Ya itu sih. Beda cerita kalau misalkan tadi Omennya habis bunuh Jason, bunuh Aaron. Ya, itu beda cerita lah intinya. Cuma gara-gara tadi si Shiba ngedrone, nge-tag, Aaron yang harusnya tadi full blind mati, nggak bisa nembak, jadi bisa nembak karena dia bisa ngeliat scan-nya si Shiba yang kenain si Omen. Cover tolong donate ke Mas Agil ya. Untung bukan blindnya Phoenix bang. Kalau blind Phoenix beda cerita. Kalau blind Phoenix itu udah walaupun kena tag drone nggak bisa nembak. Kalau blind Reina, blind Omen masih enak kalau misalkan lu kayak ngebunuh kayak tadi yang kena tag drone masih bisa. Soalnya dia tetap kelihatan gitu. Lu cuman nggak bisa lihat yang jauh, tapi sedangkan kan tetap ada scan-nya, jadi tetap lu bisa tracking musuhnya gitu. Beda sama kalau Flash Phoenix, Flash Breeze, Flash Sky kan nggak, kalau udah buta ya udah. Mau musuhnya kena tag drone juga lu nggak bakal tahu karena lu buta total. Tapi drone Shiba ketemu OP-nya Easy mulu, jadi bisa aware mereka ya. Untungnya si Easy nggak berhasil nyulik sih tadi. Pas agresif juga dia nggak dapet culik. Pas dia mau nyulik, si Shiba lewat, udah ketahuan AWP di drone akhirnya di rada-rada menit-menit akhir gitu. Dia nahan dulu di drone. Kecek KP mah biasa, beda tebel doang ya, bener, beda tebel. Blind Omen sama Reyna itu jatuhnya Vision Steel, Flash kayak Phoenix sama, kalau Phoenix sama Bridge ya gitulah pokoknya. Kalau blindnya Brimstone bisa lihat nggak kan, Brimstone nggak bisa nge-flash. Bang nanti bakal main New World gak bang? Emang seru ya New World itu ya? Gue udah sering lihat sih, cuman Gak tahu juga sih.
Buat beli permen Om Kumis.
Hah? Buat beli permen. Irham. Thank you Irham buat beli permen. Thank you Irham. Makasih banyak. Mantap. Jangan salah lo, kalau gue di meja gue ada permen, sehari habis sama gue. Kayak semua orang tuh kayak heran gitu sama gue. Kalau misalkan ada permen di meja gue nih, sehari bisa langsung habis aja. Kayak gue tuh orangnya kalau misalkan ada permen, ambil depan PC, kayak lagi gabut diam itu kayak comot satu, kelar, comot lagi, comot. Bisa itu kayak satu bungkus gede gitu bisa habis dalam, ya bentaran doang sama gue. Jelek katanya New World mah iya. Suka ngemut ya Bang Il. Vlog anjing. Bang Sosiabas sama sebenarnya potongannya gedean mana? Gak tau gue. Gue belum pernah nyoba narik duit di Sosiabas sih. Soalnya gue baru pakai Sosiabas juga kayak baru bentar, jadi gak tau gue. Makanya dikunyah jadi makin cepet habis sih. Betul. Assalamualaikum Mas Agil dari Jaktim, saya mau nanya earphone Razer Hammer apa gitu ambil gak ya? Razer Hammerhead ya? Razer Hammerhead oke kok. Cuman gua waktu itu lebih suka pakai HyperX karena kalau pakai earphone itu suka lepas kuping mana, kuping kiri apa kuping kanan gitu. Jadi salah satu kuping gua nih ada yang suka lepas-lepas, tapi salah satunya tuh pakem aja gitu. Gue juga ngerti dah. Tapi terakhir pas gue pakai yang earbuds HyperX lebih enak di kuping gue. Cuman ya kalau suara Hammerhead enak juga kok. Oke. Dava MVP ya. Dava MVP-nya guys. Dava MVP karena dia banyak bunuh juga sih. Walaupun dia ada blunder juga sih. Cuman lu ngerokok ya Gil? Gak. Gue gak ngerokok guys. Dulu iya, sekarang tapi enggak. Kalau gue enak permen mints, enak tuh sambil ngunyah. Permen mints. Anjir Aron. Nice. Hype banget tuh pas itu. Ya kita gedein lagi sore. Kacamata Dava yang copot, iya. Rokok daging ya gitu, enggak cok. Menang. Lu kuping baru goblok. Nggak rapat kuping lu, kagak tahu cok. Salah lo. Halo Bang Alberto, halo Peter WJ, halo welcome. Kangen main LAN nggak Mas Gil? Kangen.
I agree. I mean,
Pelernya
I thought
panas tuh.
SMB needed to keep things simple, and their playstyle did. But I think opening up Haven in a game against PRX, just a map that's so spread out and allows all these aggressive plays to be made, I think they should have gone with one of the more open maps where they can aim and focus on mid-gaming. I mean, I know Ascent was taken out of the pool, but honestly, like Breeze might be a better choice for them, which is what PRX picked next.
Well, that was a hell of a map, and Bala is standing by to give you guys some post-map analysis.
Well, you guys already did a whole of that, so let's go ahead and do a little bit more, right? Because you guys are talking about the ebb and flow, about how to play passive, how to play aggressive. So I got two
permen Dynamite di dalamnya coklat enak banget. Gua mah permen apa aja lah. Permen kopi kue gue sikat guys.
In this matchup. So let's take stock of the first round. We've got everybody grouped up a lobby, just one turret from the SMB side watching the flank, so they clearly want to set up and go long the entire time. So let's go ahead and roll it.
Kacamata Dava emang kayak ada patah gitu gak sih? Dia kayak ada tambelan gitu kacamata. Bang itu Audio-Technica bisa sih headset caster ya. Mari kita lihat dulu. Mungkin enak goblok. Beres butuh bootcamp di Eropa lebih lama biar makin tajam mainnya dan gameplaynya. Iya betul, setuju. True. Saya besok mah boy. Super. Halo. Anjing nih tiap scene ini nih monitor dia tuh kayak gerak-gerak gini. Gue berasa kayak monitor gue mundur anjing. Bangsat nih. Dia kayak ngambil angle itu kamera gini. Jadi gue kayak berasa kok monitor gue mundur anjing.
Before the trigger comes, Izzy is coming around the corner. Before that flash is there, yes, they try to follow it up, but
Sabun.
playing anti-flash. So again, Izzy is going to come with his operator and try to clear this corner before.
Ibarat kayak lu naik mobil depan, mobil samping lu maju, tapi lu berasa mobil lu yang mundur karena lu ngeliat mobil sebelah lu maju nih. Sama kayak gue nih. Gara-gara kameranya gerak-gerak, gue berasa kayak monitor gue kayak. Bismillah VCT Indo tahun depan lah, amin. Sama Agil nggak pakai barang terlarang kah? Apa tuh barang terlarang guys? 50.000 bukan 50.000. Baru game pertama ya. Berasa kayak motion sickness.
Garage is clear and also trying to trigger divide a flash through, trying to make sure that they collapse and actually spring the traps that Paper Rex has. So that's multiple things. Go ahead and roll the map. That's multiple things thrown into this garage. They're trying to, you know.
Banggil kalau nyabu di rumah sendiri atau rumah temen goblok. Aku nggak seperti itu guys.
What does that leave? Pause it real quick. What does that leave Paper Rex to think, right?
Jadi ikutan pusing gara-gara analogi lu gitu. Itu beneran cok. Itu yang gue rasakan aja. Ini kalau menang lanjut Desember ya. Iya kayaknya.
Gorgeous round from Paper Rex. Go ahead and roll it, and we'll watch all the different POVs as they play out. It's a nice.
Stream lu kok aman Gil? Emang kenapa?
Up at the top of the screen, 25 seconds left.
Twist kaget nggak emnya? Sakit. Monitor tepat 240 dong. Agil nggak nyabu cuy, cuma jarang makan aja bener.
SMB was trying to get that utility out from them, and because of that, over and over and over, you have Paper Rex springing at the last second rather than early in the round.
Let's go.
They had to stop that aggression down source. I think this type of passive play from Paper Rex worked out really well
because of SMB's attempt
to play into their play style.
Kenapa bang? Bang lihat video IG Valorant Indonesia apa tuh?
Yeah, he had the perfect clips to describe what I was talking about because he showed the last round of regulation that Paper Rex played on their defensive side, and the same exact thing happened in OT, right? Where they just played really passive and they read out the C pop coming in from SMB. And yeah, when SMB is hitting the C site because they have no map control, because they're running the single initiator comp, they're just running into a stack. 3-4 players from Paper Rex, both of those rounds were at C.
And it's also where do you go from there? Because if you want to keep being aggressive, but you know that they have not used their utility,
Indonesia mana sih?
Sure that is going to be a good option.
Well, we're moving on to map 2 here, Breeze. Now, this
Kenapa kalau Indonesia?
SMB's pardon my language. I meant PRX's
PRX
here. Now, they won the first.
Terus makan permen karet mulu diabetes kagak.
They have to play on the map, but they're not usually that comfortable with Kukuka. Do you think this is concerning for them?
Kro bermasalah mulu streamnya emang iya.
Could be. Definitely we're gonna see some change. I don't think.
Saya nggak nobar sama bapaknya Pak Ayap goblok.
We're not gonna see Turco Viper. I mean, I think that in that case, Turco should go on.
Banggil tuh kacamata lu minus apa anti radiasi? Minus.
It is concerning because they've
thumbnail orang live abu-abu semua. Emang iya.
They didn't even know how to attack the map, to be honest.
Oh iya ya.
Yeah, and on a map where
YouTube
Paper
lagi error ya guys ya. Oh iya lu bener aja.
And Forsaken has no footage that SMB has looked at. We looked at that clip that Bala just broke down. The way Izzy peeked into that corner, that's a preparation peek. They're not going to have that here on Breeze.
Iya, abu-abu semua ya. Kenapa ya?
If he wants to make it.
But Sean, you know, you also made that point that you feel
Kro kena tumbal
this
YouTube.
would actually suit SMB best.
Pasti nama-namanya Nobar.
I just think because as a pack, you know,
Kro sama Kevin lu juga teori thumbnail. Tahu lah. Kayak semua emang kayak dari YouTube deh. Gara-gara lu live kayak Mas Gil goblok. Lu juga abu-abu bang, iya. Diserang gangster Brazil. YouTube lagi error thumbnail karena kebanyakan streamer yang subata. Patah-patah emang iya patah-patah guys. Emang patah-patah guys? Enggak kan? Bitrate gua aman sih, stabil kok.
Because sometimes I felt like
OBS gue hijau semua.
I think in the first 4 rounds they looked really sketchy, and then at that
Kagak,
point
oke,
they
mantap.
settled things back
Lancar Tuhan,
really
siap.
passively, and when the fights came
Pada
to
cosplay
them,
manusia
they looked
silver.
great. But they didn't have the cohesion to create those good fights on their executes and on their defensive side, and that's where they struggled. I think those fights are
Iore, patah-patah mah Iore ya, bukan gua ya.
Well, we are heading into
Tuan stream apa pernah error
agent
Ami.
select now, and of course it says 100%.
Kita lihat nih Breeze map pick dari PRX.
And Benkai has moved over to the Killjoy. Now it says 100% because they've only ever played this map once, and Kakuka, they're changing things up.
Yeah, they're changing things up. Literally what I wanted from them, Brave on the controller, Russ on the
Benkai
Sova
the
for
IGL.
Cypher, something that I honestly love. And my question is Turco going to go for
Bang, kalau misalkan tactical post coach lawan boleh ngomong nggak? Boleh harusnya.
really valuable pick here?
Icebox di ban kayaknya ya. Gua nggak lihat sih tadi ban mapnya, nggak lihat apa aja. Cuman yang pasti mainnya map. Habis ini Breeze. Map ketiga gua nggak tahu apa. SMB atau PRX? PRX dong.
10.000 dari Trust Boy. Pesan, Jadon harus ada yang ngedisiplinin kayak Sazam ngedisiplinin Tens gak sih Mas Gil?
Kayaknya sebenarnya Jason disiplin juga sebenarnya. Cuman kayaknya emang dari timnya emang ngebutuhin Jason main kayak gitu juga sebenarnya, dan karena emang playstyle dia juga, dan takutnya kalau misalkan dia mainnya terlalu takut malah jadi nggak bunuh kayak gitu. Takutnya yang sayangkan seperti itu. Icebox sama ban di ban. Oh. Coach bantu Igal bantu coach buat taktik gak? Tergantung, bisa aja Igal sama coachnya kayak suka ngobrol bareng gitu, bisa kok. Maksudnya map PRX atau SMB? SMB. Ini mapnya SMB. Sorry, map PRX nih, picknya PRX nih. Map pertama tadi map picknya si SMB. Terus menurut Jordi Alvino.
Tante Beni, tante kita semua asteris.
Tante Beni, tante kita semua. Blok anjing, Tante Beni, Tante Beni. Thank you Tante Beni. Ah, mampus lu. Pick sini, pick. Aduh. Jason mati doh. Aduh, Shiba tidak kabur, nggak bisa kabur juga sih, posisi udah posisi susah itu. Susah. Bisa nggak ya? Udah ngeding lagi. Ente dah, ente. Java udah ngincer kill doang, ini nggak ngincer menangnya. Ente. Bang, kalau turunnya terus ke berat boker, taktikal apa teknikal? Gak tau. Tat pertanyaannya. Ya kalau bisa jangan boker, anjing boker sebelum tanding, cok. Ketek 2 kali, kesian ya. SMB nggak agresif kok, bisa nyuri poin di defender, Banggil. Karena emang nggak semua harus agresif, tergantung orang sebenarnya. Sebenarnya main nahan juga bisa kan, nahan angle, main AWP juga bisa. Cuman kalau emang playstyle dari orangnya sendiri suka begitu ya, kenapa enggak? Teknikal gak sih kalau bukan, anjing masih udah mikirin, gue nggak tahu, udah bodo amat tai. Taktikal 1 menit belum ya. Maksudnya teknikal harusnya itu. Rus. Pick terus Bang Rus.
Just drags him down to the shadow realm. We've got the marshals we already know are super deadly. Shiba puts his life on the line.
Sayang banget Shiba langsung ngeding enggak. Padahal baru dapat Vandal langsung ngeding enggak. Ente. Nah, sekarang kalau ada penonton ngaruh signifikan, ngaruh signifikan. Soalnya kan penonton berisik kan. Jadi kalau lu nggak pakai ya, ntar suara-suara penontonnya kedengaran juga, jadi kayak kayak keberisikan lah jadinya gitu ya. Terus susah denger step dan lain-lain gitu lah. Lebih malu nge-wave atau cepirit lah. Spirit. Tapi kan yang namanya perut tiba-tiba mulus gimana ya, udah teknikal lah anjing, serah kalian lah mau teknikal taktikal lah. Kayaknya harus ada kecil dikit biar adminnya panik, kayak ada bau-bau apa nih gitu nih. Dan kita lihat gak boleh, itu ada bau-bau kan, bau apa nih kita admin nih. Toing ente. Aduh anjing lah. Aduh, Jason yang mati lagi. Aduh. Terlihat seperti kepala ya. Bonus round loh ini, bonus round, jangan kalah dong. Nice. Nice. Nice. Aduh, tapi Benkai di mana Benkai? Benkai masih di mid. Si Sirus kenapa tuh? Udah ketahuan satu di tangga, setelah nggak tahu di mana. Musuhnya juga nggak tahu nih Benkai di mana nih. What? Dua-duanya nyadarnya barengan lagi. Ah, ini menang Paura sih.
Yeah, he may only have that Spectre, but the HP is low, and that's a great shot. The perfect Red Bull clutch coming in for Pora, and he'll be happy with that one and converting the bonus.
Lagi itu dah anjing ngilu banget. Waktu kecil tau boka di channel gak bang? Tahu lah. Goblok.
Again, Seekers come through. There's not an awful lot garnered on the back of it.
At
this point, I think
normal
actually
Viper.
maybe 10 seconds offbeat from where we'd expect them to find this entry.
Dunia apa
I
coba?
think the flash actually comes through here. That's exactly what they were waiting for, and so they had to freeze.
Shoot. Rahangnya udah mau copot anjing. Pemain CSGO yang paling lu dambakan dulu Corsair, sekarang Simple. Corsair, Simple, ZOWIE udah tuh. Jadi jauh Titan anjing barusan si Paura. Oh itu gue pernah sih guys. Gue tanding di mana sih namanya itu ya? Ice BSD. Terus temen gue dari Lil Jaka nih. Temen gue ada yang makan ke Prabon. Lagi tanding sakit perut anaknya. Tapi untungnya pas tanding udah kelar boker kayak. Kebetulan teman jadi jauh Titan iya. Kayaknya Ior kayak sakit perut juga deh. Maka waktu itu siapa yang makan beberapa ya? Ior, Agung, sama si Albert kayak. Terus boker anjing sakit perut. Tapi ya itu untung nggak pas lagi tengah tanding sakit perut, maksudnya mungkin ditahan kayaknya karena sebelumnya udah ke toilet dulu gitu. Bang lu asal mana sih? Kok orang mana ya gue? Gue orang mana ya guys ya? Gak tau guys, gue orang Jakarta lah guys. Bokap gue orang Surabaya. Tapi ya gue di sini-sini aja dari dulu. Ketahuan gak? Mati nih Rus nih. Mamam lu. Mampus lu kena bait ya. Kalau boker lama gimana bang? Masih tungguin gak? Tahu diri sih. Biasa kan dikasih tahu udah mau mulai ini 10 menit lagi ya, dia boker ya buru-buru lah gitu. Nggak sampai 15 menit juga boker ya anjing. Walaupun belum kelar yang penting udah boker lah anjir. Orang aring nggak goblok. Info kosan di Surabaya ngentai mana gue tahu ya anjay. Bypass coach bisa ngomong ya, bukannya cuma taktikal. Bypass nggak bisa setahu gue. Bypass nggak bisa kok. Coach cuma boleh ngomong ketika pas lagi taktikal dong. Bypass pun nggak boleh. Kalau bypass boleh mah tiap round si coachnya bisa ngasih tahu mulu ini itu gitu, jadi nggak boleh. Kosan si Dedi itu di Surabaya. Nah, kenapa tuh? Lah. Tuh kosan Dedi apa namanya gue kagak tahu guys. Wah, ngelek streamingannya anjir. Gue kira gue buffering tadi. Off the back of tunnel, they could have tried to push and pull the rotations. Maybe just exploratory for these main rounds coming up, the rifle rounds on the horizon, maybe confirming some of the suspicions they had leading into this. But we'll see. Phantom. Again. BTW hari ini Oni Phantom nongol di store gue guys, gila gua lumayan seneng sih walaupun. Tapi buat apa juga ya ada skin ya orang gue gak main juga gitu ya. Info kosan dekat Venus bang, tapi jangan horor sama jangan ada maling anjing.
and try and open some of these rounds up because right now everything's
Tengahin dulu boker, iya udah kayak spike diffuse lu boker, tengahin dulu guys. Oh udah. Jason kaget gak di flash? Kayaknya si Alex ngomong mulu tuh dia lagi ini kayaknya lagi VCS kayaknya. Salam Resident Slayer. Nado ngefans sama gua. Aduh, kok map kayak PRX malah PRX dibantai ya guys ya.
Top up on the HP, 3 players very present in mid, and they've got the 4th kind of in support. They are all over the map right now. Forsaken.
Aduh, sabun dikit. Mending lu beli gak Bang Oni Phantomnya daripada nyesel kamu sih lagi. Udah gue beli. Salam Resident lu 100% aim lu kayak agil goblok. Tapi di Salam Resident ada setannya guys. Nih korbannya si Pucek Rabbit nih, fucking Rabbit nih korbannya nih. Korban dihantui. Flash pick. Di flash balik, kabur, ulti. Kalau Davai bunuh killnya enak tuh, menang nih Ron, gampang nih. Aron, ayo Aron, bisa ya Ron. Bisa Okdart, di flash buta. 10 detik, dengan 10 detik Aron susah sih masang, gimana masangnya nih? Susah, udah gak ada waktu. Aron pusing guys. Itu namanya ditarik ulur guys. Tarik ulur. Sana narik, sana ulur. Yang ono narik, yang ono ulur. Sibanya tidak bunuh lagi. Aduh, tidak Siba. Bang Prosman kapan KH masih kuarantin? Besok dia udah kelar quarantine tau gue.
Izzy, I think being the only person to peek towards A, and again the biggest indicator on this map in particular is
kenapa nggak ulti? Nggak tahu lah.
What's behind it?
Koagil kenal Inyoman Aditya kah? Inyoman ya tahu.
Really good telltale signs of what's going to come from Paper X, and Izzy sitting as long as he did, I think told Supermassive players everything they need to know.
Semua naga perus naga enggak guys. Aduh, ada ketapel guys.
Brave actually got him on the way out too. Brave is just the turret, the immovable object. They're going to try and pour some utility towards
him, but he's just
ada ketapel. There's no way in. Paper X try to make something happen.
Anjir lah.
Absolutely nothing.
Tejo halo tuh.
The last man here. Sheriff in hand.
Bang katanya mau ke tim Cina kagak. Aduh, sabun.
SMB will close out a prime gaming flawless.
Cypher babi memang jadi ketapel nih. Apa cyphernya Napski kali ya? Tuh Amperonnya mulai anjing masih. Anjing. Anjing si Brave pun sampai kayak what the fuck is this man? Ini gue main Valo apa main AMLab kata nih anjing. Ada yang nanya aku Bang Delia itu siapa? Bang lu masih di sini masih.
I don't want to say a one-sided start to the prior map, but it was, you know, some rounds really strung together for both sides. But
naga kaku, teori naga kaku.
And considering this is their map choice, I kind of expected a little more here.
Untung miss anjir.
Gets away with his life and actually does damage to
headshot tapi true wall anjir. Udah ketahuan kayak kamera dihancurin. Langsung di smoke tunnelnya. Coba creeping ke arah double door. Mainnya nyolong doang sih. A-nya ada di ulti, Jasonnya mati. Wah, Jason mati gak? Tapi udah di trade kill lagi sih, udah. B-nya clear sudah tahu nih harusnya. Yang jadi masalah, apakah dia bisa retake kayak di ulti? Nice. Ada ulti Aron ya. Naga keram di ulti. Shiba belum bunuh, udah mau di ulti Sova. Shiba ada ulti juga. Shiba ada ulti, bisa main ngendok. Shiba udah sekarat. Belum ketemu musuh udah sekarat Shiba. Oh nggak bisa dia mesti ngedes balik. Lumayan dengan delay, susah sih ini. Nice, dapat satu deh, lumayan. Susah udah susah ronnya. Udah ke delay banget soalnya ada ulti Viper. Dan dia mesti kabur juga dari ulti Killjoy gitu ya. Udah kebuang waktu banget ya buat hindarin ulti Killjoy, belum lagi buat dia clearin side-nya masuk ke ulti Viper anjing. Kalau dia maksa ya, kalau dia maksa buat menangin round ini. Tapi mahal roundnya, iya soalnya dia buang ulti, buang 2 ulti. Tapi nggak apa-apa lah, yang penting menang. Gila naga merah. Satu doang yang pakai Phantom si Brave. Sisanya naga merah. 3 Vandal merah, 1 OP merah, 1 Oni. Sponsored by naga merah ini.
Look at they're paying no respect to this Viper on A whatsoever. I mean, actually, initially now, I'm not sure what the catalyst was there to draw 4 players because.
Jason bis kemarin tadi pagi mau gue jadi Batman. Please jawab guys, apa tuh? QKZ AK6 apalagi tuh? QKZ itu apa? Earphone ya? Kalau colokan cuma satu berarti gampang. Kalau misalkan lu pakai soundcard HyperX dia soalnya split, nggak butuh splitter lagi dia, cuma 1 lubang. Nice. Oh kok nice sih? Wah kenapa nih? Wah bahaya nih, bahaya guys. Apakah map 3 apa ya tadi ya? Mentang-mentang ada Blaze namanya pakai naga merah. Bener sih. Gara-gara Blaze-Blazean jadi dia sosok naga merah nih. Iya Banggil. Pokoknya kalau misalkan lu punya earphone colokannya cuma 1 jack doang, berarti kalau lu kayak pakai contoh soundcard HyperX berarti harusnya nggak butuh splitter lagi karena HyperX itu colokannya cuma 1 juga gitu. Split. Agil tuh nge SMP enggak, gue tadi salah ngira anjing goblok. Split HyperX ya gue ya. Lumayan sih harusnya. Ora sakit bacok, iya cok, jago anjing. Tai.
Mind Freak and the rest of the gang all just around the corner here, so they now know what's coming their way. Izzy just fires off a shot, hoping for the best. Timing is everything, and does he just get the pixel out of place? Counts the timing right, he gets the pixel. It's Mind Freak, instant trade. Device right there.
Mungkin tembusin, Jason bunuh 1 lumayan. Jason pakai Phantom nggak? Burungnya nyangkut. Jason bunuh. Aduh. Waduh. Ras jago guys, Ras ini jago nih guys.
Again revealed flash, the seekers come through, not able to convert that. Again, yes, it was a prominent issue in Haven, but Forsaken just not landing the shots necessary.
Tuh kalau 3 ring itu serius nggak bisa jalannya.
First one from Russ is disgusting.
Teori naga merah guys.
Huge round from Russ there.
Crispy anjing, ayamnya crispy.
And now, I mean, SMB already started running away.
Hari-hari di ban.
Position really where mathematically it becomes.
Salah pada pakai Phantom di sini. Cuman kata Aaron kemarin kayak orang luar kayak mau mapnya apapun itu, walaupun map yang long range itu tetap pada pakai Phantom gitu, kayak nggak peduli anjing. Makanya kayak walaupun map bridge kayak duelnya jauh-jauh tetap pada pakai Phantom karena ya kayak nggak tahu sih, kayak nggak peduli gitu anjir. Salah pada pakai Phantom sini ya. Kenapa bau gini? Grips M-Lock anjing. Soundcard bisa buat HP Banggil? Enggak bisa. Soalnya soundcard kan ujungnya USB-nya kan USB yang kayak nyolok buat ke PC gitu. Kalau ke handphone mah tinggal colok aja, nggak butuh soundcard biasa mah orang. Halo Bang, halo Yorek. Halo Bang Yorek. Timeout tuh batasin berapa kali? Mungkin 2 kali ya. Kayak 2 kali deh. Terus sekali ya. Harusnya sih kayak 2 kali deh. Kayak attacker sekali, jatuhin sekali, defender sekali. Cuman walaupun lo mau pakai 2 kali di attacker kayak juga boleh. Tapi intinya ntar udah habis gitu. Kalau laptop gaming perlu soundcard juga nggak sih? Perlu, tetap perlu guys. Dicari Papa Pelek sama Rafli. Pelek. Akhirnya lihat panggil live lagi. Halo Dina. Iya nih. Udah lama, gabut anjing. Dia live aja udah. Bahasa nggak jelas biasa lah. Bayangin HP dibolongin USB mantep momen. Biasa kan semangat juga nonton Bang Aaron ini. Gabut. Bener kan gabut. Pernah lihat YouTuber bilang peluru Vandal kalau satu peluru pertama miss long range sudah susah katanya. Soalnya Vandal pelurunya rada random kan. Teman-teman ngambut sih nanti deh. Ntar aduh Siba belum bunuh tidak. Aduh.
He's having a mare. Oof. You don't love to see it. 9-1.
Kok bisa gabut kan gua latihan soalnya guys. Mau balik zaman-zaman Excel kah enggak dia anjir. Kagak jokes.
Yep. It's a bit of a shame to see. As I said, it just feels like
tuh anak mana cepak anjir. Blok nih penonton gue nih anjing bener ya. Telepon Siba, aduh Siba padahal tadi map pertama lagi jadi guard sekarang jadi dok lagi dia tidak. Kagak soalnya Bang Gis sahabat pertanyaan soundcard mulu.
They're not just holding passive positions. I don't know if this is
good. Lah kok teknikal tiba-tiba? Kenapa nih?
They've got the lean back.
Oh, ada masalah nih.
Who'd have thought the first big one would happen in one of our games?
It may not be.
Selama kalau zaman lu di CSGO misalkan selama round udah mulai tapi lu belum terjadi kontak antar player yang ngurangin darah, itu bisa di rollback roundnya kayak masih oke. Tapi ketika lu udah ada tembak-tembakan tiba-tiba nge-lag atau gimana, itu udah nggak boleh di rollback. Nah kalau tadi jatuhnya si PRX sama si Sumarekon Mall Bekasi ini belum ada yang kurang darah kan, jadi kalau di rollback masih cengli nih harusnya. Aaron bongong-bongong bayar.
So we've got a 9-1 to break down here, High Park. Okay, you know what? Let me put you on the spot here.
Okay.
The analyst dream.
Kalau lagi potong rambut teman-temannya nggak ngaceng lagi nonton live lagi goblok anjing bangsat.
They've got one round. What do they need to do?
They win map 3.
SMB Bekasi.
Yeah, that's how they don't lose here.
You really laid it out for me here because being quite genuine in this, I don't know how to.
Aaron muka beres. Mas Pok minum arak dulu, goblok arak gak aja. Tahu kameramen suka sama Aaron nih gini. Ini malah lempar-lemparan ini lagi, hand warmer. Aaron nggak ngasih halo ke Tuhan nih. Nah kalau lagi tag post ini boleh boker anjing. Masih bahas boker anjing. Mau ditusbol nih, hati-hati nih Aaron nih. Di hotelnya dia room berapa ya katanya aja.
Every time it happens, Supermassive players will find the opener or they'll shut down the first. Again, the fact that it's usually kind of Mind Freak that falls, you remove the utility factor. What do? They got to rely on gunfights, and I'm not seeing them win gunfights in map 2. So all of those successes they found on Haven, I don't feel as if they're able to really put themselves in a position.
Kayak Jeremy Teti bangsat nih. Gila dia punya mata sih bagus banget dah. Itu Jeremy Teti versi laki banget anjing Jeremy Teti cok. Jeremy Teti tapi versi lebih laki dan matanya lebih lentik gitu anjir. Matanya bagus cok. Jeremy Teti. Jeremy Teti pakai tato aja, kayak pedo bukannya. Kenapa Agil dicap streamer G dan Kro? Streamer G dan Kro pas awal Valorant sama iya. Oh blok anjing. Jeremy tete anjing goblok. Eh, bahaya nih tete aja lu.
Absolute, you know, from
Hati-hatilah mengisi BBM anjing goblok. Jeremy Teti kalau pakai Jeremy pakai tato jadi Jeremy tato gak keren, mantap nih. Oh jadi masa lupa jok Sky burung dulu ya kata-kata zaman dulu Sky baru ada Sky terus flash Sikra biasa tuh burung-burung ala apalah jadiin burung-burung 93 terus comeback gak nih? Gue sedikit kurang yakin di Breeze ini kayak map 3 deh, map 3 sih. Map 3 baru menang dari sini. Apa sih nunjuk-nunjuk apa sih? Anjir, maksudnya apa tuh? Bangsat di flexing jam tangan gak? Dengan PD-nya dia nunjuk gitu. Apa anjing goblok? Minta dibunuh anjing ya. Minta dicopet anjing. Jamnya Richard Mill anjing tapi. Anjas. Ria nih pamer mulu setan. Kalau lu flexing apa nggak ada gua. Siba udah bunuh belum sih guys? Siba udah bunuh belum tadi? Gua lupa lihat skor lagi tadi. Flexing brewok kalau lagi nggak dirampok nangis. Jamnya beli di Glodok tuh. Flexing burung, flexing kontol goblok. Tiba lagi mikir nih kapan gue bunuh anjing katanya bangsat deh. Lagi mikir kok gue tadi jadi God sekarang jadi dok lagi katanya anjing. Dong gak nyopet blok anjing. Jam dapat dari Ciki bangsat. Sabar weh. Coba kita lihat nih Siba udah bunuh dulu ya. Gue lupa anjing.
Again, so much to say about 9-1. That's when I'm going to start opening up the hashtag to people at home.
Scoreboard please, scoreboard.
Really hit that low point when
itu minuman di samping coach boleh diminum apa kagak boleh lah. Masa juga pajangan dong kesian banget.
9-1 though, we kind of pick things right back up where we left off. PaperX, well, they are left without a response at most of the time. Their money has been broken. It's been few and far between these buy rounds, and when it's been these buy rounds, they've been
Siba emang jenis anjing kan nih benar.
categorically SMB looking. The flag is
Jason bunuh. Ih, timing banget itu. Jason kalau geser dikit bunuh anjir. Nggak nge-spot kalangan pintu bangsat. Ngilu ya mati. Paura sih sakit loh, tai. Nggak jelas. Ini Paura kayak Raffi tai Sentinel tapi tembakannya tajam anjir.
4v5 PaperX and ultimates available. Couple of light, actually only one light armor in the hands of Divide, but you got a question.
Kalau dibawa ke hotel sama semua boleh diminum, boleh gil minumnya boleh lah.
Financial discussion, but Russ
nggak ada nggak boleh.
Spot that with this purchase.
Tuh lihat tuh tembakannya tuh anjir. The fuck man.
After map 1, maybe just thinking nah, not going to be messing around anymore. Finally goes down to Benkai.
Paura nih.
Sentinel
tembakan kencang. Aaron mati sih. Anjing timing banget gak? Wah kok jadi pada jago gini musuhnya. Ternyata jadi God musuhnya. Siba belum bunuh ternyata Siba, please Siba. Kenapa kamu jadi dok sekarang? Tidak. Siba, please. Let's go Siba. Oh kejedot anjing si Izzy. Oh gila nih si gue banget anjing timingnya. Aaron bisa bunuh itu. Siba bangun hei. Anjir. Anjos.
Lockdown available as well for Benkai, but again with the way this has gone, I don't think PaperX.
Kalau mbak catchernya boleh dibungkus gak? Banggil sih. Mana aku tahu, coba aja tuh. Nego dulu ya mungkin bisa.
pop towards pyramids. Actually, oh,
Anjing.
Izzy just hopped right into that.
Ulti ya temannya bos.
Luckily, not
Gak
gonna
apa-apa
do it.
kata si Izzy gak apa-apa ulti gue terus gak
At least
apa-apa.
respect it. It's at least forced him away from the site for now. So Spike can go
Kakuka.
down. PaperX actually will get into a decent.
Pilih Mia kalau bisa.
Will eventually get the spike down and get into a decent post plant situation. So there is that bonus.
Blok
We haven't really seen
anjing.
5 alive post plant until this point.
Snake bites to rely on, and that lockdown now comes into play, and it's a huge component considering the Hunter's Fury on the side of Russ.
Siba ini posisi paling susah sih. Siba sih udah nggak bunuh-bunuh, posisinya nggak enak lagi di situ jaganya. Mindfreak di sini mencoba membunuh. Jason di sini mencoba right click, left click. Tapi harus mati. Tapi di sini Siba juga belum bunuh ya guys ya.
Consolation, a lifeline, however you want to look at it. Regardless, that scoreline not looking good at all for PaperX.
Pasti hatinya si Siba ini lagi kayak anjing. Kayak anjing lah, oke gue pengen bunuh cok. Bunuh satu ya gitu. Biasa kayak orang-orang seperti ini yang lagi belum bunuh kayak udah 0-10. Itu dia pasti mainnya bakal kayak lebih gerasak-gerusuk dikit. Ketika dia ada satu momen dimana dia tahu dia bisa bunuh orang, kayak dia tahu bunuh orang, misalkan mau tahu orangnya sekarat, terus dia jadi kayak lebih gerasak-gerusuk karena dia pengen banget ngincer kill gitu. Terus gara-gara itu, jadi ntar dia malah mati lagi gitu gak?
Yeah, I mean everything I thought
Siba lagi cooldown.
They just won all of the gunfights in mid. It's not like
Bisnya jadi god lagi, amin. Siba udah gak peduli nih matchnya menang apa kalah, cuman pengen bunuh. Bener nih, gue setuju nih. Si Siba udah kayak anjing pusing banget gue nih. Gue gak peduli lah gue kalah dah, yang penting gue bunuh dulu lah.
For them here completely. And also we saw PaperX doing a little bit of what they were doing in Haven. They do have the utility to try and do those fakes, but we saw on the other side an SMB with very slow and well-paced rotations, not taking risks when they are not needed, and very well for them. I'm actually concerned because the fact that they banned this breeze on the first encounter and now
nangis gue anjing jadi Siba, first half gak nge-kill. Sama anjing. Kena, pasti dia ada kena inilah, kena mental anjing nih.
A promising sign for SMB is Russ is coming in hot this game. He looks really good, especially in these A retakes. There was 2 of them.
Ceweknya lumayan gitu. Emang pinter si Riot nih nyari talent cewek. Pinter loh. Nyomot dari mana coba dia? Si Russ nih. Oh Russ tuh sih ini yang tadi flexing jam ya.
Also we love to see a double operator on defense. It's kind of nasty, but I mean it's also very effective. So.
Durhaka sih gak info ke orang tua sebelum kalau ikut prosin. Emang durhaka guys. Bisa aja kayak kalau lu kasih tahu lu bakal nggak dikasih main gitu, jadi kayak lebih baik lu diem aja gitu. Aduh baru dia ngomongin tadi yang sekarang dihujat lagi. Terus mirip Tarik, iya dari tadi gue juga mikir ini mirip siapa ya ini orang ya. Woi Banggel, yuhu juga yuhu. Ina sendiri tan cewek yang salah milih. Inul nih bener Inul nih. Senggares gak kelihatan datu ya, Senggares sih tetap terlihat muda loh. Ini kenapa lagi streamingnya nih? Ini bukan internet gue ya guys, ini emang dari Valorant ya nge-lag anjing nih. Dia buta gak? Siba mati lagi tidak, 0-11. Dan gue bilang tuh guys, ketika lu sangat ingin membunuh orang, jadinya lu jadi kayak suka overextend, ngambil duel aim ke orang gitu. Karena lu pengen dalam hati lu kayak gue mesti bunuh gitu. Kayak contoh barusan tuh, dia tahu musuh di situ dia masih adu terus kan, gara-gara dia pengen bunuh cok. Sehingga umur 30-an kayaknya. Patah-patah dari patah-patah dari sono ya bukan? Si Izzy. What the fuck?
Izzy, man, what a game from him. And he was struggling in the last one. He was doing okay at keeping Forsaken tamed at times, but nice to see.
Kasih gua kata Izzy.
Eats the flash, but
1 HP gak?
I mean, Device 1 HP.
without the dream.
There is no dream. There is just Izzy and SMB make it to 11, and it's a flawless start to the second half.
Indeed, and good progress. 4 kills for Izzy.
Tapi dulu gue pernah tur nih CSGO ya guys. Gue pernah first half nggak bunuh sama sekali. Gue 0-15 guys. Itu gue kayak kepala gue panas banget, kayak ngapain aja mati gitu kayak. Di situ kayak dalam hati kayak anjing masa nggak bunuh-bunuh sih bangsat gitu-gitu, kayak ke pressure sendiri gitu anjing. Ini sama nih si Siba juga pernah kayak gini lagi nih. 0-15 gua waktu itu pernah anjing. Mati gue tiap round cok. Lu maju mulu mati. Wah ente dah. Siba baru mulai udah mau sekarat. Tidak Siba. Siba darah udah tinggal 24 Siba. Baru mulai udah sekarat. Siba langsung ngacir. Aku tidak mau mati katanya. Aku sudah sekarat. Aku tidak mau 0-13 katanya. Aku mau kabur yang jauh. Itu Siba. Siba mau nyoba nge-pick mid lagi. Nggak logis nih orang. Oh, ragu-ragu di sini ada keraguan dari Siba kan? Siba. Siba. Bangsat nih. Benkai tidak. Siba, where are you Siba? Siba di mana guys? Masuk di one tap Siba tidak. Ente banget bos. Wah Siba ente lah. Lupa Siba. Siba ini round yang harus lu bunuh ya Siba. Let's go. Siba ayo 0-12 ternyata bukan 13, 0-12 guys. Siba ayo Siba please. Let's go Siba. Nggak ada duit lagi ini pasti nih. Tadi kan dia beli roundnya beli jatuhnya ini. Roundnya beli nggak? Maksudnya dia round sebelumnya dia beli. Karena dia pada beli Marshall nih, round ini dia duitnya juga jelek nih. Ayo. Siba beli apa? Beli Deagle. Apakah Deagle dia akan membawa dia bisa ngebunuh satu? Siba di sini. Langsung pengen nyoba ngedrone. Tapi musuhnya langsung ke A. Ini kalau A-nya rata sih Siba ntar nge-retake mati lagi sih. Siba rotate dari arah CT. Siba ngedrone dulu Cin. Drone-nya nggak ketahuan. Wah ini sih bau-bau 0-13 nih feeling gue nih. 0-13 beneran. Fuck man. Wah udah. Gak tau lagi gua. Gak tau. Sedih anjing. Sumpah lah udah. Anjing banget rasanya ini kalau gak bunuh sumpah. Wah, Siba langsung di nggak apa. Kasihan tai. Sumpah. Tuh lo lihat tadi langsung ditepok-tepokin gitu kayak nice try.
But yeah, coming to again, you've got to question the reasoning for pulling this out because it's almost a gamble, right? It's a gamble pick, and we talked about actually the map a little more towards respect on the side of SMB.
Feels bad, anjing.
We don't exactly know what's going to happen with it, but
feels bad, anjing.
our chances now coming to split. I think they need to dial back into a couple of things that
Siba pokoknya next game first round pistol dia harus bunuh. Harus udah nyender guys. Katanya nyaman kursinya nyaman. Tapi ketika lu kayak lu 0-13 gini, lu pasti kadang mikir kayak lu 13 round ini matinya ngapain aja sih? Masa gue nggak bisa bunuh satu orang pun dari 13 kali gue mati ini? Pasti kayak gitu aja, kayak mikir lagi kayak dari 13 round masa satu pun nggak ada yang bisa bunuh gitu. Pasti dia mikir juga anjing. Gue salah di mana ya gitu. Siba pakai monster Exus goblok. Siba di split juga pernah kill bodoh 2 digit itu pas lagi gue nonton juga itu nobar aja. Apa ya salah Siba cuman bau doang. Nggak tahu lah. Atau
I mean,
gua ngerti
SMB,
dah.
you kind of woke up the dragon there. So I feel like we're going to be in for
Ini
an
Siba atau
absolute
Sibani
firecracker
Rahmat?
of a third map. So guys,
Siba
just stick around
tidak.
in a moment's time after this break.
Wah,
Desk will take you
pokoknya
through
next
everything we saw,
next
maybe
dia pasti pakai ganti, dia pasti bakal ganti Corsair feeling gua satu. Terus dia harus bunuh di pistol round, wajib anjing. Overpick nggak sih bang? Nggak juga sih, nggak overpick sih dia. Dia nggak overpick tapi mati aja udah. Kalau naikin mental Shiba gimana? Ya mesti bunuh di pistol round, sumpah. Pistol round dia mesti bunuh, sumpah. Kalau di pistol round dia nggak bunuh, wah itu bahaya nih. Sumpah kalau dia pistol round nggak bunuh udah bahaya nih. Pasti masih kayak bakal ke bawah dari map yang sebelum, kayak anjing gue udah 013, pistol round pun gue nggak bunuh, kayak pistol round nggak bunuh, anti eco mati lagi. Itu udah kayak 02 kan, kayak pasti kayak anjing gue mati lagi dong, belum bunuh-bunuh nih gue. Panggil tuh Richard. Waduh, Jika ngabisin hoki di map 1. Mau ngapain aja mati, iya bener. Pokoknya nih pasti dia ini jadi penyesalan dia seumur hidup dia anjing, sumpah. Nggak mungkin dia bakal bisa lupa hal ini, dia nggak bunuh ini, karena ini turnamen penting gitu cok. Turnamen penting ditonton banyak orang, dia udah pasti kayak ini hal yang sangat-sangat memalukan gitu anjing. Embarrassing, you know, embarrassing. Halo Mas Gila, halo guys. Servernya GG ya. Hand warmernya nggak guna berarti udah Shiba udah keringetan, iya anjing. Ya pokoknya next round Shiba harus bunuh di pistol biar dia pede, sumpah. Intinya dia pasti bakal jadi kepikiran sih. Maksudnya bakal mikir kayak, kok iya sih gue sampai 013 turni besar. Pasti dia juga ngerasa nggak enak sama teammate, sumpah. Paura jadi pau god anjing, pau god, sidok, sidok anjing. Jason tidak segarang kemarin dia. Maksudnya kalau lo 013 itu di turnamen biasa-biasa kayak ya udahlah gitu. Masalahnya ini turnamen paling penting Valorant gitu, cok. Terus lu kayak nggak bunuh pasti kayak.
Gil, kalau sebagai teammate nanggepin player yang LG 0 kills gitu jemen, biar up di next match.
Han Solo, thank you Han Solo. Gil, kalau sebagai teammate nanggepin player yang kill 0 gitu gimana? Tanggepinnya ya udah guys, kayak gak tau lah. Kayak kasihan juga lah pasti sama teammate lu anjing, sumpah. Pasti kayak kasihan juga, cuman ya itu ya gimana ya? Kayak kasihan tapi juga di satu sisi kayak pasti dia juga ngerasa gak enak itu sama tim lu, kayak ngerasa. Karena gue juga pernah kayak turnamen gede gitu, gue lagi nggak perform itu pasti kayak ngerasa kayak anjing salah gue cok kayak gitu-gitu tau gak sih? Akbal kamu hemat, ketawain. Pasti dia kayak bakal tahu diri, kayak ngerasa nggak enak gitu. Gak, kalau di CS kan kill bisa minus lah, iya lebih parah lagi makanya.
Great showing from SMB, especially Kakuka, given that for the longest time this was their permaban.
Kakuka.
Exactly. Now we know why they didn't play it. No, I'm joking. But
Manggil sebut nama aku, iya Arif, aku udah sebut nama kamu tadi
if they
loh.
had this prepare as their big surprise, they had to use it now. I mean, obviously if they didn't.
Dia pasti menyesal banget tuh anjing, sumpah, kayak kok gue main jelek banget itu pasti cok. Nggak bisa tidur nih orang. Nggak bisa tidur. Nggak bisa tidur dan fix ganti Corsair. Geo lebih besar dari Kakuka. Katanya CS juga ada Gil rekor 0 kill. Ya. Coba si Shiba KD-nya 0,2, combat score 28 cok. Combat score 28.
agent that suits him as much as Cypher. And also Brave, that was brilliant
28, Cok.
on the Viper.
Kakuka wangi.
Decided that I wanted to see him jumping on that role, and he did.
Yeah. Sorry, Sean, go on.
Oh no, I was gonna say Brave on the Viper was
28 anjing.
because he has this
Ini lagi ketapel nih.
he was also pairing it with
Bener-bener nggak ngapa-ngapain itu sih, berarti si
and then at A when he
lihat
played
Gil
A,
lawan si 9 0 kill. Siapa yang 0 kill?
so deep into A,
Siapa yang 0 kill ke Kona? Oh, ke Kona.
anything the attackers could do.
Any small nerf that Jack can get, like not being able to dash through the tripwires, is a victory for me.
It's the small things. But I do want to talk about the composition change because, like I
Aduh,
said, SMB, they
anjir.
played this map one time before. Russ was on the Reyna.
Ente aja buat Siba, good luck next match ya. Good luck dah Siba dah. Jangan mengecewakan teammate lu dan lu pasti juga nggak mau.
So good on this map.
Ya
Just the way
gitulah.
he moved around the map and where he was
5 6 lawan 4 goblok. Ibarat 4 lawan 5. Kayak gua main kompe tuh kill 2 digit kemarin. Kill 2 doang. Bang yang pakai outer ping IG-nya apa bang? Gua nggak tahu, pokoknya namanya Kakuka, lu search aja lah tuh. Spam chat belum tentu kebaca, lu spam bot
And
babi.
you mentioned it, I feel like Pensy did it as well. It's not like they were playing super aggressive as the SMB that we know. It's just, we're just gonna wait, we have this plan, this is what we're going to do, and it's a lot onto Paper Rex because they were
Bot. Ya buffer gak? Sabar gua refresh dulu. Bangke.
maybe
Kenapa buffering tai gua?
the aggression wasn't coming from
Main
where
buffer
it
dong,
was
ayo dong.
supposed to be. They wanted to be exposed, that they also tried to do
Si Nekis
those
dulu
fakes, but I
luminosity
feel
versus
like,
Conan. Oh. Kok gua buffering sih tai lah. Turunin dulu deh. Tai. Teori burik dulu guys, teori burik ntar baru balikin lagi.
Timings on aggressions. The opening pistol round is a prime example of that. They got the entries, they got into the
Kok gua nge-lag lagi, Cok? Apa nih?
but the site is lost, and that happened multiple times at the A site where I feel like their executes were good. They were perfectly fine.
PRX Sinatra no cap. Nggak mungkin sih. Kok gua buffering tai? Kenapa nih? Twitch bangsat.
Yeah, and I understand that you want to play around a Viper wall.
Teori
and you know
joget-joget
that
dulu
they
tai.
also have Viper, but you
Dibajak
need to
Siba, ampun Siba, please aku pengen nonton. Siba please. Kenapa gua jadi buffering Siba? Kenapa anjing tai? Di buffering jancok.
Split is something that is just a little bit crazy when it comes to them.
Yeah, I don't like being a paper.
Bang ya, kalau earphone cuma pakai splitter bisa gak?
We talked about this. Yeah, we did talk.
Kayak nggak butuh splitter deh kalau lu cuma pakai earphone, kayak nggak butuh splitter. Lu pakai splitter ketika kayak kalau lu bener-bener pakai soundcard doang aja. 0919 Nekes, gue juga pernah guys 015 kok. Nonton lewat YouTube Mas Gil. Apa kita lanjut dulu sini.
But there's one composition that hasn't come up and is an Astra plus erase. And that is something that works so well. So this is yeah. You can check.
Siba ampun Siba.
All of them. Yeah, because I was like, I mean, you're trying things. You're trying to see where.
Mas Gil kok map 3 di random sih bukan pick.
They win the maps, but they still keep changing it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this
Emang random ya?
wasn't just good enough. We don't get a 30 no.
YouTube putih-putih Bang Gil. Oh iya YouTube bener ya, abu-abu ya. Split aduh. Split gimana nih guys? Tai lah buffering anjing, kenapa dah?
You don't even know which one to
But
watch.
they picked the map.
Yeah.
SMB picked the split, so
Please
they have
don't
something
buffer
different
lah.
there.
Oh anjing lah, tai.
A player that we haven't seen shining that much today is Turco, and he's great with the Sage here. And I would love to see Power back on the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, what do Paper Rex have to do though on this?
Coba sabar guys.
Map, Sean, because they're one map away from being eliminated, but also
Aku pengen lihat kalau di YouTube buffer gak gua.
gua?
Tapi di YouTube tuh lebih lemot gitu anjir. Tai lah, udah bagus nonton di Twitch anjir. Mantap yang kiri, emang mantap itu. Fix di dengan Shiba anjing, tiba-tiba jadi buffering anjing. Di YouTube malah kagak gerak anjing. Kenapa nih? Kenapa nih Indonesia was banget? Kenapa nih? Kayak bukan gua doang gak sih? Emang gini ya, dihack sama Anonymous.
Layout. I was talking about forsaken this time. I want to see that composition that was missing. I want to see a different.
Emang dari sananya berarti, kayaknya ya dari sananya deh.
What about on the side of SMB? Because you know we have seen them play this a few times in EMEA last time. 13.
Udah bener kayaknya, udah bener kayaknya ya. Coba kita balik lagi. Kayak emang dari sananya deh. Harusnya bener ya. Sebuffer coba gak jelas. Di hack sama Shiba nih. Nggak aja Shiba nge-hack biar semua orang lupa akan kejadian map sebelumnya anjing, katanya gue hack nih tai. Biar orang melupakan anjir. Mampus lu katanya ya. Biar lu pada nggak inget kan nih gua bikin error nih.
I just wanna give you guys a heads up.
Aku habis sembayang Bang Gil buat doain PRX menang, mantap. Shiba mantan hacker. Gil ngoncok apa tuh? Biasa. Hand warmer.
You want to see that today?
I want to see them use the breach ones.
Shiba going mad.
Can we get a breach? That would be so cool.
Yeah, but if you have to pick 5, I mean, yeah, I see what the bridge could.
Mas Gil, kalau PRX amit-amit gak menang, PRX fix gak lolos ke champion atau masih ada chance lain? Kayaknya gak lolos deh. Kalau dia kalah udah gak mungkin lolos kayaknya. Ke champion udah gak mungkin bisa.
Yeah, give you something good. Yeah, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now to see where everyone's gonna lock in.
Shiba jurusan kimia terapan. Masih bisa last chance qualifier masih ada ya? Oh, ada last chance. Oke. Masih ada guys, berarti guys. Oke, I see. Berarti kalau misalkan PRX lolos di sini, yang ikut last chance itu secret si brand ya berarti ya. Tapi kalau misalkan sesuai-suainya PRX yang nggak lolos, berarti dia PRX yang di last chance. Gitu ya. Siapa di sini orang Indo? Kita semua orang Indo. Ini tarik nih. Jason pakai Reina, Cok. Tapi poinnya sama Secret. Nggak tau lah, gue nggak ngerti lah, bodo amat lah. Itu beneran Aldi Tahir apa bukan? Aku nggak tahu. Tapi poinnya sama brand. Tapi poinnya sama brand sama, tapi tetap ngikutin rankingnya ya. Sumpah gue gak ngerti sih. Ini penonton gue yang lebih tahu anjing siapa yang lolos siapa yang kagak, sumpah. Aku dari planet Bekasi, mantap lu. Bukannya sekarang udah di atas Secret ya gara-gara dia menang satu map. Iya. Iya. Setahu gue ya. Kata Aaron tuh dia menang satu doang tuh udah lolos, setahu gue. Brand pasti doa PRX kalah, iya bener. Tapi kalau PRX menang, brandnya yang main di last chance qualifier. Kalau di sini si PRX kalah, si brandnya yang lolos gitu lah. Shiba sebenarnya hacker di sini. Coba nih. Ayo Shiba, kill. Anjir, nih apaan? Taktik apa nih? Taktik we haven't ke A. Boleh taktiknya nih. Dibokong, anjing taktiknya bagus, Cok. Di sini Shiba merasa terancam. Shiba udah ketahuan.
It's beautifully done there. Actually, yeah, Shiba was unnoted initially from the nade, but it comes through and it will be a Prime Gaming flawless to start things off here on Split. SMB, I mean, again, I've come back to that point of respect in terms of the veto. That right there was a zero respect pistol round, straight up. Divide swings out, and again, you got to question that in itself, but it's into 3-4 people just staring him down.
Udah ngeding tuh.
Again,
ini si Ras ini sih nyebelin sih. Shiba bisa di HE, Cok, di situ, Cok. Shiba sudah tinggal sendiri ngendok di HE. Di HE sekarat dia ngeding orang, nggak mati, di right click balik langsung mati. Ulol lah. Shiba sudah mati lagi, aku baru sadar. Waduh, apaan tuh? Wah, ente dah Shiba. Shiba 02 nih kan udah. Ini Shiba kalau di gunround dia nggak bunuh sih, wah udah makin kena di mentalinnya. Tapi kata si Bang nggak apa-apa, di sini teman gue masih banyak yang belum bunuh nih, jadi santai. Kalau dia tinggal nggak bunuh sendirian baru itu yang set moment nih. Ini kan semuanya masih belum bunuh nih, jadi ya udah lah ya. Oh berat nih, feeling gue kalah nih. Wah, gitu. Nih saatnya Shiba bunuh. Bonus round dan dia udah beli. Si Shiba ganti phantom skin anjir. Si Shiba tadi skinnya phantom yang phantom biru yang kayak kerajinan anak SD tau gak, yang phantom smite itu yang biru, itu yang jelek lah pokoknya lah. Nice round, langsung di delay, cakep. Ke delay nggak jadi, nice gila, nice round. Paimpa udah. Shiba masih keingat. Shiba di mid sendiri kan, lompat. Shiba ganti pisau guys. Tadi dia pakai pisau burik nggak bunuh, langsung dia pakai satu set Ruination. Mamam lu. Shiba di sini ingin coba bunuh.
Now they're going to fall away from this because they just lost a bit of mid control, but it's garnered back by Shiba. Great work.
Sudah bisa tersenyum dia ini. Aku sudah bisa melihat hawa-hawa dia tersenyum. Tapi dia harus nyabun lagi kedua kali ya.
But this is actually outdone Shiba now. Divide. Oh no, it's only a 1-1 trade. There's still danger around. And Forsaken on the site. Excuse me, it's Mind Freak on the site, and Forsaken up towards heaven. Mind Freak is so blind, he's going to be taken out, and it's a 1v2. Now bear in mind, Russ had the rifle. The spike is left in a really dire spot for him though. 15 seconds for his follow-up flash. Forsaken on the angle. It's a great bit of damage on it, and the double stack towards
Yo, Jason, yo, let's go.
You're gonna need something insane, not gonna happen. Benkai, good safe catch in the end.
Lagu kematian gak anjing. Nigel apa tuh? PRX comeback, Bang Shiba akan mematikan PC SMB dengan kekuatan hacker. Apa itu alasannya Ranen kan? Ya apa. Apa yang penting Shiba udah bunuh guys. It's okay. Itu last chance gue. Gak bisa nih, gak bisa lihat gue. Habis kill terbit lah wih. Shiba tadi udah beli kan, mati miskin jadi sekarang dia cuma pakai Spectre karena dia mesti beli wall guys. Dia jadi nggak bisa beli Phantom atau yang lain karena kalau dia beli itu dia nggak bisa wall karena wall penting banget kan. Shiba ntar diganti patu harusnya goblok anjing. Shiba bunuh PRX win. Let's go guys. Let's go Shiba. Apa kill 1 dulu. Tiap round kill 1, kill 2, kill 2 lama-lama killnya banyak kok, tenang aja. Yuk bisa Shiba. Langsung di delay, slow ya kan. Jason. Apa Jason bunuh abang-abangannya si Izzy nih. TPS gue pasti bisa lihat gak bisa juga sih.
Support Forsaken there, but Garage control actually maintained on the back of
habis Berlin terbitlah farewell anjing. Langsung ditarik, distan tarik. Gila tuh. Shiba yang mati. Ente dah. How deep is your love? Like Nirvana. Saya ada kakaknya Paura, bener juga Paura juga sakit nih. Coba diganti sama Tuhan. Bang nggak bisa bagi link di YouTube ya, nggak bisa. Kayak auto ke delete gitu, setahu gue. Masih ada Rus, bener sih. Si Rus juga jago loh, tapi pas game pertama dulu nggak, pas yang game pertama dia lawan Essen, si Rusnya sih burik mainnya. Sekarang udah jago nih sekarang. Coba kalau PRX lawan SMB hari pertama,
which again is what you want. You've got
Kalau hari pertama ya mungkin masih pada blow on masih pada blow on gitu, sama-sama blow on lah. Masih baru. Bete gak lu mati gitu? Siba bete sih. Udah tengah bunuh-bunuh, tiba-tiba B-nya masuk, dia lagi dari rafter ngeliat B-Evan mati dari B-man-nya, wah. Cuman ya nggak bisa juga sih, Aaron tadi musuhnya udah deket banget, terus Aaron langsung nge-pop stun sama smoke kayaknya, atau tarik gue nggak tahu. Tapi udah lumayan telat, jadi ya susah sih. Kalau PRX sekarang masih ada chance gak? Masih kayaknya. Masih kayaknya. Kata Shiba, tembak aku. Tembak aku sini, pelurunya ke sini. Posisi Shiba kena 2 angle gitu ya. Angle di situ tuh kalau misalkan Shiba emang ada magnet di badannya, jadi peluru orang nembak kemana langsung nempel ke badan dia udah. Tembak aku gak peduli. Tembak aku saja, aku sudah tidak dipedulikan, aku sudah muak. Naga merah. Sudah ulti nih. Matiin di hell nih. Bye bye Aaron. Ente. Last chance qualifier ambil 5 tim. Emang iya, bukannya cuma 1 ya? Siva ketagihan mati. Serious Deadpool. Wah, ini susah ya. Susah guys ini guys. Terlihat berat itu tuh ya. Satu tim langsung qualify. Burungnya nyangkut gak? Oh, ambil 5 top tim, tapi yang lolos cuma 1 kan? Enteng gak sih? Terlihat mengerikan ya ini. Ya Allah. Jadi top 1 CA itu langsung champion. Yang 2-5 tuh qualifier di last chance.
You're looking at the minute to try and give you an advantage away through something that will work in your favor, and very little is right now. We need to identify this because SMB are just taking full mid control.
Jadi 2 tim, oke.
Izzy is untamable right now. He has been absolutely laying waste to not only
kan?
from rope room.
Nggak tahu, pusing ah. Bodoh, pusing ah, siapa yang ke champion lah.
Hit towards the sights necessarily yet. Maybe we'll see it now. First time we've seen that full A-lean coming out, so a different look here. Maybe they've gone, oh, we've got to address this mid piece, and now they're going, we're going A.
Oh, nice.
That's a different start though. Benkai.
Teori naga kaku.
Taking down Izzy is perfect. Maybe the head of the snake here.
Bam.
But Divide right there beside him.
Shiba.
Perfect shutdown from PRX.
Apa Shiba masih bunuh? Let's go Shiba. Dia bisa revive lagi nih, bahaya nih. Di wall. Langsung dia.
Can he get a res? Yes, he can. So he gets Izzy by his side, but will lose his life for it.
Langsung disacel gak? Tapi Izzy nggak punya senjata karena senjatanya jatuh.
And you have to be God's gift to this game right now. Tagged up, spots them, nothing more to be had. First time we're seeing a fully held sight hit there.
Ya intinya coki-coki enak betul.
I think that's indicative really. We talk about things like conditioning and forcing the enemy team to be left guessing, right? Where do we throw 2 people? Where do we throw 3 people potentially?
Yang ikut last chance qualifier 3-5, 1-2 itu langsung direct champion. Oh, Jason nih bos. Jason is back guys. Benar kata Aaron, coba benar pistol. Suka coki-coki keju bang, ada coki-coki keju guys. Ah, pusing gak lu gara-gara last chance qualifier, lu pusing lu, pusing gue aja. Wall and Excel nih. Wall and Excel nih sebenarnya juga lihat dari Vision Striker nih.
Couple of spots, you can see actually with the way his nano swarms are positioned on the minimap, you can see he's relying on that lockdown, which is why we're seeing this lean for PRX towards B. He's the fail-safe for A site here. Actually, that one all the way in the corner just to allow for that pocket once the ultimate goes down. But he cannot fall here, Lauren.
He can't.
Wah, ini si SMB ini suka taktik-taktik wall CT nge-split gitu anjing.
So willing to test this as well. They're actually
Langsung balik ke B gak?
back on through Shiba. It's all on you now. They're running your way. You have 5 players stampeding forward.
Shiba?
Down. He gets the tag on the second. The slow goes in, tries to self-divide, but it's Forsaken. Dragging them down with him. You're not gonna pass, and that is
Shiba is back, guys. Ini dia, guys. Shiba udah bunuh-bunuh, guys. Shiba atau Vrek, guys. Shiba ngamuk, guys, ngamuk. Shiba tadi pasti mikir, kayak gue emang tadi di map tadi emang suwe aja matinya. Wuh, udah mulai ngomong nih. John. Udah mulai bangkit nih, hawa-hawa kemenangannya udah mulai ada nih. Tadi tuh terlihat suram gitu awal. Ini udah mulai ada nih. Agil si pembuli Shiba. Kok bully kagak bully, Cok? John, Zanteng. Kalau VS ketemu Sentinel udah kepengen VS menang nggak? Bisa aja sih, bisa aja. Agak support sistemnya Shiba. Oke, Shiba bunuh-bunuh. Ini. Let's go. Teori Phantom Ruination. Udah, gue jamin dia nggak bakal mau pakai lagi tuh pisau jeleknya dan Phantom jeleknya tuh. Yakin gue. Diganti Corsair nggak sih Shiba? Gue nggak nyadar lagi.
I find it so hard to categorize PaperX, right? Because we'll see rounds where they just get absolutely run over, but credit to them for finding some adaptation here. That next layer to go to, that next step, and finally been starting to quell the likes of Izzy, catch those mid pushes, making it slightly more difficult. This is much
Davai ganti Corsair, Davai ya wajar kalau Davai. Shiba ganti gak? Aaron masih ngopi ya. Aaron belum terlihat nge-kill gue liat nih.
Sering-sering live bang, big fan.
We're still taking the brand. I'm sorry, guys.
Hamba Allah. Thank you Hamba aja kan. Terima kasih Hamba Allah. Sering-sering live, big fan. Thank you donasinya. Mantap.
It actually is disastrous. Well, chat, how's it going? The madness truly does set in at one point. However, this is the
Hamba. AE masuk last chance Cooper kalau yang menang Master Berlin dari saya.
Let me know your expectations in this match because I mean if I feel like I asked at the start, everyone would have been like, "Well, SMB is going to win it. It's going to be easy."
Saya juga big fan, tolong live tiap hari diusahakan ya.
So, on your thoughts?
Saya juga big fan.
I will be looking at this and hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Tadi map andal makanya kalah, sekarang map Phantom bisa nembak Mas Gil. Anjing. Gua bodo amat lah sama map ini pakai Vandal, map ini pakai Phantom, lu pakai aja udah. Bodo amat lah udah anjir. Wall Shiba boleh, mantap emang. Banggil kalau yang pakai super light terus baterainya habis gimana tuh? Dicas dulu. Saya hambamu, Bonggil goblok. Saya small fan karena punya abang kecil, goblok. Katsu ini kemarin datang buat stream jadi sedih, sekarang buat stream jadi bingung. Ngecharge super light bentar kayak deh. Kayak nggak gitu lama gak sih? Gue baru ingat si Tarik kan orang-orang Turki, makanya mukanya mirip si Rus ini anjing. Panggil aku dong, kenapa Ahmad Yana? Saya Big Dick anjas. Bisnya nonton lagi gak? Bisnya apa ya? G2 Sentinel ya? Kalau tiba-tiba mati lampu pindah ke warnet gak Panggil? Di luar negeri udah jarang Cok yang mati lampu Cok. Lu jangan samakan negara kita dengan negara-negara di Eropa. Udah gak kenal mati lampu dia. Tarik CS-nya makin jago, carry terus mah iya. Woksik Turki juga ya. Woksik Santares Turki. Bang qualify major sampai paling jauh sampai mana? Gua sampai minor dulu. Nyampe di minor. Minor itu sebelum major. Gitu. Mereka pakai genset, nggak pakai genset juga. Cuman emang nggak udah ya gitu lah. Bang lanjut Nobarrrrr itu soalnya itu sering pansos ke Sentinel. Oh iya. Di luar nggak ada macam apa deh offlame. Minor tuh minoritas ya bukan. 2022 ZOWIE pindah Valo. Ya udah ZOWIE pindah Valo aja kali ya bisa lebih jago. Di CS dia bisa nggak tahu sih. Nge-stuck dia aja, tapi dia udah pernah juara, udah pernah juara major sih jadi ya. Kalau dia pindah ke Valo juga nggak masalah sih sebenarnya. Minor tim apa NXL gua? Di minor gua ketemunya Tailu sama tim Aussie. Tim Aussie-nya itu satu orangnya sekarang teammate si Bentet kalau nggak salah. Apa bukan ya? Dia iya nggak sih, lupa gua. Kan nama timnya dulu Tainted Minds, kayak bukan deh, beda sorry. Bentet Valo bang. Sawadikap. ZOWIE di Liquid juga pernah menang major kan, belum ke? ZOWIE di Liquid belum menang ke? Dia menang pas di Cloud9 nggak sih?
Guys, again, #Valorant Masters, let us know how everything's going with you guys. You enjoying the matchup? Who do you think's got this? It's a very even scoreline right now, 4-4.
Davai mirip Magix siapa tuh? Oh Magix. CSGO ya? Dikit.
This is your time to let us know. Look at that head-to-head. The
Dikit.
head-to-head production velocity. Look at that split screen.
Tapi pas dia juara major Cloud9 kan? Major sekali doang dia juara. Yang ZOWIE, Automatic, Skadoodle. Siapa dua lagi lupa anjir. Pokoknya yang gue inget yang ZOWIE-nya pakai AWP di banana udah itu. Bang Rayu Bentet main Valo. Rush, dia Rush. Satu lagi siapa ya? Tarik keras kan? Corsair anak CS bukan? Ya dia dulu main CS juga. Corsair PRX. ZOWIE, Rush, Tarik, Automatic. Easy mirip Moe gak? Moe retard aja.
Off the back of the break of the money, the funds are now depleted. Device like nah, gonna dip.
Perlu banget gak tuh ngedes sambil nge-updraft anjir.
Initially here, forced away from this position. Turco actually on a solo swing, actually double dips, finds the second, will get away, but Izzy
Davai ngapain anjir? Davai ngapain anjir, dia pakai AWP loh. Sayang banget anjir. Kalau dia pakai Vandal ya sih oke mungkin dia. Lah mabok ubur-ubur. Nggak muatin.
Sekalian ngabisin GoPay bang, sering-sering live ya bang.
Thank you hamba Allah. Sekalian ngabisin GoPay bang, sering-sering live ya bang. Oke bang. Diusahakan aku bakal sering live bang. Main freak, let's go. Ada shorty dia bang. Cuman tetap aja sih. Gila si Jason sih fast hand aja.
It feels as if Supermassive Blaze are considering leaning back towards kind of that set piece, right? They're looking as if they're going to go towards A.
Cuman kalau dia pakai shorty gitu ya, dia bunuh satu tuh udah susah juga buat cabut. Jason udah panas, menang. Yang terpenting Jason bunuh-bunuh, Shiba juga bunuh-bunuh. Dah, let's go guys. Jason high mechanical. Iya anjing, cepat banget anjing, habis bunuh langsung ngilang anjir. Sayang anjing tadi. Ayo, Shiba udah reset nih bang. Iya anjing. Ternyata Akeong dong goblok. Jangan lagi nobar, ntar berisik jangan ya.
Benkai's been sitting on this. Whether or not Supermassive
Siba pokoknya at least bunuh aja, udah bunuh-bunuh ya. Nggak perlu top frag, yang penting dia nyumbang kill dikit-dikit. Itu udah ngebantu juga coy. Fast hang. Sayang senjatanya hilang, sayang AWP soalnya dia. Ini lagi Jeremy Teti aja. Bang Gil Patipan mau pensiun habis champion. Kayaknya sih ya, dari dia nge-tweet ya. Bang kenal ada Jepang nggak?
Tiba-tiba keisi sendiri Bang Gopenya, sering-sering live ya Bang.
Tiba-tiba keisi sendiri Bang Gopenya, sering-sering live ya Bang. Thank you Bang. Makasih sering-sering live ya, diusahakan Bang. Bang. Siba di sim banyak cewek. Mungkin Siba wall heaven lagi. Dia bakal split A nih. Jason pasti bunuh nih. Sekala ya. Shit. Wah.
Off we go and around we go. Money just post it, he does it, finds nothing. Maybe just giving them a bit
Oh dia mau retake A nih, lihat nano swarmnya ditaruh sama Benkai. Dia sengaja setup. Gue tahu nih setup ini nih. Di retake A nih, soalnya ada ulti kill juga. Lagi dia clearin heaven. Atau enggak? Oh dia ulti CT karena udah nggak ada HE, Rez udah tahu. Langsung di ulti. Si dapat bunuh dong nih. Itu bug bukan sih? Nggak tahu sih. Aduh ente dah.
And SMB, that is a gorgeous round to look back on. A Prime Gaming flawless 1-2.
Kan nanonya nggak bisa hancur. Sebenarnya nanonya bisa hancur, cuman susah kelihatan doang sebenarnya. Kalau dia yang keluar dari map itu sebenarnya bisa ditembak, cuman nyadar apa enggak gitu aja dia orangnya. Turko tajam juga nih. Aduh, gawat. Nggak apa guys. Mana map defender lagi ya makanya nih. Di smoke mulu melee nih dia. Oh, anjing pede banget sih Siba. Anjing Aaron mau Astra mode di dalam smoke tengah jalan tai. Aaron. Timing gak nih? Anjing lah masih pada nahan gak antekin.
Bang Gopenya revive lagi nih Bang, sering-sering live ya Bang.
Baulah. Bang Gopenya revive lagi nih, sering-sering live ya Mr. Bang. Oke Mr. Bang. Jadi dia sengaja, dia kan si PPX lumayan bagus nih ngebaca sebenarnya. Dia tahu kan si SMB ini suka ngambil ropes, jadi dia sengaja wall kayak gitu biar di orang kekurung semua di dalam ropes. Tiga tarik. Aaron. Oh, nice try. Tapi sedikit barbar juga taktiknya anjing. Oh, Davai, let's go. Nice flick sih. Bam. Bang, Mobile Legend bang kali. Zaman CSGO pernah scrim sama Benkai pernah dong. Tanding juga pernah malah, sering.
On the switch up, still isolates Rust. Goes for the follow, can't get it. Brave is there. And SMB now back-to-back rounds on the board.
Kalah mulu nembaknya iya. Yang Esen tau gak Bang Gil, nano yang taruh di backside B ulti dari CT. Nggak tahu gak? Bisa ya? Tapi kalau yang di Esen gitu jatuhnya offset keluar map banget sih. Soalnya nanonya nggak bisa dihancurin kan? Apa bisa? Vandal bos, makanya pakai Vandal bos. Pakai Vandal DK one tap AWP, makanya Vandal naga merah guys. Dapat ngomong kontrol kayak gimana ya? Oke, gitulah. Mau gimana lagi?
A bit proactive here to at least take the orb on A here and maybe force Poor a little deeper into spawn, but first time we've seen PaperX completely give up mid.
Yeah, we haven't seen this lean on this side as much.
Teori 4 naga merah, 1 Oni biru.
Interesting to see Forsaken there, and you're right, that mid fight is
Teori 4 Vandal naga ini, naga merah. Satunya Oni. Langsung di ulti, buka ulti, di setup. Aron juga ada naruh star juga.
Could be in a spot father, but Devi isn't playing from the rafters. Catches Izzy on the push up. Now that's going to slow progress. SMB gonna have to work out how to try and pry these players out these slightly deeper positions.
Ngebuta, pick lagi nggak kena, ngedesnya nggak tahu ngapain, kena stun. Di flash mati dari B-man. Wah, Benkai nice. Padahal sempat kayak salah Benkai gitu tau gak sih, kayak orang Behringer bisa mati dari B-man gara-gara Benkai, tapi Benkai bunuh dua jadi is okay. Ini si Turko sih sakit juga nih.
Needs to find 2 more. 30 seconds left. Benkai on pillar, he knows that. Shiba up top.
Turko.
And now Turko. Maybe considering that's to master sound of the drop. He should know, but Benkai catching the final player. 6-6. Nice. We said, is it going to be map 1? Is it going to be like map 2? We have our answer. Far more like map 1 and way closer affair here.
Paura lagi nggak bunuh-bunuh nih.
It is the halftime. So we're going to take a short second to dive down to the desk, who are going to give you a quick little update on their thoughts coming into this second half.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog 6-6.
Under flame-nya nggak di up, naga kaku dia.
This is exactly what we wanted to see as a decider.
Yeah, I really like what I see out of both teams right now. PaperX responding back to that early run from SMP. I was getting a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, and then it looked like Devon came into form, and then we saw a little bit of good things from Forsaken on this arena. But I mean, I think he had more success earlier in the series, if I'm being honest. I just think all around, even Benkai came up big in that last round. Both teams.
Astra mode-nya.
I don't know exactly what to think of this map because I'm seeing we were talking about it, we were watching it, and we've seen some mistakes that were made that were major.
Di right click langsung meninggal aja.
Maybe too dependent
naga kaku sama naga Jason
that is going on onto mid. I feel like also
naga kaku sama kayak naga Jason pas di anon emang iya nggak tahu. Si Turko lagi tajam banget nih anjing. Bang itu yang di pojok kanan layar ganteng banget, kasih Rian Ruby. Naga ngaca. Bang Gil kalau beli senjata Valo yang versi lama di mana adanya? Versi lama nunggu di store keluarnya. Tuh guys, ada si Kufaku wangi-wangi tuh guys. Steve Dragon. Bang, apakah saat aku beli Vandal naga merah ayamku akan sekeras CRAD? Bisa jadi guys.
Oh, at this rate, I think PaperX is way stronger on the attack side throughout this entire tournament so far. So if they have those set plays like we saw in Haven, I'm gonna actually edge them to get.
Not bad lah lawan second seed Eropa masih bisa ngimbangin dia. Bahkan bisa menang malah.
I am going to say they're not going to do that great on the attack because, as we say, they do not have the initiator. I don't know exactly how they plan to get into sight because if Turco's defending, we saw that 1v1 against Forsaken. He was just going for the blinds. He's not scared to you. He's just like playing aim lab a little bit. So I'm going to say this is going for SMB.
Let's get into the second half now with Pansy and Hypog and see what both of these teams can do.
All up. All of this is up for grabs. Every single part of this is up for grabs.
Let's go.
Again, I don't know where to cut this because we've seen
Escarosi gantiin Forsaken easy top 1 dunia.
Rounds came in that first half and it was like, wow, okay.
Terus Escarosi.
These teams seem so hard to split between each other.
Overprod ya mereka.
The interesting thing is now
temu Jadon juga ebol-ebol anjing. Ini sih kameranya sih menjijikan loh tai. Siapa yang bakal ngecek itu? Kamera nggak mungkin dicek anjir. Itu kalau nggak ada turnih mereka nyopet dia gondrong. Bangsat. Bang dia nggak pakai color aja cuak. Bak nggak lah, nggak ngebak lah itu. Kakuka wangi. Goblok anjing. Escarosi overrated gak? Nggak tahu lah. Jago, dia jago, cuman nggak nggak tahu sih, nggak jago banget kan. Ya, nggak tahu sih lah, nggak tahu lah. Bagus banget, Cok. Gila, bagus banget ini. Bagus anjir, dia taruh trap cypher di situ, terus dia smoke di situ sendiri, jadi biar kalau ada yang kena trap dia bisa nembusin dengan gampang. Boleh anjir, bakti aja. Sering menang emang tim Indo lawan SRC di scrim. Dulu gue sering scrim sama, nggak tahu sih. Kalau Valo ya, kalau CSGO gue dulu sering lihat. Aduh, nggak ada waktu lagi. NT Daron mati lagi nih. Tidak. Bang Gil, kamu ganteng, bismillah, bundle Z, goblok, gue aja kagak beli ya. Ade pasti jago kan Bang, soalnya itu idola aku, jago. Turki doang kagak jual kebab. Kan lagi tanding, ngapain dia jualan kebab anjing. Coba menang pistol. Kenapa jelek banget stratnya Bang Gil? Itu karena mau nggak mau karena dia udah ke B gagal kan. Kayak kalau dipaksa pun udah susah gitu tadi, kayak musuhnya udah staking di B, jadi kayak dia mutusin buat rotate tapi nggak banyak waktu juga, jadi ya lawannya susah sih. Mati.
Russ trying to close that gap. He wants to finish what he started, and he's going to. Quite enough to take down Mindfreak, but Izzy's there on the cleanup squad. Brave finding Divide comfortably as Benkai now your last player standing.
Anjing dah, Power taruh trap di B-main sama di A sama di B-main.
No threats.
Round 1 first round ya. Dia masang 2 trap ya. Jadi kayaknya round pertama itu dia masang 2 trap, 1 di A 1 di B tuh, jadi kalau ke B skenario itu kayak tadi tuh, musuhnya kena trap, dia smoke, masuk smoke tinggal tembusin. Kalau di KA juga mungkin kalau kena trap dia nyediain 1 smoke dinyalain, langsung masuk ke smoke, langsung coba tembusin bunuh gitu. Cuman bedanya itu yang di A, yang satu lagi tadi di ke B gitu. Langsung buta kan, langsung di-push gara-gara tahu masih bonus round juga. BNK langsung mundur, naruh alarm bot, langsung kabur ke mid, tapi BNK nggak boleh terlalu jauh karena kalau terlalu jauh alarm botnya mati. Nah ini dia ngambil spike, alarmnya mati nih. Nah ditarik balik akhirnya alarmnya. Bangga, sebelum Davai ke Berlin aku ketemu dia satu tim di Unrated sama ceweknya. Ceweknya siapa, Cok? Bangke nih Sirus nih. Pantes tukang kebab di rumahku nggak jual, rupanya lagi masih ada trap juga ini. Up. Wah, PRX. Ke B. Ah, pintar. Let's go B. Shiba stay di heaven. Udah benar dia stay, kenapa dia jadi ikutan ya?
Just be on bodyguard duty for that spike to go down and try and sit towards the rafters. Right at the back of the utility with the KJ, that's lovely. Pora couldn't quite catch him in the back, so now there's an opening. Pora has to push forward, finds Stack on the frag, and Benkai again. They're going to shut the book on this round. PaperX right back in it. They're finding answers now. But I mean,
what if simple pindah follow? Wah.
Still a costly round.
Nice tuh. Boleh tuh. Aaron.
Supermassive Blaze, and actually this the moment here where Supermassive Blaze
Jason udah pengen turun tuh, nggak jadi tuh. Oh tuh gara-gara kamera najisnya ya. BNK pakai reso gepeng. BNK ada ulti nih. Kan dia di Unrated gak pernah on mic. Aku ceng-cengin fake akhirnya dia teriak baca pakai suara nenek sihir. Nenek sihir anjing. Wall kayak gini pun masih bisa dilompatin tau sebenarnya. Kayak wall kayak gitu
Now he looked towards
Masih
the
bisa
others. What
dilompatin
these
anjir,
four do here,
sayang
unlike
juga.
early aggression, it's a dangerous game to play though at 8-7.
Ben kayak naga kaku iya nggak di-upgrade sama dia maksudnya. Dia sempat update Twitter tau gue kayak sengaja pengen bikin orang kesel aja dengan naga kaku dia. Nenek sihir sudah nenek sihir. Si Paura sih kameranya nyebelin semua sih.
Reposition towards site actually. A bit of utility invested to help him out, but the spike meanwhile making its way back towards B.
Jason. Terus Jason nggak bisa lihat seeker sih itu, cuman feeling doang. Makin nembaknya rada-rada barbar, karena dia cuma dengar suara doang itu. Itu kembak nggak sih? Kayak enggak deh.
You can see the expected timing with that flash. They're still a good 6-7 seconds behind that. It's
Di smoke.
very offset timing.
Di flash anjir, cakep banget cok. Nice, menang trade kill, nice Aaron. Paket drop, tapi paket drop anjir. 15 detik susah nih. Mati lagi, udah susah nih. Aaron gak ada darah lagi. Phantom Z enak ya suaranya enak, tapi gua kemarin sempat pakai nggak bisa pakai. Davain apa nih? Kamera YouTube Cyber, kamera YouTube ya. Aaron pakai skin yang Phantom Recon nggak? Itu Paura nggak dimainin by Meko SCT. Ada. Ini kontrol bimen mulu nih si SMB nih, nggak dikasih kontrol mulu anjir di wallnya. Dihancurin pasti. Di flash. Bagus ya. Aaron mulai bunuh-bunuh nih. Dia selalu kontrol B-man, selalu nyoba wall, udah tahu tiap dia mau nge-wall pasti dihancurin, langsung di flash anjing, udah tahu banget. Bagus sih dia, bagus. Dia udah mengexpect apa yang bakal dilakukan musuh ketika dia nge-wall B-man, kontrol B-man, di wall pasti ditembakin, saat orang pada nembakin wallnya hancur langsung di flash, langsung di pick di atas wall, bunuh satu cabut, udah menang orang 5 lawan 4.
For a second just to consider the timing. The cross is being
anak buahnya nuts ini Paura anjing.
So Divine now having to just work his way around. Every angle could contain a player, so he's clearing meticulously. And now timing's everything on this peak towards that top side of heaven. Paura there, and it's gonna be Paura. Nicely done. Double digits now found by SMB. And
Gawat nih guys, gawat guys.
A little wild, but I see the concept. The execution is always tricky though, and again, PaperX.
This is scary. Ini kayaknya PaperX ada duit lagi nih. Apa tadi dia Iko ya? Dia Iko tadi ya. Sekarang baru bayar. Oke, ada baru bayar sekarang. Menangin Ronin aja yang penting. Kalau Ronin ini kalah, PaperX ada duit. 11-7. Kalah. Dia Iko kalah 12-7 anjir. Itu lagi nggak nyala. Ya, susah sih.
Here we have lots of ultimates available for PaperX, and we haven't really seen them excel at sort of stringing together these choreographed hits. Again, you look towards the things like the lockdown and the usage of it on defense here, almost playing into being a weight on their minds, honestly, and kind of forcing them to play a certain way here, at least on the attack. Possibility to find their way into B side, or A if they fancy it, but
kalah sih. SMB aja ngemek keras sih ya. Dia orang nembaknya jago-jago juga cok. Si Turko jago, si Easy jago, si Rus jago juga anjing.
And I think I'm glad the
cara abuse-nya gimana.
First came into this, right? It's kind of a callback to that. We are seeing some of those theorized problems starting to show, but it's still a fine margin. We don't have a completely one-sided game. 10-7 is actually a very solid game between these two. I'm more than happy to see them still keeping up here. But look at the run of rounds. That's what scares me, Hypok. That's the bit that stands out to me now is that
ini kalau PRX di grupnya NV pasti lolos deh kayaknya. NV itu apa aja ya grupnya? Coba kontrol mid dulu ya kan. Udah di smoke.
Is he still with that operator?
Teori AWP merah juga nih.
Actually challenge this. Now the timing is going to be good enough. The smoke will last long enough that they can get comfortably into male.
Nyelipin di male, sisanya balik ke B-man.
Don't expect SM to be
Split 3-2.
for it. Once again, Pora has this spy cam above Hell.
Ini sudah terlihat bagus nih.
So now if this split comes through, but in a position
Ada kamera di Cypher main di B lagi. Dia tahu kan, dia tahu nih si Killjoy udah ulti, Cypher langsung main di B.
Now they can go. Spy cam again. Bloomin' spy cam. They never get away with anything.
Udah tahu.
Just on that edge, quick pop flash.
Wah, anjing disiplin ya. Disiplin ya, abis nge-flash nggak ada mundur anjing. Kalau orang-orang kita biasa nge-flash maju nggak ada, majuin lagi itu tuh. Nge-push suka heaven itu udah. Envy, Vivo, Cruzeta. Iya sih, kalau di grup Envy harusnya kayak lolos sih. Tapi si Vivo KD juga jago, Cok. Nggak ada yang tahu juga sih. Apex sendiri kebantai sedih gak sih? Iya. Grup paling susah siapa? Sentinel, grup Sentinel harusnya. Sentinel G itu kan. Grup Sentinel G itu tuh susah.
Really well put in motion there, and Izzy, I mean, completely unable to do anything. I mean, what's the counter to that? He swings out mid with an operator.
Gokil, Jason masih dapat 2 dong. Let's go Siba.
Everyone on PaperX in position to punish.
Oh, don't show me dinner.
Sabar kalau lagi jago, kalau lagi sabun ya. Iya orang-orang memang seperti itu sih biasa. Kalau lagi jago pasti jago dong. Kalau lagi nyabun ya nyabun.
I don't like blaming Yeti. He's a sweet man.
Oh, you're saying Prius isn't?
Exactly. Don't fall for it.
Ada apa-apanya.
Come back in though. Look at the money damage. Like we've got 3 Spectres coming out. That's
Untuk kalau Brand tetap ikut bakal lolos grup gak? Brand kalau ikut rada susah sih. Rada susah. Rada susah Brand soalnya grupnya gitu sama Sentinel tai. Nah ini yang susah nih, ketika lo komit ke B gagal, kalau lo balik ke A jauh banget, musuh juga udah pada rotate duluan. Nah dia kill sound dulu nih.
You would actually head back towards A, but PaperX.
Cara counter AWP kalau flash cuma dari flash.
Potentially is he good for 2 headshots though.
Anjim.
Forsaken finally responds, but a man advantage firmly in place for SMB, and Russ will find both remaining kills. SMB now 11 to 8. Again, that round timeline becomes more and more awkward in terms of the purchase here. Especially with that investment in terms of the ultimates on the side of PaperX. Actually, yeah, ZOWIE obviously can ride through the Blade Storm here. This is going to be really, really tricky. CB does actually have the res as well.
Cara counter AWP kalau flash Rena cuma dari flash Rena, maksudnya jago terus mana ya. Sorry telat, PRX menang 1 map ya. Nggak tahu gue Tony Stark, nggak tahu gue. Kalau PRX kalah dia udah nggak main lagi, udah gugur jatuhnya. Cuman gue nggak ngerti dia masih bisa ke champion apa enggak tuh, gue nggak tahu dah. Gue nggak ngerti lah itu. Penonton gue lebih ngerti itu lolos apa enggak. Kayak kunai lagi kan, lagi ngabunuh-bunuh pakai kunai susah. Dia kena buta. Ih, si Davai buta, Cok. Kalau nggak buta pasti bunuh tuh gara-gara dibuta sedetik, nggak sedetik malah. Sepersekian second doang. Gara-gara buta. Action lawan PRX, pilih mana? PRX.
Should be able to just hit straight towards default here, is he? In no position to do anything about it other than the opening being found, but Pora now the last man standing.
4 lawan 1 ya kali kan? Yo bisa yuk. Tapi biasanya kalau satu tim secure ke champion dibilang sama casternya. Masih bisa nih, masih bisa guys.
see now.
Perfect
response. I think actually with that purchase, whether or not that was kind of a safety play in terms of being able to
11-9 nih, 11-9 nih. Yuk kutukan 11 yuk, kutukan 11 yuk. Mampus lu ngecok lu angka 11 kan, ha?
The timeline. I think actually
Pendant
SMB should be
11 curse
this
ini.
is where they could potentially force something in, but it's definitely not going to be a full purchase. And now
Next round dia masih punya duit nggak ya nih si SMB? Kayaknya sih masih ada duit ya. Kalau misalkan PRX menang round ini,
It creeps up on you. It really does. So we'll have to wait and
next
see
roundnya harusnya miskin, jadi bisa 11 sama nih kemungkinan. Ini harus menang nih round ini nih.
I guess they seem to be able to fashion a decent enough purchase. Yeah.
Soalnya kalau misalkan PRX menang round ini, dia miskin nih.
But otherwise it's rifles.
Almost a buffer play to
Vandal, ujung-ujungnya kan pakai Vandal lagi anjir. Lanjut Nobarrrrr sen. Gas.
And look at these back and forth rounds. Okay, so SMB are going to get proactive. They're going to post up Turco. It's maybe the forefront of this, but look at the response coming out from PRX. They're going for a heavy alien, and there's very
anjing si Jason langsung sekarat, cok.
a lot of damage done for Saken.
Aduh, Jason yang sekarat gak?
Pora though going to play passively, just trying to catch him on the cross. He was never here to fight this site, but just stay close enough to make post plants uncomfortable. They only had him.
Heal Jason weh, heal Jason weh.
So actually a great read from PRX to get the spike down, get into this post plant. Wait, Pora's going ahead. Whoa, no way. Pora just
Nah, yes, heal, nice. Ya, healnya cuma bentar jadinya.
Little bit of better position, pops the ult and gets ready to go.
What's happening in the back lines? I look at this. Sheba's got this wall up.
Anjing di wall gak?
They funneled him, man.
Di wall gak remnya, jadi nggak ada yang bisa ngebokong ke heaven. Mereka benar-benar pure dari set atau nggak dari rem. Mampus easy, celeng kan lu? Oh, kena delay, nice nih, nice. Ngopi no sono di elbow bertiga no. Oh, ngapain bos? Belum kelar bos ulti ya bos. Nah dia miskin nih sebelah sama nih guys.
They wanted to throw everything at that round as well. Brave trying to create a pocket.
Jason tadi nge-whip anjing, untung masih bunuh satu.
I gotta say at that point it's almost desperation. Great setup here in terms of
nice run.
SMB play into it perfectly by putting this wall up. They walk right into the double nano swarm setup that Benkai has, and I mean PRX are able
untung si musuhnya nggak nunggu.
So much time in that post plant.
We got this boys, anjay dah. Dia miskin nih, ini miskin nih musuh nih. 11-11 nih kalau sesuai SOP ya. Kan miskin nih, harusnya 11-11 dong. Langsung dihancurin kameranya, nice. Wah bahaya nih. Aura nembak, orang RM-nya swing. Kagak, orang RM-nya bengong anjing. Jason mati lagi. Oh, Jason langsung dihidupin lah. Tapi Davai mati. Tapi di sini ya, Jason mati lagi. Jangan kalah weh, Rone weh. Jangan kalah weh. Ah, nice sih, Mbak. Tembaknya titutnya tuh, si Turko tuh. Nice, Benkai udah dapat A-side. Tapi Siba nggak bisa naik ke heaven karena musuhnya pasti nahan di heaven. Aaron takut dipus nih. Aaron pengen ke A juga susah nih. Ih, timing banget. Wah.
Brave now considering this possibility.
Shiba masuk.
Brave. He heard just enough of the steps. Brave's found Shiba and now Benkai and Mindfreak are sweating. This is panic stations everywhere.
Ayo Benkai bunuh.
Because he is. Russ has got him. There is no way SMB
ya
are going to do it like
Allah.
this. Mindfreak now in a 1v3. They've got rifles. They're geared up. They're ready to go.
Aaron, ayo Aaron. Aaron, please Aaron. Ulti Ron, menangin Ron.
He has to put everything into this. He does not.
Ron, please Ron.
No way.
Gila.
Right next to each other. Ross, it was just a jump scare coming through.
Ah, tai. Blok anjing.
The round you just won.
Gue yakin Aaron bisa menang itu, sumpah. Aaron nyelip si Ras ngapain ke CT juga udah si Ras dah ngentot nih Ras nih. Anjing bener-bener.
Absolutely nothing.
Bits and pieces. A paint shell.
But again, they're able to punish this res here as soon as Shiba comes through. Wow, what a round. What a way to turn this around again, just at the final post. And again, Mindfree, like I said, he creates a little pocket. The potential's there for him to actually get in. Maybe even then throw a gravity well onto the spike or something.
Masih ada duit, bisa belum kalah guys. Mampus lu mau kontrol big man lagi. Yes, mati. Mati, 4 lawan 5, tahan, chill. Chill. Jangan kecolong, Son. Apaan sih, bisa kayak gitu, anjing, goblok. Gak salah, itu gak salah. Bener, Aaron bener loh.
Facing down Izzy in middle. Pain Shell comes in. There's a
Mampus.
swing on the right side. There it is, Brave again. That's 3 now. As Benkai and Shiba, it's all on you two.
Gitu nembaknya udah tai, apaan coba?
Have to turn this around. They have to find something that they can act upon here. Actually, all 3 members of Supermassive Blaze committed towards B site.
But Brave, he's found another. Brave, it's an ace to close it out, to keep SMB alive. Brave goes above and beyond for the boys.
Sakit banget anjing Phantomnya, what the fuck.
And I cannot believe the end to that game.
Anjay dicipok dulu.
PaperX came out on map 1 and showed me, justifying why they're here, why they're able to put up such a fight against Vision Strikers. You can see what it means on the face to them. Absolute heartbreak. But SMB.
Ente dah. Gila itu apa anjing si Brave Phantomnya cok. Power sasa. Anjing dicopot gak?
They were in control of most of that. Again, PaperX able to make it difficult along
Itu
the way.
suatu Jason yang dimuntahin Aaron tuh.
Supermassive Blaze really were in control here.
I think eventually it took some time though.
Kalah Iko gak?
Is now just they are such a good team to push what is known as
Gila,
the super team of Turkey. I don't think you can look at SMB, maybe you're not as familiar with the region, be like, oh, they're okay, I guess. No, these are meant to be the super team, right? They picked the best players, put them in a roster, and they had a shaky start. And they got pushed in every single way, and PaperX need to keep their heads held high because they
kalahnya gitu dah tai.
They forced them to adapt, change things up. They got punished by doing the same sort of
Siba
thing.
masih jauh nggak sih? Nggak tahu sih. Cuman tadi dia di map ini lumayan lah, masih bunuh-bunuh dia. Ini yang Aaron bisa, itu gue yakin Aaron bisa nge-clutch loh harusnya loh. Aaron bisa nyelip ke CT itu dengan ulti dia kayak gitu, tapi bisa musuhnya bisa nyelip ke CT juga. Coba ini sih gila nih. Ini gila nih. Ini Ron gila sih.
So good to see them close this out. And again, initially after map 1, I was very concerned. Again, you talk about the map veto and where things felt as if they were leaning that time around, but they win out at the end of it. And a better look, but I think again we come away with definitely some concerns looking forward. We look back to the performance versus Ascend here.
Vision Striker Cahaya Asia.
There's still questions for me, Lauren.
There is, and some of those will
Pog
be answering through how
SMB
they fare going forward. I think that's proofs in the pudding. That's all you can see with these guys. We can theorize. We can
Kecewa kira mau one tap 10 si iya anjing. Jason cewa sana. Belum one tap si Tens dikalah nih lawan Turki. Ya, beres-beres cabut-cabut equip dah. Lemas dah. Lemas, batu badan kan rasanya kan kayak berat gitu. Kalau Pagil berarti saya bisa nyaingin EMEA sampai di bawah 3 map. Cuman harusnya tadi kalahnya nggak kayak gitu anjing. Sayang banget kalahnya.
Worthy to be here, and I think they've done just that. They've absolutely achieved that. So I think you're right. They come away with this with their heads held high and.
Kalahnya jelek banget maksudnya. Siras kurus banget. Iya, sama kayak gua. Tidak main freak bete. Tai pedut lah. Bisa kena Iko gak anjing.
And be it in different roles, different agents, finding that synergy time and time again. So I'm a huge fan of PaperX. I love what they did. I wish we saw more of that map 1 adjustments back and forth between them. If that's the potential this team can bring and what they can look.
Padahal udah sesuai skenario kan, sebelah sama nih, sebelah sama.
It's a shame it's an elimination game. That's
Iko yang kena Iko.
Phenomenal, but
tidak.
It's how it goes. The better team won on the day. I think the map veto definitely got away from them slightly there. Didn't love that breeze coming in. Clearly wasn't what they intended.
No, you come back to accolades to push Vision Strike.
Jason kena one tap, Davai ini pada kena digel, kena kecolong digel anjir. Terus dia kalahnya round terakhir kalah gara-gara satu orang doang anjing bisa S gak? Tapi emang sakit sih nembaknya sih, dia bunuh Jason, Aaron langsung pengen nyampain bener, tapi langsung di flick kepala. Terus ya udahlah pokoknya jago dah intinya dah, Phantomnya tai. Sedih Mas Gil, kecewa. RX ke champion emang ya. Pas Iko terlalu mencar. Iya bener sih, salah satunya terlalu mencar juga. Kayak Davai bisa mati di rem sendiri. Tapi emang kayak taktik dia pengen nge-split mid ke A deh. Jadi Davai kontrol RM sendiri gitu tuh. Harusnya ditemenin gua nggak tahu. Sisanya mid ke Van. Cuman tadi si Davai ke RM kena begal, si Jason ke mid mau ke Robs itu kena begal juga, tapi udah di revive. Pas di revive pun mati lagi. Terus ya udah ente dah. Kalahnya sayang anjir. Kalahnya kena digel anjir. Gara kena Iko tai. Iya, Jason mati kena digel ya. Di revive mati lagi kena HE anjir. Ente. Ron kena ikut tuh yang bikin tilt sih ya bener. Bangsat di BNK anjing.
You better wake up, man. They have a really important game ahead of themselves.
Itu panjang bener. Iya guys. Nggak disiplin aja gak sih? Bukan nggak disiplin sih. Cuman ya nggak tau lah. Tadi dia agentnya apa aja ya? Agentnya Sage, Killjoy, Astra, Jet Reina. Dia nggak ada initiator, jadi kalau dia bawa Sky lebih enak, lebih aman jadinya. Kalau bawa Sky, soalnya dia bisa ngedogi dulu kan. Cuman mereka kan tadi main dua-dua list soalnya, main Reina Jet, jadi dia nggak ada initiator. Jadi dia kalau mau ngecek satu tempat emang mesti ngecek bener-bener ngecek. Jadi ya kalau swim bisa mati ya mati gitu. Bangsat dah tuh Coki masih cut gigi. Kelihatan kurang memaksimalkan util. Ini sih gokil tuh tadi tuh. Titit lah. Kalah. Perkara Phantom banggil, iya Phantomnya sakit banget orang tadi. SMB terlalu rapi, aimnya sakit, mati-mati kelebihan, jadi mati kelihatan bodoh. Nyesek mulu kalahnya kayak lawan VS, iya anjing. Pemain Eropa rata-rata pada tua. Kayaknya bukan tua deh, emang mukanya aja kelihatan tua padahal masih muda anjing. Wah pas last round Jason kenapa nggak kill? Iya Jason bisa kalah nembak juga dah lawan yang si Phantom itu. Jason bisa kalah nembak, Son mati, Aaron langsung nge-swing dari arah ramen, tapi Aaronnya kena banting juga, mati. Ya udah ente dah itu udah bunuh dua sudah. Jadi yang ke champion siapa? Oh gak tau gua. Asuna dikata hitungan kayak orang 20 plus, muka orang luar boros. Iya anjir. Padahal sama-sama lama matinya, iya. Padahal si Jason sama si Brave itu yang pakai Phantom tembakannya lumayan lama loh, nembak sama-sama nembak badan dia berdua. Cuman ya mungkin gara-gara dia pakai Phantom ya, jadi ini lagunya gua sampai hafal nih. Ada Tewis, halo Tewis. Kagak sih beriklan pertama Jadon enggak sih. Kenapa PPX pick Breeze? Karena dia pede kayak. Tode. Tapi stode. Lihat Twitter Secret. Jason udah sering lan ya. Teori naga merah. Secret. Coba gue cek Secret. See you in December anjing. Secret lolos guys. Secret mah extend. Kalau lo lihat dari official tim Secret di Twitter, dia udah nge-tweet gitu, see you in December gitu. Kenapa Secret kan poinnya sama, gue gak ngerti sumpah. Berarti si PRX ikut last chance qualifier ya guys ya. Follow Championship juga udah bikin video. Halo, entah kenapa gak bisa ngetek set. LCK siapa yang juara? Anaknya tim Secret bisa posisi pemain dapat poin gede, iya anjir. Kembak apaan ya? Kita lihat. Kayak nggak kamera bug nggak sih? Itu mah cuma kamera biasa nggak sih? Boom juara LCK boleh-boleh. Agak unfair nggak sih sebenarnya pas nggak tau lah unfair atau fair atau unfair, cuman ya udah ente dah mau gimana lagi coy. Ada tim Cina juga di last chance qualifier. Brand juga nggak ke Berlin, unfair bang. Tau lah pusing anjing. Tapi si PRX masih bisa ke champion kan lewat jalur si last chance qualifier kan sebenarnya kan. Kira-kira Aaron bisa tidur gak? Ya bisa lah, mau gimana lagi udah terjadi gitu, mau gimana lagi nggak bisa diubah juga guys.
I mean, Pansy and Hypok did such a good job of narrating. They were just trying to switch between the
Welcome
sites,
Social,
and the hits would come in way too late. The rotation would already be there.
Berat tapi
and it
last
just
chance
was
qualifier.
falling apart for them. It was heartbreaking to watch.
It's a hard day for being a
Mabok
paper
sih
boy. I'm sure.
Be quiet on Iko ya.
Split being such a, it's a small map,
Apa,
okay,
slow.
to what we have in our pool. So making those quick rotations and
Last chance qualifier ada F4Q juga.
30 seconds left is probably not the best idea.
Aaron kangen main
also
RP
feel like Reina's
goblok.
leer was just not enough to, make the initiation on the
Last chance
execute.
qualifier berat, lawannya ada
And
F4Q, ada
when it comes
Crazy
to them, because
Raccoon.
after that 6-6, when we finished
Satu
the
lagi
first
belum
half,
tahu dari
I
Korea,
wasn't
bisa ada
entirely
Nuturn
sure.
juga ya, berat sih.
I went for them, but we need to talk about
Main berat sih guys.
Yeah, we do indeed. I mean, Sean, he won the game for them that match.
Quite literally. Yeah, he just ended the game.
Brand
with an
masuk
ace, which was
ke champion jalur AFK anjing.
I don't want to draw attention to all of these Astra smokes you're going to see around that
Nutun
map.
udah lolos. Oh, Nutun udah ke champion. Oh, berarti Korea yang satu lagi bukan Nutun ya. Ini si orang sih Phantomnya sakit amat dah, apaan sih? Jelas tai. Lawan Jepang bisa sih.
Do you guys remember the first day of
Ada Global Esport berat, ada SK Rossi.
It was his birthday.
It was, yeah.
Mungkin sengaja masuk LCQ biar jalan-jalan. Oke, last chance qualifier online ya sih guys. Last chance qualifier nggak ngelan tau gue nggak sih? Apa ngelan? Ada rumornya ngelan, cuman belum tentu juga sih kayaknya.
Yeah, they looked really good when it came down to Breeze especially. I think
Cuman ya harusnya ngelan sih, cuman I don't know.
something we didn't know that they had in their sleeve.
Bang,
right?
misalnya
But
saya
now
ikut last chance
moving
qualifier, lu
forward
pede
against
nggak?
Zen, do they dare challenge CNET on
Yeah, now
that?
everybody knows. Now it's kind of not a secret
Enggak
anymore.
sih.
Props to Brave.
Jujur-jujuran enggak.
Also played amazingly
Orang
in
gua
this
di Indo aja
first
gak juara, mau ngarep apa lagi anjir? Jujuran aja ya.
Because they're different ages, they're all controllers, but
Crazy
still,
Raccoon
the
bukannya
mechanics are
udah
different, but he played
ke champion.
just beautifully.
I mean, yeah, because of that
Newton
last
belum ke
round,
champion
top
tuh.
performer
Yang
on
mana yang
his
bener
whole
jadi
team
ini
actually
guys?
had the most frags in the
Di Indo susah
control
kok
room
gak
with
menang-menang
Izzy on your
anjing.
team. You're outfragging that
XN
guy.
next turnya kapan nggak tahu guys.
Speaking of Brave, we have a HyperX reflex
Ente dah bang dia.
moment. I think the three of us were speechless when we saw this.
Ini rontai nih.
With just, you know, casually.
Yeah, you phoned us having, you're like, oh, round two, this round, but it was only after 2 frags. He's got 3 more to go, and you already were calling it.
Oh gosh.
Ruination Phantom.
Him. And like you said, Kakuka, so young as well. Forsaken, he's only 17.
Harusnya XN ada tanding lagi tanggal revival bukan buat turnamen Valorant gitu. XN harus ikut tuh.
I think you're fine. I think we're maybe the boomers.
Bagian next live Valo dong, jangan ROX. Ya gue juga udah jarang main, udah kayak mager gitu.
It works. But I do want to know, guys. Now we've seen a supermassive blaze.
Nutun poinnya dan 410 susah dikejar.
With that rematch looming ahead of us, do you think
Ada aja
they've got
Brave ini
a better
makinya.
chance now of taking down Ascend?
Yes. 100%.
Will they take
Yang masuk champion di post Valorant e-sport harusnya. Lu temenin si Bagi Gil. Lu paling paham kan? Enggak lah. Gak paham aku. Coba LCQ ada boom sama AE. Boom ada kan? Ada boom tapi kan?
That's the difference. One comes from a loss, the other one comes from a win. We'll see.
Sebenarnya tuh ini sistem si last chance qualifier ini tuh sistemnya ngelihat dari poin ya, bukan dari poin kan?
Thank you very much, Jinsu. We'll be talking about that rematch in just a moment, but I am joined by Brave and Scarlet here.
Dari poin kan, poin dia pernah juara berapa kan?
To buy that rematch against Ascend. Brave, I'm going to work backwards a little bit here with my questions because I have to ask about the
Iya,
final
masuk last chance qualifier juga
round,
Nutun. Korea nomor 1 auto champion 23 Nutun
Walk me
FPV
through it. Why choose to push aggressively when the game is so close and everything's on the line?
Nutun sama F4Q ke last chance qualifier.
Gerçekten inanılmaz bir roundtu. Birazcık geriden başlayıp
F4Q sama Nutun yang ke LCQ.
Son roundda neden bu kadar agresif bir şekilde oynadın? Bize birazcık anlatıp detaylandırabilir misin?
Biasanya ada new player gak kira-kira bang? Nggak ada sih.
Öncelikle şöyle oldu.
Yang main itu lagi aja.
Vermiştik. Ras B'de B main'e agresif alıyorduk. Ras öldü. Entry verdik. Easy'de Vent tarafından mid'e bakıyor. Dedim ki hani mid ult'la ben hani açılayım.
Kecuali PS juara Berlin, Nutun lolos champion.
Elde edelim tekrardan dedim.
Bingung ya gua
Bu
anjing.
şekilde gelişti. Oyun içi iletişim gelişti. Zaten oyun içi iletişim.
Kalau PS menang Berlin, Nutun yang lolos bisa gitu
Well,
anjing.
we had given up an entry in B main. Russ had died there, so while Izzy was holding mid, I wanted to also push aggressively.
Nutun bisa langsung ke champion kalau PS juara tuh. Jadi ini sistemnya sekarang tuh lu lolos tergantung tim lain juga tau sih. Kayak kalau tim ini juara lu bisa lolos. Kalau tim ini kalah jadi lu yang lolos gitu-gitu anjir. Tahu ribet lihat aja tuh.
This final map split was very close, in fact 6-6 at halftime. So I'm curious just where was the mental at for the team as
Jadi intinya tuh lu kalau juara di Berlin ini lu bakal langsung lolos ke champion ya. Benar gak guys?
Aslında durum 6-6'ydı ve her şey eşit görünüyordu.
Tapi pusing anjing ribet bener. Acap live tuh gila. Oh ya. Acap.
Split'te T side'ımıza güveniyoruz zaten 6 el aldık. Split'te T'de aldık.
Karena kalau Regen salah satu ada menang di Berlin,
bayağı avantajlı.
Regen ada kesempatan juga bang. Oh. Kalau bingung Subatona sih goblok nggak gitu tapi.
Oynadık. Mental
Oke, I see.
Zaten bayağı rahattık hatta. Gülüyorduk, eğleniyorduk yani falan. O şekilde bitirdik.
Dapsep juga tadi merasakan kesenangan karena SMB menang. Kalau tadi SMB kalah, udah tuh pusing tuh brand tuh. Taunya brand si udah Dapsep senang ujung-ujungnya ntar champion nggak bisa main. Soalnya kan champion di Berlin juga. Takutnya ntar udah dia bisa ke sana tapi dia nggak bisa berangkat juga nggak sih. Jadi gini selama setahun tim-tim disuruh ngumpulin poin sebanyak mungkin dalam 3 master ya. Poin jadi tetap final dulu. Parah sih kalau gitu sih. LCK berat juga lo apaknya. Dia udah ada visa Berlin. Nggak usah tidur fuck lah.
Yine overtime'a gitti, uzatmalara gitti mücadele.
Sebenarnya tuh si brand ini nggak bisa berangkat gara-gara apa sih sebenarnya? Bukan visa kan? Emang dia ada kayak flight restriction gitu kan kalau dari Filipina masuk ke Berlin kan? Bukan karena visa apa gimana sih?
Durduramadık iletişimi tam
Visa nggak
sağlayamadık,
terima.
nasıl durdurabiliriz gibisinden hani o an setuplarımız uygun olmadı buna.
Kasihan bro, visanya delay.
Küçük hatalardan gitti.
Kalau
Yani
misalkan
iletişimimiz
travel
pratik
ban.
olsaydı %100 alacaktık mesela.
Kalau misalkan visanya dapet dia bisa ke Berlin nggak ini sekarang? Bisa nggak? Ya, anggap aja visa dia nggak telat, nggak delay, dia berangkat nggak nih? Ditolak juga kan? Hah? Nggak bisa juga kan? Tergantung kopi gimana bisa. Bisa, nggak tahu, nggak tanya Jokowi ngentot, kenapa tanya Jokowi? Enggak, berangkat dong. Bisa, enggak, aduh ngentot pusing. Tanya Ahok kan ngentot. Nggak tahu gue nih kan. Maksudnya yang kemarin ini guys. Nih, yang turnamen Berlin ini nih. Berlin yang sekarang nih. Kalau misalkan dia ada visa, dia bisa berangkat nggak ke sini? Nggak bisa juga kan? Karena ada travel ban kan? Gara-gara emang Jerman ini nggak terima penerbangan dari Filipina kan? Jadi percuma kalau dia ada visa juga dia nggak diterima gitu kan? Nggak bisa, kayaknya Vietnam juga nggak bisa. Oh.
Bence 2 kere düşünme. Özellikle Power ile ben tutunca B'yi %100 2 kez düşünmeliler. Ama A'da da oynayacağım. A'da da
Susah bareng brand, senang bareng TS. Ya gitu lah ya. Cuman lucu aja kalau misalkan tiba-tiba brand masih nggak dibolehin masuk ke Jerman gitu, negara Filipina, jadi kayak sama ya bohong aja. Nggak bisa kok Filipina di ban gara-gara kasus COVID nih ya, tau. Amin nggak? Sorry bang, Indo juga nggak bisa kalau orangnya vaksin Sinovac. Emang iya guys? Emang iya kalau lu vaksinnya psikopat, lu nggak bisa travel ke Berlin?
Bu mücadeleyle aslında bu maçla birlikte sen de karşı yine
ada negara yang bisa
kapmayı başardınız. Bu gibi devam ederseniz sizce
psikopat harus Astra.
Bu gibi bir iletişim sayesinde rakibinizi geçmeyi
Jason Sinovac tuh.
Bugünkü gibi iletişimden daha iyi olacak iletişimimiz. Yani bugünkü
Jason Sinovac tuh.
Yerinde değildi yani, o yüzden hatta bu kadar yakın geçti Split'le Heaven. Ama iletişimimiz üst düzeyde olacak. Hatalarımızı zaten fark edip çözüyoruz hemen. Hatta bugün akşam bile gidip çalışacağız, çözeceğiz yani hatalarımızı. Bu gibi problemleri çözdükten sonra Ascent maçı
biar Subaton besok.
Biar Subaton besok, gila kali ya. 2000 biar Subaton besok, apa aja Tewis ngadi-ngadi Tewis nih. Subaton besok 1000 lagi. 5 menit itu kelar. Kalau sesuai-sesuainya brand si Secret ini nggak keterima lagi, apakah jadi siapa yang berangkat ya dia? Lihat dari LCQ juga kali ya.
Bu turnuvada aslında, yani bu turnuvadan önce çok alıştığınız rakiplere karşı oynuyordunuz ama burada
XN bang yang berangkat goblok. PRX lah yang berangkat harusnya dari poin.
Hem maç oynama hem de scrim atma olanağı buldunuz. Onlardan neler kaptınız? Onlara belki de ne öğrettiniz? Yani diğer takımlarla oynamak, farklı bölgenin takımlarıyla oynamak nasıl bir his?
Prag atıyoruz zaten. Turnuvada da oynadık Paper X gibi bir takımla.
Kasihan slot saya hangus lagi dong Tuhan. Enggak, maksudnya kalau misalkan brand nggak bisa dikasih ke yang lain gitu, antara si Paper X atau siapa kayak gitu yang nomor 2 di Last Chance Qualifier atau gimana gitu.
Ya her bölgeyi zaten aslında biz izliyoruz yani bu şekilde.
Well, yeah, we have played a lot of scrims against other regions teams.
Masalahnya poin PRX sama Cok.
But even when we don't play against them, even when we don't scrim them, we always follow them. You always follow.
Tahun interview jadi lama gara-gara transit ngepet nih ah.
Oh, blok adapt what we find well into our play style as well. So yeah, that's basically it. I mean, even if we aren't able to play against them, we always follow them and try to adapt.
Always looking for opportunities to learn. Well, again, Brave, I want to congratulate you on the victory today and keeping your tournament lives going. But and as well, Scarlett, you for the translations.
Thank you.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's that battle between G2 and Sentinels. We'll catch you here.
Came on the other side pretty humble, hanging on for
Bangsat nih BNK anjing, tai lah. Kenapa sih dia entrance-nya mesti sikat gigi, kan nyusahin ya, bikin dia mesti kumur-kumur lagi ya, goblok ya. Bangga kalau di interview empik goblok. Mendingan lu aja di interview Bangga. Bayangin saudara saya India nggak bisa masuk Jerman karena India kan juga kasus COVID-nya parah kan. Jadi harusnya sih kalau orang India buat berangkat ke Berlin juga susah nggak sih? Kan dia kasusnya juga banyak cok India cok. Udahlah ditelan Ben kayak caper. Next G2 Sentinel lagi bang ya. Cek Wikipedia mager gue ceknya. Panggil cerita lagi dong pas turunnya di luar. Tahu abang pusing ya Andi. Ada list negara-negaranya, lupa waktu itu di Twitter. Oh.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan, Subaton Gil temenin PPKM ngen asteris.
Haji Sulam kan namanya, di kekang pijit dah. Sabar, tadi itu lewat Sosiabas ya, sabar. Thank you. Kenapa sih pada nyuruh gue Subaton anjir? Bingung gua. Gue takut anjing. Gue takut anjing. Subaton kelar. Subaton Gil temenin PPKM ngen asterix. Thank you Haji Sulam, thank you. Sabar jangan malah. Mampus lu. Kayak Ages aja start 100 jam goblok gak gitu anjir. Tuh banyak yang saranin Subaton, capek cok. Biar lu kaya. Kayak tai ya anjing. Subaton kayak cross gak kelar-kelar. Mending live suka-suka lu aja bang. Pengen lihat Subaton tercepat anjing. Tuhan kon. Udah malas nonton gak ada PRX. Gue pengen siapa lagi sih yang tanding sebenarnya? Itu Sentinel ya. Kemarin matchnya pada cepet-cepet kelar ya, jadi cepet nih. Sekarang jam 11:30 masih baru mau mulai anjir match kedua. Kemarin gara-gara dibantai sama nggak ada map 3 sih, jadi cepet anjir.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan, jangan ya De Agil. Suami saya entar buang-buang duit.
What the fuck? Jangan ya Dek Agen, suami saya entar buang-buang duit, oke. Ya itu suruh disimpan aja duitnya. Petipan mau pensiun ya, kalau gue lihat dari Twitter dia kayak mau pensiun gitu. Katanya. PRX eliminated, enter. Nih ada ini agent pick rate di VCT yang Master Berlin ini. Jet 80% di pick. Paling tinggi Jet anjing. Nomor 2 paling tinggi itu Sova. Emang Sova tak tergantikan anjing. Ketiga Sky. Keempat Astra. Kelima Viper, keenam Killjoy. Sage pun sering di pick dibandingkan Raze dan Reina. Yang nggak pernah di pick Yoru anjing, kesian Yoru. Yoru nggak ada yang pernah pakai. Phoenix cuman 2,9%, Kayu cuman 4,4%. Jet paling laris anjing emang. Jangan tapi ngasih duit, larang lagi cepat. Bangke lemas mau buka Valorant, sabar guys. Kenapa Yoru jarang di pick? Karena nggak tahu lah, kayak masih banyak agent lain yang lebih bagus dibandingkan dia gitu sebenarnya, gak sih? Kayak gitu. Kayo si Steel doang ya gak sih yang pakai ya? Si Steel doang, Hunter yang pakai Kayo. Kayo kalau di buff bagusnya gimana ya Bang Gil? Mungkin dia punya pisau digedein range-nya mungkin. Iya Yoru kayak nggak tahu dah. Coba PRX Bain sih harusnya bisa menang PRX. Salah pick anjing, kenapa dia pick? Gara-gara pick Breeze nih.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan, buat Adam Aditya. Kata Agil 50 kadu baru live cukur kumis.
Buat Adam Aditya, kata Agil 50k dulu baru live cukur kumis. Adam Aditya siapa anjir? Adam Aditya siapa weh? Siapa Adam Aditya? Oh tuh nongol orang itu. Gue baru cukur anjing. Blog Adam Aditya, orang yang nongol anjing. Tadi apa aja yang di ban? Berarti itu yang di ban mungkin Essen, Icebox, Bain kah? Di ban nggak? Bain PRX Jason pakai Yoru kah? Nggak, kayak nggak pakai Yoru lagi deh. Map dah aja lah tuh, Breeze. Nyesel tuh pasti harusnya nge-pick Breeze. Dibantai soalnya lagi di Breeze-nya. Kemakan statistik ya gak bang sih, mungkin bisa jadi kayak mungkin si PRX juga lihat kayaknya nih si SMB nggak pernah main Breeze atau enggak kayak statistiknya jelek main di Breeze, jadi kayak PRX pede gitu mungkin. Tapi taunya jago anjing. Daripada Breeze mending main apa? Main Essen kayak main, tapi kalau di ban ya nggak bisa juga sih. Main apa ya kalau di ban ya, yang masih ada? Bain mungkin ya, Bain. Icebox-nya PRX kuat ya, tapi takutnya di ban sama si. Ini gimana Bang Gil, PRX pulang? Iya ente dah. Breeze pas saya emang bagus, tapi ya gimana pas map pertama aimnya aja udah kerasa. First big turnamen mereka udah lumayan. Iya. Yeah. Xbox-nya aja di ban ya. Xbox di ban makanya nggak bisa dia pick Xbox. Jadi feeling gue kalau nggak dia main Breeze, main Bain harusnya sih. Brave nge-cheat ya Allah. Lu nggak mau jadi streamer gaming kayak Winda aja Bang Gil? Nggak tahu gua. Nggak ngerti juga sih. Musuh bebuyutan di CS dulu zaman gue di NXL awal, musuh bebuyutan gue tim Vietnam. Kayak tiap gue ketemu tanding final selalu ketemu dia dan gue selalu kalah mulu tuh ngentot. Gue gak ngerti kenapa dah anjing, kayak Kryptonet tim gue anjing dulu itu nggak pernah menang sama sekali, selalu tuh. Tapi akhirnya baru menang. Makin ke belakang tiba-tiba mereka jadi kayak bodok gitu, gue nggak tahu kenapa. Crazy Guy kah? Bukan. Waktu itu belum ada Crazy Guy. Tapi Crazy Guy pernah masuk ke tim mereka, cuman yang awal belum ada dia. PRX itu aimnya keras juga padahal ya. Cuman ya kapan kawin mah nggak tahu bang. Bang lu ganteng banget, keren. Wah ada Geo nih guys. Siapa nih yang suka sama Geo wangi-wangi guys? Geo wangi-wangi nih, gantiin si Kakuka nih. Sejak kedatangan Banteng. Aku bang. Akibat kan naik masih aja. Geo wangi-wangi. Bang monitorku rusak habis kena tonjok karena PRX kalah buset. Sabar bos, sabar. Aku wangi-wangi wahoo. Kayak juga ya kalau mereka kayak ngejelek-jelekin gitu nggak sih bang? Tahu dah nggak bodo amat juga sih gua. Bodo amat juga sih sama dia sebenarnya. Ya buat minor mistakes-nya PRX sih kena kelas mulu. Kena Iko yang sayang tadi. Emang suka gitu tahu ketika lu ketemu orang yang full buy lu menang, ketika ketemu yang Iko bisa kalah gitu kayak nggak tahu lah. Lu di Gunung Sina ngapain aja? Gunung Sina tuh apa ya? Gunung Sina tuh apa ya?
You've got a shot here. I think that's where we got to start with G2 Geos. The fact that they were the first team to hand a map loss over to Sentinels on land, and we've talked a lot about that.
Bang, aku lebih suka Kakuka daripada Geo. Apakah aku aneh bang? Enggak kok enggak.
They can turn that one map into two.
I think the thing that you have to look to with G2 right now is they have played F4Q
namanya juga hidup ya Tuhan. Gunung Nabi. Gunung Sinai bego. Biasanya ciwi-ciwi kemana ya? Ini wangi-wangi guys. Ganti-gantian dia, kadang si Kakuka Kafuka ya si Kakuka kadang hujan di sana cuy.
Let's talk about that a little bit. What did you feel went
Hujan
right
sih.
and what went wrong for G2 in that first series, Doug?
Yeah, I think a couple of things that went right for them was
Anjay Mixwell nih. Mixwell bete lagi hari ini nih. Terakhir sore si Dapper nge-tweet kayak dibilang kayak dia lawan G2 kayak ngantuk-ngantuk gitu. Kufaku Ben anjing.
Specifically on Icebox they won the bonus and it seemed like that was a notable win condition for them, right? If they're able to get momentum going, get a couple
rounds out
off,
seat 1 EMEA udah gigi banget.
On the back foot a bit, that seems like there's key to victory there.
Well, so you have to imagine that G2 then is probably going to want.
Tapi lolos ke Berlin udah dream come true gak? Iyalah, lolos ke Berlin aja udah perjalanannya susah, Cok. Lu qualifier region lu dulu. Kelar dari qualifier region lu ke playoff yang dari semua region dipertemukan gitu kan. Di situ baru bisa ke sini anjing. Miswell tip lagi kan nih, nggak tahu nih. Jason kurang tidur nih, sekolahnya nggak peduli sama muridnya. Pada enak-enak banget orang pakai Phantom ya.
And look, I think a lot of us would like to see Sentinels pushed in a big way, and maybe this G2 roster is the team to do it, Doug. But as we look
orang luar pakai Phantom banyak banget anjing. Hari-hari G2 Sentinel iya. Ini sebenarnya mau menang kalah pun mereka udah pasti lolos berdua, cuman nentuin seeding doang. Siapa seeding 1, siapa seeding 2. Iya gue juga heran bang. Kalau ada tahun lalu PRX sudah di-follow mereka ke champion sih karena mereka kurang poin soalnya baru lihat di playoff kedua ya. Dia telat, PRX itu telat karena mereka waktu itu masih main CSGO semua. Baru pindah ke Valo. Jadi kayak telat start gitu loh dia. Tapi udah gokil anjing, progresnya sih gokil loh. Kenapa jago? Iya anjing. Playoff nggak ada lower, nggak tahu gua. Dulu pas pakai Phantom kecoa juga ayam kamu bang sakit ya. Iya anjing nggak tahu lah. Gue kayak cuma bisa pakai Phantom Singularity sama Oni kayaknya. Ya padahal pengen lihat dubstep di Last Chance Qualifier. Ya gara-gara PRX dikalah jadi yang lolos si Secret guys. Jadi dicengin kali ya di grup angkatan. Grup angkatan kah? Tai masa dicengin anjing, dia udah dia sangat harusnya Jason yang ngecengin temen-temennya anjing. Katanya lu dibilang lu umur segini udah kebayaran belum?
I mean, part of that
Gitu
you just
gituin sama
mentioned
Jason
on the
anjing.
Breeze game, I think some of it came into the fact that F4Q were a little unprepared, but I mean, Sentinels weren't going to be complaining.
Agentnya harus
But I
dipick di
totally
map
agree with you.
apapun
This roster
apa
is
gitu.
absolutely wild, and you know,
Mostly
I was gonna
Sova.
say, when you say they got three things
Cuman di
going
split
right
nggak?
for them, I think
Cuman di
they
map
got
split doang
five
yang nggak
things
butuh.
going right for them. It's called Tens, Shazam, Zoms, Dapper,
Nigat
and
nih.
you know, you can, right? So
Dapper
they are
Tokai
a
anjing.
terrifying squad, but I think
Eh,
for me,
gaya
such
lagi
a
dia.
huge thing is sure they're terrifying, but we have now seen them lose a map on an international stage, and that's not something that
Enggak gara brand bantai 3-0 PRX jadi mereka yang lolos champion.
Things going right. Let's talk about two of them specifically. You already mentioned a
Sombong
couple of the
amat.
names. It's Shazam.
Mana XCN jadi GH Eropa atau enggak? Jadi tapi mungkin nanti guys.
Still find the shots just as well.
5 gat itu hati-hati guys.
2.5 KDA.
Emang lu bukan gat bukan.
I mean that ACS as well. I would be scared to step onto a server with him.
Yeah, that's just kind of criminal that he can do that on an international stage. How does the guy continue to get
Kenapa saya selalu diremehin Gil di Eropa dan NA? Karena emang ketika mereka dipertemukan di pertandingan gitu kayak tim-tim Asia gitu biasa kayak emang nggak bisa ngikutin NA atau Eropa gitu loh. Maksudnya nggak bisa ngikutin itu dalam artian kayak beda level gitulah intinya. Cuman di Valorant sih boleh loh. Asia di Valorant masih bisa ngelawan loh. PRX masih bisa ke champion nggak bisa, cuman rada berat. Panggil starnya sama gat-gat yang lain. Sentinel on XCN anjing. Merem ten senang gitu. Oh dia pakai mouse apaan tuh? Oh, wireless.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan. PB doang si juara yak sama bulu tangkis.
Haji Sulam kenapa Haji Sulam? Kayak mouse apaan tuh si Tens anjir? Super light Starlight ya? PB doang saya ya juara sama bulu tangkis. Kagak PB juara dunia kan? Kecengnya ada Bang Gil. Itu Sofa Divin Sazam. Anjing si Tens pakai mouse apaan cok? Yang kanan mantep tuh wangi-wangi soalnya.
And you know, I wonder for that, like seeing the success that they initially were able to have.
Aduh, salah kok sensitivity sih.
Where G2 press a little bit.
Apakah itu Starlight? Bener kan Final Most Starlight anjing. Final Most Starlight atau Endgame Action 1. What the fuck?
Shaz is gonna read it and he's gonna adjust.
Rexus wireless sih itu Rexus wireless guys. Action BC di Eropa itu jokes apa gimana? Tunggu ya. Lihat Reddit bang pasti ada bahasa itu udah ketahuan sih. Soalnya tadi mouse wireless bolong-bolong. Mouse wireless bolong-bolong tuh kalau nggak model O tapi nggak mungkin model O sama si Starlight tadi.
Even if Sentinels had no intention of going there whatsoever, and it really played with their minds a little bit, and I'm not sure that that's something that they'll bring again, because they'll be like, we've already shown it.
Kepada ya G102 buat main Valo. Banggil gak perlu turun buat lawan Sentinel bahkan penganut Banggil itu. PB Rusia dia boleh next week. Cakep juga ya, ih kan. Geo wangi-wangi nih. Mouse warnet tidak pedip mundur wangi-wangi.
I'm always feeling confident. I mean, I think overall
Korea di follow berat CS di Cina di CS ya benar. Tapi ya bisa dibilang sih seperti itu. Gio empus goblok kayak gitu. Rexus Dasa itu kayak Mas Budi Meister ya. Sokap tuh namanya Geo itu Geo. Banggil tuh cewek-ceweknya bisa di BO nggak bisa lah goblok. Anjay di kiss.
Why we see pressure from the other teams, for example. When we do lose a match, we get like way more motivation than when we were just like winning all our practice, all our matches. So I think if we lose here, we'll be way more motivated. Obviously losing in the playoffs, like that can happen. You know, it's
Kapten mah masuk Sinvalo bang. Oh iya. Dapper dari CS ya, tapi dapper di CS gak ada namanya sih. Banggil lihat ROE dong, mager. Mager. IG, Geocache tuh, sampai apa lu sombel.
I think you have to though, right? And most top teams are gonna say, yeah, we learned from this loss and we're gonna move forward with it. If you're sitting in the corner crying over it, you're probably.
Tapi karena Valo itu game baru dan banyak yang masih bisa ngulik, ya benar-benar. Jadi masih sama-sama masih belajar tau gak kalau Valo. Kalau saya sama Eropa NA itu kalah di Emerald Strat. Biasa dua-duanya. Biasa dua-duanya. Udah kalah nembak, kalah strat juga. Aku sering lihat IG-nya bang, buat apa tuh sombel? Masih gede agil guys namanya, saya sih pada dapet nggak gitu juga aja. Anak-anak secret senang pas PRX kalah ya. Iyalah.
If there was a match that they could lose, that they could learn a lot from, that they could make adjustments for, and they could carry momentum into the rest of the tournament.
Pakai kursi apa? Gue pakai ST Racing ini. Gue pakai ST Racing. Cuman ini gue pakai bantal. Terus gue lapisin pakai selimut pesawat. Sama ya gitu doang sih. Soalnya kucing gue suka nyakar-nyakarin, jadi gue lapisin. Banggil loh, banggil. Kenapa Yorek? Barusan kuliah story-nya masih ada gempa lokal, apaan goblok? Agak bergetar ya Insta story-nya. Gempa lokal maksudnya bukan gempa lokal ini, anjing nih pasti nggak bener nih, gara-gara cewek nih, ngomongin cewek ini pasti nih. Bang katanya kalau Corsair Racing dilapisin sarung game sense-nya kayak wallhack. Muat tamu. Brand gak saya pride, tetap saya sih. Tetap saya kok secret mah. Ayo Gil, kita ke story-nya Geocache dulu.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan, Yore bobo aja sana.
Oh, Yore bobo aja sana tuh kata itu. Banggil, kenapa Yorek? Banggil kalau turnamen gak ada caster gimana anjing, boring banget cok. Udah jam malam ini. Anjing baru masuk udah disuruh cabut. Gak mau lihat gua. Kak. Geocache. Anjing baru masuk. Anjas. Wah anjay, maksudnya apa tuh? Anjay. Sekarang senyum-senyum, ntar pas udah main baper nih, di tibek-tibek kan, dicucuk. Coba Theo Yore dong, gue ngapain buat apa nih? Selebrasi CR, emang iya? Sisi do. Lihat dong Banggil kan nggak dosa. Emang Ronaldo kayak gitu guys, dia punya gaya. Baru tahu gua. Sepi kayak kuburan kalau nggak ada caster. Boring anjing kalau nggak ada caster guys. Gaya BP, Pamungkasnya ada.
I just find it hilarious because it's so goofy. But if you remember from the other day, these two teams had some of the most outlandish trash talk. Just how
nih si Kelok sore kayak si Scream nih mirip banget anjing. Anjay. Anjay, wow, apa nih? Apa nih? Transaksi apa tuh guys? Tuhnya dikasih obat kuat, iya pas main ngaceng ZOWIE. Goblok anjing.
Again, the respect that exists between these players, where from moment to moment, right, we can share that, we can have that respect as we step on stage, but as soon as we get behind the desks, we are fierce competitors, and we will let you know that every step
ketika lohe
goes the way it is, and respect is earned.
Mixwell ngaceng ntar tuh ya.
All right, now let's restart that conversation around match.
Langsat tuh.
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan, ngace asteris itu apa kakak Agil?
Ngace ngaceng asli. Ngaceng itu apa kagak ngaceng itu tegang.
But the thing is, and I know I touched on it earlier, but it's so difficult to beat a team twice. Right, it's so difficult to beat a team twice on the same map too. Exactly. So if there was a pocket pick, if there was something funny that you wanted to throw at him, especially going against Shazam with his prep and his note taking stuff like that, like
si
some
GALAX.
of that is lost, right? Like the allure of it initially
Si
is
GALAX ngaceng kan tuh. Anjing kata ini gue tadi dikasih apa nih sama si Coldamain tadi ngentut, terus dia kayak ngecek dong, nengok kanan. Ini nengok kanan ngelihat si Mixwell, buset udah. Ada yang tegak juga deh. Anjing kata. Bercanda.
But you also wonder with how the bands went and how the match went the first time around.
Nengok kanan ada. Kasih tramadol bawahnya ngaceng. Tramadol. Goblok. Sebenarnya tramadol tuh obat apa sih, guys? Obat saraf ya? Tramadol. That's kayak ngaceng goblok. Aku pengen jadi manajer Sentinels, Bang Gil cuma duduk doang nikmati kopi di meja kos anjay. Obat saraf kan sebenarnya? Tramadol itu. Nengok kanan kiri ada Teguh Monas sih. Tramadol obat penenang. Obat narkotik, Bang. Ganteng sudah ganteng, jago, pacarnya cantik, lagi curang. Anti depresan, Bang. Oh iya, itu obat saraf tau gue. Tapi kenapa bisa begitu gitu? Gue gak ngerti lagi.
I would as well, and there, I mean,
Itu band Breeze, Ascent di band Sentinel, main S. Wah, ini kayak kemungkinan bakal main Icebox lagi gak sih di pick sama G2 nih. Obat biar nggak stres, hilangin stres yang bawa ngaceng emang kalau iya. Emang iya Yer, ngilangin stres. Kan cerita di kehidupan bukan game lagi, iya anjing. Karena dosisnya gede Gil buat menenangkan, makanya efeknya maboy.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing is because of the way the map picks, are setting out. If you drop Icebox, you're in trouble. Oh, then
Habis itu keciduk polisi.
You're in a world of hurt.
Well, and that's why I really like the defensive choice by Sentinels, because again, that's what to me says
nambah nafsu makan.
Has picked apart.
Nambah nafsu adik yang di bawah kali itu mah.
The setups might look very different on the defensive side with Sentinels. I think
kasih propolis. Biar kayak MLM
that question that I spoke about earlier comes in because they played the Viper against G2 before, but they didn't when they.
Minum itu aja Yor tuh biar nggak stres main rank.
So which way are they going to go?
Kenapa Aquamarine anjing? Biar paham banget emang anjir.
They know that they can do it either way, and honestly for that you've got G2 going, well crap, what are they going to throw at us, right? Is the Viper going to be there? Is the Viper not going to be there? And like when you have so many different looks that you can study.
Ngaruh apa match ini? Match ini cuma ngaruh buat seeding doang. Intinya dua tim ini yang kalah pun tetap lolos sudah, nggak mungkin nggak lolos. Jadi menang kalah udah pasti lolos, tapi cuma nentuin seeding doang ini. Nentuin seeding doang. Soalnya kalau dapat seeding 1 biasa bakal dapat lawan yang lebih mudah ketimbang lu temuin di seeding 2. Soalnya kalau di seeding 2 lu bakal ketemu yang seeding 1 dari grup sebelah gitu lah. Kapan Hall dijual? Oh iya benar juga ya. Ntar lah gue jual lah tuh anjing.
But that said, G2, while they've had a bit more of an up and down of late, you've got these players like Nuki who's performed so well on the Raze recently that there's still quite a lot that you can.
Kok nggak ada tulisan bertahan Gil di map curang nih? Nggak ada di bahasa Indo. Ya udah kapan jadi nama gue mentai? Kapan Yor? Nanti kapan ya? Kapan ya? Cek harga skin CS di CS Money biasanya sih.
Different, but we should go ahead and refocus towards Icebox as that will be the first
map.
And having already played, we have a sense of what these teams want. My question is,
Bang ini Aaron dan langsung pulang dulu Indo apa chill dulu di Eropa?
the table.
I mean, I actually
kayak
was
stay
fine
dulu
with
deh.
the agent selections they went with before. It was basically the same composition, except we had a Rainer on the side of Sentinels and a Raze on the side of G2. Now, I think these represent what these two teams are happy with. The thing I'm going to be looking at is GALAX has shown improvement since that game.
Bang cairin CS. Bikin CS di mana sama ke siapa? Nggak tahu sih. Bisa ada aja seller-seller gitu yang mau beli. Kayaknya sih stay sampai kelar sih kayaknya. Tebak skor map apa ini ya? Tebak skor menang.
Well, and that's perhaps, as we mentioned, maybe the one agent change you look for is
Menang
instead
Sentinel
of
sih.
splitting the duelists, Reyna on one side and
Gue nggak
Raze
tahu
on
sih.
the other. Maybe you do just go toe to toe with tens. And
Iya,
you
yuk
say,
vlog
look,
kuliner
whichever
kagak
one of us is
goblok.
having the better day.
Panggil pegang mana Sentinel sih? Makro ngajak nasi Medan sama Agil ngajak Tamago, mentai Yore bentar lagi bikin vlog kuliner. Bang itu nama kucingnya Hime terinspirasi dari Hime enggak bukan.
There it is. So we get the run back here. We get the run back here on Ice.
Kalau lu kondisinya apa? FT
It
gua.
was, I'll remind people, a 13-8 last time around. The real question lies in what has Shaz figured out in those VOD reviews.
What has Shaz figured out, and what can G2 do as far as momentum? Right now, like I think momentum's where it's at. Momentum's key. What happens if you play a world when this is a big ask, right? Because that assumes that Shaz can't download it in time. But what happens if you find yourself in a world where your hits are so fast and so aggressive and so hard, you know you're going to lose a couple, but you're hitting them so hard and so fast.
Panggil suka megang apa? Kok kayak siang ya?
Would like to see
Aku suka megang mouse guys. Sekarang gue suka main.
The G2 did. Dapper's flank watch was great, but then G2 would send a lot of reinforcements, and that would catch them out.
Kamar gue selalu siang. Bang, skincare lu apa? Kagak skincare apa-apanya. Si anjing buffer kocak. Ini pasti dari Valorant yang buffernya anjing nih. Kenapa tiba-tiba Anonymous anjing sih? Ketika Anonymous apaan kocak? Next Kariore. Kocak. Nggak jelas nih Valorant nih. Streamingannya. Nggak usah deh. Kita chill dulu. Gue refresh dulu.
Wednesdays we wear pink. People are saying it looks a little
100 juta. 100 juta. Skincare aja udah.
Everybody is looking to beat G2. They did relatively well last time. Now we get to see if they can maybe go a little further.
Bang lu berdaki nggak? Ya Allah, ini kenapa buffer sih ngentot? Bang lu nggak live bareng Ragil, ini kenapa buffering cok? Nih, ada yang nggak bener nih pas ini. Ada yang nggak bener nih pas ini. Oh ini nggak bener nih. Ini ada yang tidak benar nih. Kalau di YouTube buffering juga berarti emang dari.
Unbeatable record when it comes to international events. Yeah, they did lose a map. It was this one last time. I think that was the one thing that we have to put out there is that if G2 are going to have a chance in this series,
Waktu itu ngaruh gak? Ngaruh.
And they've got off to a decent start. They managed to
gambarnya bagusan di twist anjir.
A couple of players already rotated in. It's early in the day.
Ntar kalau taktikal gue nonton di YouTube lagi, di Twitch lagi. Tapi tutup dulu bang, apa lah santai.
But surely this is where Sentinels start to mount that comeback quite quickly into the site.
Anjing di upgrade ya klasiknya, langsung dibeli skin.
Overextend. Nukia already picking up Shazam. This becomes so difficult for Sentinels to hold on. G2 just keep on coming with only one player taken down. This pistol is so close to flawless to kick off Icebox.
Terus di hack fanboy si Iba. Gitu suka banget main Icebox emang sih. Si Yor tapi kenapa ngetik Anonymous aja? YouTube emang burik. Condition FT di harga 90 sampai 100 juta bang dia bisa beli Agia. Anjay apa tuh? Oh anjay, read like a book.
So far in the entire
Anjas, lu hati-hati lu dibunuh lu sama fansnya Sentinel lu.
GALAX has always been a question mark. Now he's had a good tournament so far. Had some really solid matches, but he needs to be on his best form here today if they're going to compete. Yeah, there's no room for error. There's no room to be a little bit more relaxed. For G2, they need every single player to show up, and it does definitely start by looking
Mulai
at that
taunting nih kan. Tapi tadi tauntingnya sambil senyum-senyum sih, jadi it's okay guys. Nuki pemain CS ya dulu, pemain CS. Yang berantem sentik itu mau dibunuh Asuna iya. Anonymous comeback kali, iya mungkin guys ya. Anonymous V2 ntar. Bang, yang di depan mouse itu apa namanya yang kayak pulpen? Mouse banji. Dongle. Apa sih? Apa yang kayak pulpen guys? Banter G2 Sentinel asik sih ya. Mouse banji. Kok pensil sih? Kok kayak pensil mah, mouse banji kayak pensil lah. Ballpoint.
But for the most part, they're looking to do damage and drop weapons.
Boncil Sentinel ngeri ya, taunting dikit ancam pembunuhan enggak. Yang ancam pembunuhan itu ini. Fans Brazil anjir. Fansnya Avan Liberty. Aduh nyangkut deh. Bawa lu. Bawa lu, Cok. Wah, ini kayak feeling gue Sentinel kenapa bisa kalah ya? Belum. Masih round awal. Tens belum ini, masih bobo. Mungkin yang ujung banjir di, kayak ditaruh pulpen ditaruh. Mansen nge-case gak Bangil kagak, Cok. Fans Bangil mengancam bunuh goblok. Fans masih tidur, belum. Masih pistol tadi, ini baru mulai nih. Anjing apa nih? Something new nih, slowing. Pasti nge-slow yang depan doang di tempat-tempat AWP nge-pick kan. Tapi lama juga ya landingnya ya, itu mohon maaf tuh. Landingnya lama juga tuh ya. Fix ini pengaruh obat kuat tadi, iya anjing gara-gara kasih obat kuat jadi jago nih. Mau menang, minta obat dulu sama Koldamenta guys. Slow depan ya. Tens kebelat berak. Tens skill 0, gimana perasaan gua?
10.000 dari Haji Sulam. Pesan. Terakhir Nimo Bobo sama Iyor.
Terakhir Nimo Bobo sama Iyor. Terakhir Nimo Bobo sama Iyor. Oh. Anjay Iyor tuh. Udah diyakin Bobo tuh Iyor. Haji Sulam, anjing lu ngomong. Seorang Tens bunuh 0 gak mungkin sih. Kecuali dia benar-benar suwe banget. Kayak lagi bau banget matinya, itu gue baru percaya. Lah nisas. Panggil aku ngantuk tapi kata mama match seru. Nonton dulu aja guys. Wah ini feeling G2 menang map 1 nih. Kayak lagi wangi nih. Menang bonus round lagi lo ya. Boh. Di Uber no tens tuh. Pusing gak lo? Gila si Nuki sekarang buff banget badannya anjir. Gitu sih, kayaknya bisa gitu sih. Makin banyak yang sesenap Pegil ya, begitulah. Shazam pakai Vandal, ada apa ini? Mungkin gara-gara map Icebox kali ya. Jadi dia pakai Vandal. Cuman biasanya dia pakai apa? Phantom tetap ya. Anjir. Kena tag. Langsung di HE backside-nya. Di shortcut di HE, di slow. Udah gak ada yang berani di backside tuh. Dikasih smoke juga biar gak ada yang berani ngepick. Tens meninggal langsung. Kayak dia lagi mau nembak kena satchel ya itu. Apa emang dia nembaknya geter ya? Kayak kena satchel gak sih? Bangil ngejinx nih. Bangir kapan bikin konten berantem? Enggak.
The most important thing for
Nasa gak sih tadi? Nasa gak sih?
GALAX doesn't save the rifle. Any damage that Zoms can get.
Tens mau cosplay si Bang lah, dia udah bunuh tadi kok. Slow.
Away with near flawless rounds the whole way through, including their bonus. And if Sentinels get no damage done here, well, then you're going to be in a spot where it's going to be very hard to break G2's economy.
Yeah, of course, for Zoms, probably just going to try and take one
Bang
with
Dul katanya Banteng jadi karyawan Sentinel. 4-0. Baru Byron lagi nih, apakah 5-0? Let's go G2 bikin Sentinel kalah pertama di Master. Let's go guys. Tiba udah nge-hanker PC Sentinel. Bang Iyer kapan branding sama X-Guret biar berantem. Wajar nggak sih kalau si Bang nggak perform karena first run? Ya wajar aja. Wajar aja.
That would be a huge start for them, and 5-0 on the attacking side. We know that G2's always been strong in this attack, but this would be something.
Langsung mati.
That was like 8 seconds in. We're talking about Shazam's operator. Obviously, Kellogg's has bought up his own, and now he's the only opera left on the server. For the time being, at least a man advantage for G2.
Automatika perform kok ya.
Still walking forward, looking for more victims and finding them.
Wah gila dia boleh anjing sama.
And the Hunter's Fury will not connect for the kill, but then
mati lagi sama si Nuki. Nuki lagi menyala nih. Kebaca gitu lur ya. Soalnya udah ketahuan juga sih si Sentinel tuh kalau main Icebox selalu main agresif. Si Tens di pipa. 5-0 guys. Iko lagi 6-0 kah?
I can't believe what I'm witnessing.
Wah ngacok nih, bahaya nih guys.
He's just been running riot. Every single aggressive player has been completely shut down. They're making the openers onto this site in particular look incredibly easy, and yeah, as I said, at the moment, this doesn't look like Sentinels.
We've had the conversation many times when it comes to the EMEA region about him potentially being one of the best players in the world.
Nggak timeout lah ya. Nggak ada coach juga katanya, ya udahlah main aja lah nyantai. Anjir slownya. Sengaja dipantul di atas biar landingnya cepet. Fix sobat kuat Cold Menta nih, emang nih. Bikin kenceng.
Have the flank being watched though. Kellogg's is more than aware, and with that push coming through, it might start to make them hesitate a little bit whether they continue this push.
6-0 nggak sih? 6-0 sih.
They're continuing to find the openers they could possibly need. They're just ripping apart this site. It may have been a stack, it may have been a flank, but wow, G2 just get through it no problem.
Reading book beneran anjay. SMB menang tadi ya. Menang SMB. Barve menang SMB. PRX kalah. Tapi kalahnya tadi sayang. Wah Sentinel kenapa nih? Coach itu boleh bantuin ketika tactical pause baru boleh bantuin. Di selebih itu dia nggak boleh ngomong sama sekali. Mappick siapa? Mappick. Anjay. Nah Fortnite ya? Nah Fortnite anjay. Ini harusnya Mappick ya gitu sih. Xbox. Agresif mulu nih Anya nih, Sentinel nih pasti Anya. Pindah Twitch Bang, sabar. Tunggu ada taktikal baru pindah Twitch.
Shazam with the operator yet again, and you'll notice he's not quite playing as aggressive as he did before. Maybe a little bit scared of running into Nukia. Certainly should have been, because he has been shut down to start.
Sentinel ngapur biar gitu ngerasain menang ya.
But Kellogg's so close to death.
Tens sudah mati aja anjir, gue baru sadar. Tidak, Tens sudah meninggal. Sentinel dibantai untuk diajarin main, cok.
Far more aggressive position than what we've seen before. It does seem like Tens has started to be predicted quite often now by the side of G2, but with Mixwell falling, there seems
wah, ini si Six susah nih. Ini bunuh satu pun pasti bakal di-trade nih. Nggak bisa kabur deh. Bye-bye. Lah, kok dia mau nembak teman anjay?
So well played so far by G2 and a 4v2 yet again. Dapper and Zoms, we've seen it so many times, but here's a successful start. Zoms left in the 1v3.
1 melawan 3. Udah dipantek. 7-0. Apakah 8-0?
Dominant start for the EMEA side, and this is not something that I think
Ini yang seharusnya itu seperti ini guys. Kalau di game-game FPS, nggak game FPS sih. Kalau di CSGO seperti ini harusnya. Kayak NE itu harusnya kalau ketemu Eropa ya rada-rada susah ngelawan gitu sebenarnya. Tapi ya NE jago juga, masih bisa ngelawan. Cuman rata-rata kayak tim Eropa pasti kayak lebih jago gitu daripada Amerika. Tapi ada lah beberapa tim Amerika yang ketawa gak anjing. Jangan pindah bang, tas Sentinel senang. Oke.
Oh, Shazam already down a couple of knives. What's he got? 2 left to work with. It's gonna be a little bit tough now for him. That ultimate needs to connect a headshot to refresh. Now, what I wanted to say was G2 versus F4Q. You saw the adaptations they made. Yeah, they worked so hard on improving their game. And so far, it's been working out for them in this series as well. Shazam connects to Coldamenta though. That's the pick that they needed.
Seorang Tens saya bisa yabu ya ini.
And that's the difference maker
mau minta heal nih.
Where they don't even have a rifle to play around.
Mau minta heal si anjing. Tapi nggak bisa. Bisa deh.
So he's going to be wary of his flank and maybe not expecting Kellogg's to be that far
Sisik.
forward. Sik needs to get something done, but he's going to
Dia rotate ke A, Sisik tahu nih. Tapi dijagain sama Mixwell.
a pretty big moment for him, but Mixwell's in the spot.
Anjing, Mixwell di situ
All the
gak
way
jagain.
back, just ratting it as far as he can.
Ente Sentinel jadi meme TikTok gitu lagi.
Now, he popped his ultimate at the beginning of the round. Shazam will close out the lurk, but
Wah.
he needs to get something done.
Dia ada ulti ini lagi.
It can work. 30 seconds left as they dive on
Masih
in.
cepetan nih sebelum pada rotate ini. Langsung di revive. Ini kayak bisa menang nih round ini nih. Kena thrifty kan ya? Oh enggak dong.
Walking out of the Viper's pit and being dropped straight away.
Planting.
Man advantage no longer in their favor. Shazam wants to get the opening, but does he know that right up above is Mixwell waiting to catch Dapper as he comes on through. There's the kill.
Itu
Shazam and Sik manages to save his life.
Kan
Now
bisa
they
kalah kan
should
roundnya kan?
have their first round, unless Nukia has got something to say about it, and he doesn't. Welcome to the scoreboard.
Kalah roundnya bener, Cok.
It took them quite a bit of time and definitely one of the shakier rounds that we've seen.
Tim sekelas Sentinel bisa dikasih kena mental nggak dikasih poin. Harusnya sih mereka kalau tim jago udah bisa adaptasi sih, jadi kayak nggak mungkin. Kalau misalkan dia dibantai pasti dia udah lebih tahu apa yang salahnya gitu. Kalau sesuai SOP, Eropa lebih daripada NA ya. Pakai ini titik balik Sentinel bisa aja. Bisa aja. Zoms belum kill, iya.
They grab the kill to Avova, they overrun the site. That's what we needed to see from Sentinels. That was on a weak bind now, and a big difference maker was the fact that Kellogg's played so aggressive. He was starting to ego them. I mean, with 7 rounds, you can't really blame him, but now we need to see that come through again. We need to see Sentinels make it work when G2 aren't playing overconfident now that they've lost a round.
Oh, just as Shazam goes to push, he's going to be held back by a snake bite. They're doing well to deny pretty much all of the aggression of Sentinels so far. That's one of the things.
Description gue live Osu, goblok anjing seriusan.
Not really going to find anything, so this gives that extra space for Shazam to move a little bit further forward out of rotations. But this time, it's looking like G2 might just pick up the pace.
It certainly does. Nukia's watching for the flank play, holding it down.
Si Bas sedih-sedih lah dia. Gak bunuh soalnya.
Because Sik has already been taken down, but there it is. Shazam trading it back, taking out the star player for G2 in this map so far. That'd be a huge blow to the attacking side, but they have got the spike planted. Time is on their side, and as it ticks away ever faster, Sentinels need to make this B retake work. It hasn't been successful for them so far, but they haven't had this kind of weaponry in the past.
Apakah ini titik comeback guys? Sentinel. Wah, Tens bisa bunyi banyak nih. Aduh.
They're expecting him now, but could act as a bit of a distraction, and quickly Sentinels just drop 3 players.
Dah, comeback nih. Comeback nih. Comeback.
Solid retake from Sen. It seems like they found their footing.
This is where G2 might get a little bit worried, you know? Sentinels breathing life back into their game. Tens activated in that little 2-piece that he found.
Zoms belum bunuh guys. apa-apa.
Now you notice that G2 had the Viper's Pit online for a couple of rounds. They had the A and B side and didn't use it there to secure the round. And
Apa
ended
coba
up
ya?
losing them subsequently. I think at this point they're going to start to reassess this. A little back and forth by the boys.
Tapi tauntingnya dia lucu anjing ini. Tauntingnya kayak emang udah bercanda sama temen tai.
Need to reassess things. Still yet to see a pause come out, which I'm quite surprised considering how things have been going.
Menurut lu Bang Gil, sekarang lebih baik rakit PC atau laptop setara sama PC tersebut? Kalau gue sih tetap PC sih. Tapi tergantung kebutuhan lu kan sebenarnya. Tens ganti skin Phantom atau nyolong? Biasa sih si Tens pakai Phantom Oni kan, kenapa dia pakai yang baru ya? Ih, nggak di-pick dong dari elbow-nya. Gila, Tens langsung creeping. Oh, kira bakal dimajuin. Nggak jadi. Bunuh nih Zoms nih. Balik B-mainnya balik. Zomsnya ntar bisa ngecek B-main kosong langsung heavy ke A. Lihat nih. Ini harus ada nyari info nih. Si Zom bisa nyari info nih sebenarnya nih. Cuman nggak bisa juga sih, dia mau nge-trap B-nya. Nah, si Zom nyari info nih karena udah terlalu lama. Dari info bilang kosong. Dah ketahuan. Ketahuan. Tapi apakah walaupun ketahuan rotasinya bakal cepat datang ngebantu? Oh, udah datang nih. Oh, anjing.
But somehow he's able to get a kill from that position. Still alive now as Sentinels gain the man advantage, and there's so little time left. G2 are just being poked and pressured, and by the looks of it, taken down. Avova somehow able to stay alive. He's getting the spike planted. Kellogg's has come in with
tembusin dong ini mah.
All of a sudden, it's down to Sick. He has to
wallbang
clutch
dong.
this one out. No idea.
Masa nggak di wallbang masih Sick?
The wrap could be in play, and he's about to get peeked out by Kellogg's.
Ini nggak ada yang tahu di sini ya.
This is so tough. He needs an opportunity to take a duel and a close shot, but a whiff. Now as the time ticks away, Sick is taken down.
Anjing bisa kalah Ronnya, goblok.
They relocate and put an 8th on the board.
Gila, Ronnya.
Doing a fantastic job of
si Avova sih anjing loh, nggak mati-mati cok. Badannya licin anjing.
That's what we're currently witnessing. Normally
anjing.
to win these 2v4s, 3v4s,
Si Kellogg sih menyelamatkan. Joget lagi, joget. Ah, kesel dah mulai, kesel ya. Gila, Kellogg si Kidal, iya. Kalau gua bukan si Kidal, si Kadal kalau gua.
It absolutely is. You look at that situation, I mean, there was no way in my mind that went G2's way. 4v2, lockdown, 10 seconds left.
Pindah Twitch gak bang? Coba pindah Twitch dulu ya. Pindah Twitch. Jangan nge-lag please. Kellogg's bisa selamat loh, iya makanya gue bingung.
Now we have to see how Sentinels are going to break back from it, because I think the last time we witnessed this map, it was an 8-4 attacking side half for G2. That was enough for them to get it over the line, even though we can sometimes see those attacking comebacks. I feel like...
kontol lah. Kayak emang gue disuruh nonton di YouTube nih anjing. Buffer sekali lagi, gue balik YouTube lagi aja, bodo amat. Oke, balik YouTube. Aduh, kepencet anjing.
At this stage,
Well,
there hasn't been consistency from them. There
was
a couple of rounds, both in terms of retakes, so their actual holds of the site haven't been exactly going well. This time as well, they even had some sneaky angles behind the utility of G2, which caught G2, and they still lost it.
Now, we all know Hypok loves to see those retakes get started, but he hasn't seen them at all so far. Sentinels, you've had those 2 rounds that came through, but
Bangga cobain caster Indo.
I think arguably more than we've seen them up till now.
Does Tens hear the footsteps?
I think he did.
Yeah. Ini pasti bunuh sih. Pasti bunuh lah, itu nggak mungkin anjir. Nggak mungkin nggak bunuh anjir, nge-dry pick begitu mah, pakai AWP lagi. Tens nih. Oh, Tens berarti tadi mungut, dia pakai Oni lagi. Dari sini abang kita Tens.
Has been able to find one. And this could give them at least a little bit of
Lawan
space.
3, apakah possible
The
to win?
spike has currently dropped all the way back towards 10, so he's called for that little bit of extra support.
Gue baru sadar entrance Aaron joget KJ. Mana tadi video joget KJ ya?
It's going to be tagged up massively. Has to be so cautious about any future fights that he wants to take.
SPT kali 2 lagi dulu. Kalau kali 2 ntar nge-lag anjir, udah bodo amat.
30 seconds left.
Moving around to grab that spike's going to be pretty tough, and Nuki knows that he's about to run into a couple of players. Tens shutting him down. A third kill for that
Saving
man
AWP
this
sih.
round, and that pretty much cements the save for G2. If Mixball finds an opportunity right away, sure, maybe they go
Gila,
for it, but
Tens.
instead he runs right into
Tens
the
is back,
operator
guys.
of Sentinels. It is 8-3, and sure, it's been
Iya
an
sih, belakang
abysmal
benteng
half
gak kata-kata.
for
Iya,
Sentinels,
Zom
but if
sebelum
they
bunuh
find
guys.
this one, there's still hope.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've actually seen 10s pop off as well. So that in
Zom
itself
jaga
could
AB
be a
juga sih
difference
soalnya sih.
maker. Like the first time I think the G2
Iya joget
haven't
KJ tapi
caught
malu-malu.
him as
Oh.
he tried to get a little bit aggressive. We saw in a lot of the
Tens.
early rounds, like there was the pipes position that he just got killed I think 3 or 4 times
He went
in
to
a
8
row.
rounds without
Emang apa bedanya ya Twitch sama YouTube? Biasa di Twitch lebih cepet dan gambarnya lebih bagus.
But the fact that he's now found that 4K, that's more of a danger to me than anything else.
Malu mending lebih konsisten skill di CSGO atau di Valorant?
Get warmed up, and now coming in with 4. This is where Tens becomes revitalized. Shazam, operator in hand. This is
Iya di
another
Valorant
shot, and Zoms goes down. The B site under threat.
Soalnya di
Has
CS
rotated
game-nya
in,
lebih
so
susah, jadi
Shazam,
mungkin lebih susah buat konsisten.
tries to get back, but he's caught on the cross. Sick,
Mungkin ya.
left waiting in the sidelines. No res in play for them coming into this
Ah.
final round, and Kellogg's, he's forced back. He can't cover the plans.
Anjing si Tai bisa naik gak?
Pit activated. That will buy them some space, but if Dapper can manage to
Bisa
find
naik ke atas numpang naik full musuhnya gak?
that could have been huge. But instead, they're using it as a fake. They're running away towards the A site, just leaving Kellogg's here with a bulldog in hand. He's going to try to shut these guys down.
Oh, this is just the biggest bait of all time.
They've
They've
Kali,
actually watched
ngedenger itu.
in mid as well. They think that there's going to be players. The only
Mampus.
problem here could be that they actually get caught from behind. Nuclear.
Aneh dengerin si Nuki nih.
Tens is like, oh, I must be going towards the B site. Sentinels are completely
Bingung,
lost
bingung,
in this
bingung,
round.
bingung,
And now
bingung.
he's
Ini
gonna go
sebenarnya
running
kemana
through
sih?
the spawn, and
Mati
Nuclear's
sih.
just waiting for him. This is glorious
Siapa
from
yang bakal
G2,
ngecek angle itu
leaving
coba?
just Dapper standing
Ribet
to try
sore.
and pull off a ludicrous clutch.
And he
Wah.
will not even get a Mixwell
Gokil.
shutting.
Nah, apaan sih itu
Third
buffer?
kill of the round.
Apa
It's
sih, Tai?
9-3. Sentinels completely blindsided, assuming
0-11,
that it's
Tai.
about to be a mid-split into the B site, and they found out the
Ini
hard
sense
way
malah
that it
sense
certainly
malu-maluin
wasn't.
sense goblok.
No, I actually can't believe what we've just witnessed in this half. It's one of those matches where you think that realistically it's going to be back and forth, and sure, G2
Hati-hati bang,
managed
abis
to
ini
take it
anggota
last
Hacker
time,
Zones
but-
datang menyerang.
Well, we got another half to go, I guess.
Yes,
GH,
we do.
GH,
And you know
GH.
what? I think Sentinels are going to need a
Gila,
breather
cepet banget
after
gamenya,
that one.
anjir.
Maybe we do too. Let's toss it over to the desk
Nasi
to get
bayi
some of their
effect.
opinions on how this one's been going.
93 Curse.
Thank you very much, gents. It's
Lihat
looking
aja deh.
mighty familiar to the last time around, and in fact, G2
Gokil
will just do us
strat
one
round
better there,
tadi.
Doug. A 9-3 half compared to
Itu harusnya dia bakal komit ke B sih, cuman gara-gara ngeplannya gagal langsung buka ulti Viper, langsung pada rotate ke A, ninggalin satu di yellow. Ngendok doang, tinggal motong rotasi si ngendok ini. Pusing musuhnya udah. Zones pakai PCC
somebody
ba.
came running on stage like, you can't repeat it. You got to do something
Di
different.
VTube aja bang biar nggak buffer.
Come on, pretend like we've got to.
Just eke out one more. Eke out one
Tinggal
more.
bikin
I
naskah
love the way
93.
in which it's happening so far, Doug, because it's very much the way
Duduk di
we were
PC
hoping
bekas
it
Siba,
would.
keturunan nggak
And in
goblok
fact,
anjir.
this is our Verizon high-speed
Siba
moment
pas
of the
time.
day because it comes from Nukie. It's 7 rounds straight for G2. Him leading the
Apaan dah?
charge with kind of speed and aggression we thought would be the difference maker.
Apa sih anjing?
Their win condition has to be momentum.
Buffer
They win the
gak?
bonus in the first half. They're able to rattle that off to a 7-0
Ini emang Valorant ya? Apa gimana sih?
start, and Nukie
Huh?
7-0-3 by round 6. He had 10's number on A for what felt like an eternity.
And it also just really felt like G2 had so much vigilance in this first half of the game, you know? Like, even all the way back to round number 2 on their anti-eco, they had really good
Emang internet gue yang lagi
positions
blow on
to
nih anjing.
watch for a flank that would come in from Sentinel very successfully. Every time
Kayak
they
internet
tried
gue
to
yang lagi
burst
blow on
into
ya.
the A site, there was always so much support on
Internet
what it was that
gua.
Nukie was doing. You had Kellogg's kind of coming up from behind, Nukie going
TP
in.
kebanyakan kali,
You know,
enggak
there were a
sumpah.
couple of moments like,
Internet lu
like
kentang.
Dapper managing to survive behind that Viper's wall.
What the heck was that?
I don't really know.
Kabar nih terus dulu.
There's and I think once
Biarin deh.
Sentinels actually started to get a handle on their
Brandon
opponent,
Tyler aja bisa komen, cok.
we saw Tens have a couple
The
of good
fuck,
rounds,
ada
but
Brandon Tyler
for the
gak?
most part, the vigilance from G2 was incredibly good.
But now, Doug, it's about wrapping it up, right? You can't
Tapi
rest
stream
on
gue
your
bye-bye ya,
laurels.
kalau stream gue
Still
bye-bye
gotta
emang.
get 4 more rounds to
Theo
bring it to
Muhammad, tapi
13.
emang bener sih
Take
internet
it.
gue
Do
buruk
you
sih.
think they can wrap it up in clean fashion here on the back half?
I do, but it's gonna have to be clean, right? Like you can't afford any mistakes. You give Sentinels an inch, they'll take the whole damn mile.
All right, don't give them any breathing room, G2, if you want to take this map number 1. Mitch and Tom, right back to you to get us into the action.
Well, we're ready to jump back into half number 2, and let's hope that there's plenty for Sentinels to do. They have 3 rounds on the board coming out of
Brandon
the
Tyler
first,
siapa? Brandon Tyler
we talk a lot about
kayak
3
YouTuber
curse.
tukang review equip gitu lah juga. Brandon Peko goblok. Lah, si Sentinel juga pakai slow yang sama ya? Udah kecolong 1. Lagi ngetren ya slow Sagis itu ya? Reviewer gear ya benar. Bangsat nih, internet gua. Mas Gil, woi juga. Kenapa? Sama reference GC gak? Tabrak. Ngeding. Lah, mabok si Nuki. Wah, anjing. Nah, shock dart gak? Si Dapper bisa bunuh pakai klasik gak dari ujung ke ujung, tai. Brandon Tyler setara sama David Gadgetin kan? Aneh bingung-bingungan gak? Tembusin lah. Zoms udah bunuh belum Zoms? Wah, GALAX yang bunuh-bunuh nih harusnya. Zoms belum bunuh. Clutch kah? Gear motor ya bukan anjir, gear gaming peripheral. Gaming peripheral. Kesacel, bong sacel gak? Deleted
You know what, Kellogg's, a player that we highlighted to start this out, we said, you know, his battle versus Tens, maybe even his battle versus Shazam, he's got 18 kills coming out of that pistol round. That is phenomenal. And for a young player who had a lot of question marks around his name coming into this event, coming into this team, in fact, before we even get to Masters, he is delivering exactly what everybody hoped he would.
Sure, and in fact, we're actually going to see a force spike coming out.
Bang Samdan mana bang? Gak tahu Samdan. Nyanyi Mas Perindo dulu panggil biar di fix apa hari tanah. Aldi Tahir juga bisa komen bang, siap bang Aldi Tahir. Shazam nyolong gameplay Nuki awal-awal main di build solo. Kan nyolong gini. Zoms udah bunuh belum? Wah, Zoms bunuh nih kayaknya. Wah, bunuh dia. Zoms bunuh guys. Telur. Udah bunuh Zoms guys. Siapa di sini senang kalau ngeliat ada yang nggak bunuh-bunuh? Aja di live lu kenapa ada Aldi Tahir gak tahu tuh.
I think this is one of the things that we have to talk about when this roster, if you go back to
ya pecah saya bang, lebih seru ya kalau kayak ada yang lagi bau gitu main kayak
they would give away jewels, they would lose fights in certain positions and rounds would slip away from them. Instead they lose the opening pick here. Do they panic? Do they like make aggressive mistakes? No, they look like they come back in as a unit and they, well, it was a perfect retake.
Seru ya biar ada yang kayak digibahin gitu anjing.
True. 11-3 kind of only gets worse. Look at what Sentinels have to play with
Anjir.
in this round. They've gone for another full buy. Of course they
Terus
have.
smoke buat ke
It's what
Rafter.
Guardian and another Spectre on Zoms. It's a little bit shaky, to say the least. They're going to try to isolate these close range angles on the A side. There are Viper walls absolutely everywhere.
Viper wall di mana-mana, tabrak aja udah. Itu si Zik.
Yeah, their weaponry does slightly favor them over what we're currently seeing with no ultimates online. If Kellogg's maybe gets himself a kill.
Pusing dia memasang tapi kena racun mulu, kena slow.
It's going to be down to that battle of the flank.
Healing dulu.
I feel like this round looks very unlikely, but if he can get rid of Dapper, there's a good chance.
Still no plan, just a constant harassment of utility coming towards Sentinels. They managed to trade it
GALAX bokong ya, GALAX ya. Wah. Kejar bos. Wah, ini ditai-taiin cok. Sentinel ditai-taiin cok. Ditai-taiin ini. Kapan lagi nasional pro player.
I mean, you can't even
Si
point
Mendy
to
Agung kan akhirnya dikalahkan di bantai lagi.
And I think that guy had to retake the A site like
Lu mau poligami aja makanya dia tes.
He was in a 1v4.
Goblok,
So
goblok.
I'm not even going to
Di
go there.
EW
The
ini.
reality is G2 are just playing a better game. They're outclassing Sentinels on ice.
Kenapa nggak pakai teori wall di atas Bang Sik? Wah, kurang tahu juga ya. Awas Bang, Tense Dick Rider siap. Galaxy lagi wangi banget ini. Tahu lo si Tense dia bakal nge-pick situ.
A pretty audacious spot. The ice will use to give him the boost over the top, and he's not going to be able to find the early pick. Sick will also get his res online, so at least an ultimate to play
Recon
with.
apa anjir si Dapper sih ngasal banget anjir.
If he can get the one on the other side, he'll be looking at his blade storm.
Max fixing kan enggak kayak.
Well, it starts out poorly with Dapper going down. That operator on
Bunuh nih. Bunuh dah ini.
Might just have heard the drop. There's the distraction shot as he swings out wide.
Udah, dia udah nggak ada pilihan lagi buat ke B, pasti ke A. Tapi si G tuh nggak ada yang ngisi A. Tapi udah ada wall retake sih. Dia benar-benar kuatin mid karena A-nya udah ada wall retake, tapi tetap diliatin sih sama si Koldamenta dari sini. Nggak asik zone skill 1. Kena attack lagi Tense nih. Udah tahu dong pasti ke A dong. Harus di push cok. Waduh. Wah, anjing Tense. Wow. Waduh. Wah, ini nih. Menang Tense ya. GG. Obat kuat Koldamenta guys, terbukti. Udah di atas skenario nih. Anjay, joget-joget dulu sih. Tawa-tawa aja dulu. Si Som juga bilang, anjing nih PC bekas Siba nih. Nunjuk-nunjuk ke PC dia kan tadi, ini bekas Siba nih PC-nya nih, anjir ketularan gue katanya. Dibayar elit global.
376. We've been talking about the combat score of Tens for the entirety.
Dia kayak curhat gitu barusan ke si Shazam. Itu PC bekas si Siba tuh anjing. Goblok bisa-bisanya.
A young player coming through into G2 joining the super team.
Web judi kayak VPG mana lagi nggak tahu gua. Gua udah nggak pernah buka website itu.
I don't even quite understand it. But it makes for a good series because now we got a couple
Aing nge-kill cuma 2 kata Zo. Si GALAX sih lagi menyala banget di game ini nih.
Record set right away and
Di
the
Uber
pace from
kak.
start to finish was kept up. G2 might have let a couple things slip here or there, but that was as close to a flawless series as you're going to get out of them and out of anyone. I would imagine, certainly against Sentinels. I'm beyond impressed.
GALAX nih langsung pick atas.
And I reckon you could get some brimstone.
Muhammadku.
GALAX got 23 kills, 5 deaths, and 4 assists playing on the jet up against Tens and Shazam.
Ya, Tense nih mah calon-calon ganti mouse lagi nih mah. Dengarkanlah seruanku, aku rindu gitu ya. Asik cair map 1 gitu. BMW ya. Ya, deponya gampang dah ya. Lanjutin bang. Ya Habibi Mustafa. Itu kelok keybind-nya gimana? Dia main pakai, gua nggak tahu sih. Soalnya dia kan tangan kanannya buat yang di keyboard, jadi gua nggak tahu deh. Stay halal mode on. Stay halal juga. Kenapa Sentinel nggak ban Icebox? Karena kayak Sentinel juga pede main di Icebox, jadi kayak biarin mereka pick Icebox, tapi kita juga ngerti main di situ. Jadi kayak ibarat Sentinel main di map-map yang emang dia pede juga gitu. Cuman berbeda cerita anjing, si GALAX jago banget tadi. Cocok banget jadi backing vokalnya Opik, goblok. Saya last chance qualifier berarti PRX Boom. Iya, PRX Boom. PRX Boom Extend ya? Extend PRX Boom gak sih? Bener sih? Extend PRX Boom. Full Sense juga emang banyak banget timnya. Full Sense Extend udah lolos ya? Oh ya, sorry. Full Sense. Jadi ada berapa tim sih anjing? Full Sense, Boom, PRX, tim India, Korea berapa sih? Korea 2, 1. Gimana sih ngitungnya? Action Secret udah lolos ya. Last chance qualifier cuma 3 saya. Oke, 3 saya. Terus Korea berapa? 2 Korea, 2 Jepang. Oh. Berarti ada 7 tim. Di Wikipedia buka mager biar nanya lo orangnya biar pusing. Oke, pokoknya Boom, PRX, Full Sense, Nutun, F4Q. Harusnya F4Q sama Nutun. Jepangnya tuh Crazy Raccoon sama satu lagi nggak tahu ya, sama 2 Cina. 10 tim, 10 tim. Oh iya, ada India ya. Ayo mbak baju hitam mana? Aku udah mulai suntuk mbak baju hitam. Butuh yang wangi-wangi ya. Crazy Raccoon udah ke champion. Oh iya ya. Oh iya, si Crazy Raccoon yang udah lolos ya malah ya. Zeta yang enggak ini ya. Pokoknya sebenarnya ini turnamen yang VCT ini tuh cuman buat nentuin yang lolos ke champion dong apa gimana sih sebenarnya? Iya kah? Atau enggak juga ya? Pokoknya yang juara di sini bakal lolos ke champion kan? Satu juara di sini jadi ke champion. Pokoknya jadi ntar jatuhnya seedingnya tuh anggap aja ini VS lawan ini VS sama Essen yang qualified, Envy sama Vivo, 100 Thief sama Gambit. Ntar mereka langsung ketemu lagi kan, ini berarti sama ini Sentinel G2 sekarang kan lagi nentuin seeding mereka nih. Jadi bisa aja kayak misalkan VS ketemu seeding nomor 2 di grup lain. Misalnya dia ketemu sama si Vivo KD atau dia ketemu Gambit atau ketemu yang kalah antara Sentinel sama G2 ini yang di seeding nomor 2 karena dia seeding pertama. Champion itu setara kayak apa? Champion kan turnamen paling gedenya kan? Iya gak sih? Turnamen paling terakhir ya intinya lah ya. Seed 2 kayak lebih besar ya. Lebih keras ya. Nggak tahu juga sih. Nggak tahu juga sih.
I have a stat for you. Hit me with the stat. Big numbers guy. All about him. 3146. Do you know what that is?
That's a number.
Do you know what that is?
It's a number. It's a letter. I'll go for something different.
You're not wrong.
Okay.
That's how long it took for G2 to beat Sentinels.
I want you out of my head.
It gets better.
Wait, hold on. He didn't say the
I
unit.
want you out of my bed.
But it gets better. That includes timeouts.
Oh my goodness.
3146, and that was the conversation we had.
Mbak baju hitam wangi. Goblok. Berarti kayak Iceland kemarin ya. Champion Valo sama anti Dota kurang lebih kayak gitu. Oh, oke. Gue juga baru tahu sih sebenarnya. Map 2 apa? Map kedua apa ya guys ya? Map 2 split guys. Split map kedua guys. Gio empush. Goblok anjing. Split sih kayaknya sih Sentinel sih, cuman nggak tahu dah. Gila KDA-nya 5,4 cok. Ini orang mati berapa kali? Tai mati dikit banget pasti nih. Ini mati berapa cok? Mati cuman 5 anjing. Mati 5 bunuh 23. Zom 1 minus 14. Wah. Kena arwahnya ini dia. Literally kena arwah Shiba anjing. Tiba-tiba. Semenjak ada mbak baju hitam aku juga jadi suka belajar geofisika. Geocache enggak IG mbak baju hitam. VCT masa sama major. Dia tadi bunuh-bunuh terus si Kelox ini sih. Kayak lagi bunuh terus aja nih. Lagi benar-benar feeling it banget nih tuh. Nembak gitu ya bisa mati anjing. Bangsat nih, apa sih? Internet gue kenapa sih? Goblok. Tapi emang dari kemarin internet gue jam malam gini tiba-tiba suka error sih. Pas banget kayak kemarin ya gue kelar off stream. Internet gue kayak DC gitu anjir. Spill IG mbak casternya itu. Siapa sih namanya? Geocache namanya. Big Boba sih. Big Boba. Harus lihat story Geocache tuh. Tuh buat kalian yang suka sama si mbak baju hitam, si wangi-wangi ini. Silakan tuh buka Instagramnya storynya, gue nggak tahu dah. Si Kelox nembak klik kiri balik klik kanan. Oh, nggak tahu juga sih. Klik mana ya? Klik kanan kayaknya. Apa kiri ya? Nggak tahu sih. Kenapa viewer Bang Agil penganut Oyo? Ya gitulah guys. Geocache siapa geografik? Review Twitter caster ceweknya masker goblok. Review Twitter gak anjing? Klik scroll wheel. Ini bangsat nih. Tiap kamera yang maju mundur ini berasa monitor gue mundur nih ngentai bener dah. Dia udah tahu anjir si Shazam suka ngepick situ. Dia sampai bisa ngambil angle kayak gitu dong, mantek ke situ kayak karena udah tahu gitu. Si Tense suka main di belt, si Shazam suka nge-push ke arah belt dah. Jadi, makanya cuma tinggal hitungin doang anjing. Iya bener, review timeline Twitter gua, goblok. Timeline Twitter gua mah isinya Valorant doang anjing. Slot Sentinel ganti XTN, bullshit. Kata Intel saya ada yang menarik. Goblok, pasti ini nggak bener nih. Pasti nggak bener nih. Coba gua cek dulu. Cek dulu. Anjing buffering nggak bangsat. Anjing di komen nggak masih ye. G2 using drugs GG20 anjing. Apalagi sih goblok. Internet gua kenapa jam segini lagi dari kemarin dah tai. Zoms 114 Omega chat apa ngentot Omega chat. Very difficult if that's paired up with shock darts or anything else. Go ahead and roll it. We have a couple more little utility pieces that constrict sentinels the entire way. Another slow orb and watch double shock dart landing right in front of Ted. Anjing gua buka nama IG-nya tapi bukanya di Twitter. Gua kira namanya sama kan, yang nongol orang lain terus dia ngepost tahun 2008 Hi Family katanya. Oh. Nggak jelas, nggak jelas. Udah, nggak jadi ya. Di scam gue, di scam. High family apa? Coba nonton yang di Twitch bang, siapa tau nggak buffer. Buffer sih harusnya. Soalnya di YouTube gue lagi buffer, apalagi di Twitch harusnya sih gitu logikanya ya. Koima Twitternya apa tuh? Instagram bukan Twitter tuh. Langsung pengen berkeluarga, goblok anjing. Dosa gak bagi-bagi. Share screen lah, Ustaz dah. Apa nama Twitternya itu apa? Turunin resolusi aja, jelek tadi 720p anjing. Burik. Coba gue belum mulai, coba di sini lagi coba.
Harder almost for G2 because Gio, you mentioned it still kind of feels like Sentinels one map select and there's 2 maps to go.
Geometric. Kata Mas Riko ada stok TikTok anjing.
But we really knew that these other 2 maps bind was a risk in and of itself. Split
Instagram.
actual pick and they had a much more dominant go at it.
Refresh dulu Twitch gue, emang ini telat. Coba. Semoga jangan buffer please. Please internet. Guys, kalian tim Kakuka atau tim Geo guys? Orang London manggil kirain orang Sunda. Kalian tim yang mana guys? Kentot. Geo jelas tim bertiga anjing. Bangsat nih, masih buffer anjing, turunin dulu lah. Dua-duanya lah, pilih salah satu dong. Agak buffer gil di Twitch kayak gua deh. Sumpah, kok internet gue emang dari kemarin rada cacat gitu anjir. Nggak tahu kenapa gue juga. Kakuka. Dua-duanya angkut, dua-duanya kalau masih ada 2. Anjas, nih banyak gaya nih orang nih ngentot nih. Tunggu jago lu, anjas. Beda Roseo sama Rosevai apaan Bang Gil? Kalau Roseo doang, kalau Roseo ada FV itu berarti Roseo fuck you katanya. Review IG Geo Mas Gil agar si kecil bahagia. Blok anjing, Mamat bangsat. Pada seneng banget buka Instagram ini. IG story-nya Geo mantep jalan-jalan. Kalau bisa 2 kenapa harus 1 Geo? Ikan salah satu aja. Gil, kalau malam ini gue ngangkang gue salahin lu ya. Kalau salah gue. Cepet bang lihat storynya Geo keburu dihapus anjing goblok. Gue lihat tapi dari handphone aja.
So moving and even before then it was kind of totally different because they were playing with ciphers and omens. So this is fresh.
I got more mac and cheese.
And at the very least, G2 is coming to the table with something different. And so I'm quite curious myself what Mitch and Tom have to say about agent select here for the side of G2 as we hop into map number 2 split. Jens, take it away.
Well, I have to say, that Nukia pick kind of caught me off guard a little bit, but I don't know if that was rehearsed or if he's just feeling it after that first map.
Yeah, I wouldn't really blame him. Like, I think especially, like, Mixwell going back to a duelist is the thing that excites me the most, because it's like, that was what he almost defined himself as when we came into Valorant. Like, he was one of the top pros coming over and picking that up, so I'm excited to see. Hopefully, we get a closer map.
Well, let's hope so as we kick off the pistol here on Split. Sentinels
Pure
have
gue gak ada akhlak anjing. Oh anjing, udah kita balik ke game ya guys. Ada gempa bumi kecil guys. Ada gempa kecil ya. Bang jangan off stream please, matiin kamera aja. Goblok kagak aja. Mati dong dia kalau nggak ngapus. Ini gue nonton 720p ya guys. Buset dah si Mixwell ngapain cok. Mixwell main duelist lagi. Wah gila nih bener-bener obat kuatnya mantap nih. Bangga jangan di-roll terus kagak kocak. Mulai senyum sendiri gak jelas, Gak jelas sekalian nih emang nih. Dadanya petakilan. Gempanya gak dikontrol BMKG, iya anjir. Gunungnya kemana-mana. Mantep Bang gunungnya, astagfirullah ya Allah. Apa ente guys? Ntar lagi off stream ya, ntar lagi off stream guys. Permain katanya mengandung obat kuat kah? Mengandung obat kuat kah? Iya, nih bukti jadi sangar banget nih si G2 anjing. Fix besok G2 mau tanding dikasih terus tuh. Izin absing lu mau ngokang. Astaga gue lihat lagi. Tahu nih emang viewer gue sih bener lah. Diperkirakan kita 9 skala Richter goblok udah. Predik gunungnya dikasih BH apa kagak ya? Pakai lah pakai anjing. Saya nggak pakai anjing. Goblok. Kiamat semakin dekat. This is annihilation. Ya Allah. Ya di BM udah. Ditembak-tembakin nggak mayat ini?
He gets an ultimate orb. In fact, he gets two for the kill as well. So it's at least a little bit of something. He's waiting as well, and actually, it's the wrong angle checked initially. But hey, they only lose one player.
IG caster cewek, geocast.
And for Sentinels, they invested basically.
Nggak cukup satu tangan tuh manggil. Allah, astagfirullah. Saatnya Sentinel Supremacy hancur. Let's go guys. Sentinel udah ya. Nggak tahu itu masih belum Byron guys. Santai. Ini kan udah mulai Byron nih, kita lihat nih baru ya. Kagak pakai gel itu tengah-tengahnya kagak ditutup pakai lakban hitam dong, buset. Anjing. Lakban hitamnya XX gitu ya anjay. Dadah aja ya, dadah ya. Nah, mampus anjing. Oh, udah mulai intens tuh bangkit nih guys. Si paling tahu. Artinya perboden tuh guys, perboden. Milik negara ya sih. Aku tahu XX tahu lah.
Sentinels have such a huge advantage in all the ranged fights that they take. With a minute left, they don't need to feel shoehorned in to push.
Anjing di high cok.
They have obviously got this tied. That was an ambitious play by Mixwell. Been watching some bunny VODs, has he? So they won't be getting anything done here in Avova. Trying to make it costly. A double kill for him before he eventually goes down. And that was starting
X bang. Yeah, biar sensored lah, sensored cok. Referensi dari mana tuh XX anjing? Kenapa X bang? Kenapa enggak? Oh, nggak tahu juga gua. Kan bisa plus, bisa plus juga ya, bener sih. Kan itu kan soalnya verboden, jadi harusnya X. Kalau plus bahaya anjing. Kalau X udah kayak Nicki Minaj. Emang ada Nicki Minaj kayak gitu tai? Itu sih orang ada aja loh. Banggil kan salah satu agen bokep tolol anjir. Minaj juga bisa. Ya itu serah kalian lah ya. Serah kalian lah. Mau minus ke, mau plus, mau lambang pembagian ke. Itu serah kalian lah. Kalau bisa kalian tempel sendirilah tuh anjing. Jadi biar nggak ada komplain mau X ke, mau minus ke.
Doesn't have much utility available to him either. The stars already being placed means he'll at least be able to slow down the push from B.
Dan bisa gak bang anjing ada daya goblok. Ada. Tommy Tanaka siapa lagi Allah. Ditarik kan, ketahan di wallbang. Ih kelihatan mati. Langsung smoke, bagus ke delay kan. Di wallbang, ntar lagi ditabrak nih. Tapi ditolongin. Gak bagus sih. Bagus sih mainnya sih. Walaupun smoke rada jelek tapi jadi one way gitu anjing. Ada aja lah. Guys kalian ini ada yang goblok anjing. Pakai 1-4-2-2 bang tutupin nih. Itu Corsair atau apa itu? Mohon maaf tuh ya. Giltobek koi, kenapa bintang? Kenapa dia? Coba. Ditutupin lambang Akeong, siap. Tahu lu orang bangsat emang nih orang-orang nih.
Oh yeah, I think I do, but we'll breeze straight past it. It's 3-1 here, and GALAX is definitely happy.
Lapar, malam bikin Indomie itu baru gue setuju guys. Indomie setengah mateng, dikasih kuah sedikit, the best. Tuh. Jangan terlalu lembek pakai telur. Nah. Gila gue di fallback sama Geocache perlu sleep call gak? Boleh. Serah kalian lah. Kalian berandai-andai aja lah. 2 bungkus gak? Gue orangnya kalau makan Indomie 1 bungkus sih. Soalnya kalau makan 2 kayak terlalu banyak gitu. Makan 1 nggak kenyang bener. Cuman kalau makan 2 tuh enek kalau gua. Itu punya Apro tuh Bang Sombel. Emang iya itu cowoknya. 1-1-5-2 tolol anjing. Ini lagi bahas Corsair anjing gak jelas ya jelas. Anjing bisa mati dong right click dari. Anjing si Apova lagi kesurupan tai, jago cok. Udah ketahuan. Ada peluru dah. Bye bye Zoms. Ente Zoms.
I'm really impressed. It's just the not even like the frags that they're finding.
Fix agil mouse lihat lagi kayak kagak
How
cok.
well they're doing to delay sentinels with all the control they want. Like they're making them hesitate, delaying for 10 seconds. Then the second somebody comes pushing through, they have a nade.
Tahu dapper nih kemarin bacot-bacot nih sekarang. Iya.
And that is enough for them to either get rotations in or just pick a jewel that's a little bit
Sumpah match fixing. Kayak emang G2-nya lagi god mode semua deh. Gara-gara yang tadi dikasih obat kuat anjing sama si Koldamenta anjing. Lu Indomie goreng apa rebus? Gua kalau bisa milih rebus atau goreng, gua goreng. Cuman kalau misalkan di adanya
They are looking to bait some players into open combat so they can take some fights. In terms of ults, Sick and Tens just about
tapi kalau misalkan apa? Mie rebus gua, mie soto. Kalau gua.
I think they've realized as well that G2 are rotating quite quickly. They're using their utility to delay as much as possible, so they've gone very quickly into the A site and then had some peeks elsewhere, because for a moment Avova was completely alone, so if he goes down there's much more of a problem. I think that's going to play a big part in this half. If they can start to isolate Avova, this becomes a very different map.
It does indeed, but for now they're running right into the A side, and Nukia is holding up close. Phantom in hand, fades on out. Doesn't want to give more than the 1 kill they've already got, but Tens creeps his way into the vents. Now he's gonna rifle, but he hasn't got a life anymore. Nukia still going and farming up a 3rd, possibly even the 4th. He gives that over to GALAX.
Kalau bubur gimana? Kenapa jadi bubur? Bahas bubur anjing. Settingan tai PCT kok marah.
And he certainly has, shutting GALAX down. But that little bit of a dent into the economy, I mean, they have to answer up in the buy rounds for that to matter.
Yeah, they basically need to.
Ini bantai sih.
And again, it's been an incredibly slow start for Tens. It's been a surprising series. As said, like Tens on LAN, it was a question we asked at the last event. Like when he was in Counter-Strike.
Oh, gua tim bubur nggak diaduk kalau gua.
Comes into Valorant, incredible online, gets to LAN, he's the best player in the world.
Gue gak tau sih bubur kayak gue dari dulu makan bubur selalu kayak bisa kan dari styrofoam gitu kan dibuka, kalau makan bawa pulang itu kan styrofoam buka tinggal makan aja gitu. Gue nggak sampai yang gue aduk-aduk anjir. Wah gila ditolongin. Wah gara-gara smoke si Shazam bilang Maxwell nih duelis bos. Wah lu stres bang. Ya gak tahu, gue kan orangnya disediain makanan seperti itu. Jadi ya gue makannya seperti itu tanpa harus gue aduk-aduk gitulah. Kecuali kalau Indomie kan emang dari cara pembuatannya lu mesti aduk sama bumbu dong. Jadi wajar kalau diaduk Indomie. Kalau bubur kan disediainnya begitu. Jadi gue nggak mungkin gue aduk-aduk ya. Ya gitulah, lu gila. Masa gila sih kagak anjing. Pantes rada stres lu kagak tai. Kagak lah. Ke dokter gitu kalau makan yang nggak diaduk anjir, kayak seakan-akan gue sendiri di sini yang makan bubur nggak diaduk. Woi yang nggak diaduk bantu gue anjing, chat bangsat biar gue nggak dipojokin tai. Woi buru bantu gue anjing. Stance. Bubur ditinggal gak? Takut tumpah ya bang. Wow si Ten sih.
Will they expect it? He's wrapped all the way through middle, come up behind them in B main. Sadly, he doesn't quite catch the jump on them. He'll have to give away his position pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll have worked it out by now. They're already clearing the back of the site. They've made it through to the spawn as well, and it seems like they have an incredibly good idea of where the last man of G2 is standing. Tens has exploded into the server, but can Kellogg
Emang lu doang.
for the side of Sentinels? Absolutely not.
Kagak lah nih, nggak mungkin dari 200 orang ini cuman gua sendiri yang makan bubur nggak diaduk. Nggak mungkin tai. Nggak mungkin nih, gue yakin. Tens ngamuk, iya cok. Ini gara-gara ngomongin bubur diaduk apa gak diaduk, ngamuk anjing si bubur. Si Tens. Gue nggak diaduk, dia santai. Wah ini ada teman gue satu nih, gue menemukan nih. Ya gitu doang. Gue nggak diaduk tuh. Nggak pernah makan bubur anjing, kesian banget gue. Gue temenin gil nih, mantap nih, mampus lu. Banyak temen gue juga cok. Nggak diaduk. Bubur kok diaduk psikopat ya, nah kan. Apalagi ya guys ya, yang kayak makanan tuh yang punya, bukan punya apa ya, kayak tiap orang cara makannya beda-beda apa ya. Selain bubur tuh. Buka polling gak anjing? Sabar, gimana cara buka polling mesti dari ini lagi? Mesti dari PC anjing. Pecinta durian sama yang gak suka durian. Kalau durian ini sih lebih nggak semua orang tapi emang suka durian kan kalau durian mah. Cuman kalau bubur kan lebih lucu aja gitu kayak. Ini yang bisa lagi sebenarnya ini Indomie lu kalau masak setengah matang atau matang dah. Cuman tadi gue udah ngomong itu sih. Oh, lu makan ketoprak diaduk apa gak? Lu makan ketoprak diaduk apa gak? Enggak diaduk kan udah diadukin abang ya. Ini kan banyak dibahas makanan yang entoy ya. Ya iyalah. Diaduk lah boy. Aduk lah. Gue gak pernah aduk sumpah. Aduk deh. Aduk sorry sabar. Gue bayangin dulu gue beli ketoprak. Buka. Gue aduk gak ya? Kok jadi lupa gitu ya? Aduk ya? Aduk sih kayaknya aduk sih. Soalnya biasa ada bihun juga kan. Aduk atasnya kering kocak. Oh ya diaduk. Diaduk guys, sorry. Mohon maaf. Kalian nih ada satu pertanyaan lagi. Ini gue kayak baru menyadari sih, gue kayak menyadari cara makan gue. Lu kalau misalkan makan tahu gejrot itu dicampur atau bumbunya sendiri, tahunya sendiri. Jadi kayak lu campurnya tuh gimana ngomong ya? Biasanya tahu jerot tuh kayak ada kuahnya dan tahu langsung dijadiin satu gitu. Atau lu tim yang kuahnya dipisah, tahunya dipisah. Campur lah tahu jerot dipisah bangsat. Makanan bau anjing, emang makanan bau sih cuman kalau gua pisah. Tahunya tahu, kuahnya kuah. Soalnya kalau misalkan gua gue campur, tahunya tuh keburu jadi lembek gitu karena kena kuah-kuahnya tau gak. Jadi kenapa gue suka gue pisah, karena biar pas makan tuh masih kayak sedikit crunchy gitu. Sakit sumpah lah. Tanya, kalau nggak percaya lu tanya Ior dah. Gue makan tuh gejut, gue pisah aja. Ih, tembak. GWSG. Nggak, kan ibarat kayak kalau makanan terlalu lama di dalam kuah dia bakal jadi lembek kan. Dan sedangkan gue kayak biar tetap tahunya tuh kayak kriuk-kriuk gitu lah, jadi gue pisah biar dia nggak terlalu lama berendam di kuahnya gitu. Cuman sebenarnya kalau dicampur pun gue tetap bisa makan. Tim Indomie apa mie sedap? Gue sih Indomie sih. Oh, di sini siapa yang makan Indomie nggak pakai bawangnya? Nih, siapa di sini makan Indomie? Semua bumbu pakai, tapi nggak pakai bawang. Coba 1080 ya, coba 1080 ya. Aku. Ini masih ada kan? Ini masih nggak mungkin gue doang juga kan? Wah, stres gak pakai bawang. Bukan aku sih, aneh. Gue gak suka bawang soalnya, Cok. Jadi gue kalau kayak bawang kayak gitu gak suka. Cuman kalau bawang goreng pecel ayam gitu suka. Kalau bawang Indomie gitu gue gak suka, gak tahu kenapa. Nggak tahu lah. Apalagi ini. Oke, gue kalau makan Indomie nggak pakai bawang, guys. Jadi kalau misalkan lu makan Indomie bareng gue, bawang gue boleh tuh buat lu ambil tuh. Makannya nggak apa-apa, silahkan gue kasih. Silahkan tuh. Psikolog bang. Nggak suka, gue nggak suka. Yogil Indomie anjing, ada Billy gak? Berarti lo kalau makan bakso pasti dipisah kagak, Cok? Kalau makan bakso mah nggak dipisah, cuman kalau makanan yang kayak tahu gejrot, makanan berkuah yang kayak makannya itu yang kayak garing-garing gitu, gue lebih suka dipisah. Karena yang gue bilang tadi, kalau misalnya terlalu lama di kuah jadinya lembek, tau gak? Bangga kalau sikatan pakai pastanya apa enggak? Pasta gigi odol, pakai odol lah. Ripot lagi ngebully makanan goblok. Emang Indomie di Sumatera sama di mana bang? Aku jadi nggak fokus nih anjing. Tapi di mana bilang Indomie mana tadi? Tuhan beneran ya bang. Avova. Wah gila. Avova boy. Gila emang Avova nih pick. Terus seseorang donate Bang Agil ke psikolog. Bikin repot ya sedikit mau Sumatera. Mie Sumatera nggak dapat bawang loh. Emang iya? Bang nonton Tan Boykon ya? Gue kan Tan Boykon nonton kok. Apalagi yang aneh ya? Gue lagi mikir anjing. Gue makan apa yang aneh ya? Sumatera nggak pakai saus, nggak enak kalau nggak pakai saus. Kalau nggak pakai bawang, iya nggak apa-apa dah. Oh gini, gue nanya, lu orang kalau misalkan makan bakso, lu lebih milih mie kuning atau bihun? Tim bihun apa mie kuning guys? Kalau gue bihun. Kalau gue bihun. Bihun kuning. Mie kuning bihun. Coy mantap. Tim bihun. Sebenarnya gue kalau mie kuning juga makan, cuman gue kalau ada bihun lebih prefer bihun. Campur lah kan bisa. Cuman kalau disuruh milih gue lebih milih bihun kemana-mana dibanding mie kuning. Jawab bihun bukan manusia. Ya Allah. Ah mampus tuh dipus kan. Hah. Mie kuning. Pempek kuahnya dicampur dan dipisah. Pempek gua dicampur dan dipisah ya. Kayak sih kalau bisa dipisah. Kalau gua dipisah. Kalau pempek Cuman kalau dicampur pun nggak masalah kalau pempek. Campur lah bisa anjing kan. Soalnya kalau misalkan pempek baru goreng kan dia crispy gitu kan pinggirannya. Kalau gua langsung celup ke kuahnya, ya crispy-nya kayak lebih cepet hilang gitu karena dia kerendam terus kan. Nasi padang gua aduk. Emang lu orang makan nasi padang diaduk ya? Gua enggak. Gua nasi padang pas gua unboxing, ya paling bukan diaduk sih, lebih diarah kayak dihancurin itu. Soalnya kan kalau misalkan lu beli nasi padang kan bentuknya kayak panjang gitu kan, jadi kayak ya paling kayak rendangnya gue pisahin dikit terus udah tinggal makan. Kalau gue sih gitu, nggak sampai yang gue aduk-aduk gitu, nggak. Kalau gue makan nasi padang pakai tangan pakai sendok, tergantung sih, cuman pakai tangan lebih enak sih memang. Pakai tangan. Bang, lu kalau habis strategi diludahin apa kumur-kumur? Di kumur-kumur ludahin lah. Martabak manis apa telur? Gua suka dua-duanya. Martabak manis atau telur sih itu pilihan yang susah sih. Dua-duanya enak, Cok. Daging atau kulit KFC, Bang? Kulit KFC. Kulit KFC anjing. Nah, pakai sendok. Nasi padang jadiin es krim. Oh, gue pernah lihat tuh. Kalau makan bakso gorengan dipisah gak? Oke, dipisah deh. Martabak manis atau pokoknya kalau manis atau telur sih. Gimana ya, susah anjing. Gue kalau makan martabak ya guys, biasa kan kalau martabak tuh gue mungkin belinya coklat keju. Martabak kan ada dua sisi kan, bawah sama atas yang kayak ditempel gitu. Otomatis tuh yang bawah itu yang lebih banyak kejunya atau coklatnya gitu. Dan kebiasaan gue makan tuh kayak bagian atasnya doang, jadi kayak gue comotnya yang bagian atas kayak. Soalnya yang bagian atas biasa kayak nggak gitu terlalu manis, dan kalaupun kejunya nggak gitu banyak, jadi ya gitulah, nggak tahu lah. Kayak ibarat makan Oreo atau gak? Oreo kan ada dua lapis. Lapisan bawah pasti nyangkut sama si putih-putihnya yang atas. Ya gitulah. Kalau itu sama. Soalnya kalau makan yang atas itu kayak manisnya, kalau misalkan martabak manis kayak nggak terlalu over gitu rasanya. Tapi gue makan, maksudnya yang bagian bawahnya gue makan, cuman biasa gue makan atasnya dulu gitu. Kayak gue makan atasnya dulu, terus baru makan yang bawahnya. Terus biasa gue kalau makan martabak kayak cuman makan satu juga udah kenyang aja. Karena manis soalnya. Sama Bang, enakan gitu. Bagus nih, gue udah temennya nih, Irham.
The split map from last time to now, and this time he's just finding a shot.
Well, I just think the way that G2's defensive setups have influenced where Sentinels have to play means they have so much information that they can hand over to Avova, who's playing that anchor position. So wherever Sentinels are coming from, he knows.
And now when we talk about the back half of this map,
somai rebus mah batagor. Halo Ilham, Iqbal. Banggil bilang martabak manis atau manis asin atau martabak dan terang bulan. Gue belum pernah makan terang bulan sih. Geo mor anjing. Pinggiran roti dimakan apa disisain? Pinggiran roti gue gak makan. Sama kayak pinggiran pizza. Geo wangi. Push. Blok. Sentinel mainnya beda ya nih. Martabak terang bulan sama manis sama aja. Oh, sama ya? Ya, begitulah ya, oke. Geo nih orang kenapa sih sama Geo ini? Pokoknya gue kalau makan roti, gue nggak makan pinggir ya biasa. Pasti kalau makan paling cuma dikit doang sih. Oh, lu kalau nyebut martabak manis, martabak terang bulan apa manis? Kalau gue nyebutnya martabak manis sih. Tim roti lu dikupas ya. Kenapa anjing transparan? Terang bulan itu sebutan martabak manis di Sulawesi. Oh, I see. I see. Soto paling disukai apa? Soto paru gua. Soto paru dekat rumah gue sih, buset dah, imba anjing. Kalau soto paru gitu jatuhnya dia soto apa ya namanya? Kalau soto Betawi kan, soto Betawi ya itu jatuhnya. Soto Betawi, soto Bandung lah itu, sikat gas. Tense is back guys. Oke, Cika kadang kecil goblok anjing. Cika lihat nih, soto babat. Gua tim soto paru. Gua kalau misalkan mesen soto nggak usah pakai daging dah, gua paru ya. Anjing, mending nggak? Soto Betawi, soto Medan. Aduh, gue jadi lapar tai. Makan soto sih enak sih, ngehe. Lu makan soto pakai nasi nggak pakai dong? Enak gitu makan soto pakai nasi kan, nasi dikasih kuah-kuahan gitu kan. Beuh. Mantap anjing. Cobain makan soto pakai roti, goblok anjing. Dadah aja. Wah, ini comeback sih gini. Jadi lapar gua, iga bakar gak ada obat gil. Gue jarang makan iga sih. Jika yang ada pekopnya Bang Adi, siapa lagi tuh? Frenzy spray bisa habis kenapa kena tembok anjing. Sate makin nasi apa lontong? Sate pakai lontong lah. Sate pakai lontong gua. Nggak cuco aja kalau pakai nasi. Sebenarnya cocok aja sih, cuman lebih enak pakai lontong makannya. Ngidam nih Banggil, iya cok. Nasi lah anjing, bukan nasi. Kayak lontong lah guys. Pernah makan emping pakai kecap nggak? Pernah. Sudah bukan setepat dua-dua enjoyer. Lontong goblok.
Break the wall in the early round, but you have to question, how much can you really expect from these guys when you have these weak weapons? And sure, Cold Dementa can do some damage. I'm looking at Nukia more so. That guy with the sheriff in hand, that's where things can get a little bit scary. And Sentinels have invested decently.
I've got carried away.
Coming into round number 2. All right. Okay. Well, I guess Nukia's not going to do anything.
Yeah, no, it's there was an attempt for G2 to almost just go dark.
Soto Betawi plus sate kambing. Sate kambing. Beuh. Anjing. Diwandik gak? Udah malam makanin, udah malam ngomongin makanan anjir. Makanan enak tambahin kerupuk ke Rengginang. Rengginang tuh yang mana ya? Rengginang. Soto rawon enak. Ya, rawon enak. Wah, Tense is back guys.
With 2 players dropped, bare minimum has been achieved for G2.
Yeah, it's not bad. They did invest a little bit more than maybe they would have done previously, but the fact is they've made it a bit more costly than Sentinels would have liked. And now they come back in with the buy round. Now I'm interested to see how much Sentinels actually invest into this one. Are they going to pull up rifles alongside it? Well, yes, they are.
It was nice for Sick as well, finding all those kills. He's now
Oh, kalian kalau misalkan makan ke pecel ayam itu kalian mesennya lele atau ayam guys? Ini biasa pilihan yang sangat bikin bingung juga kadang. Aduh galau nih mesen apa ya? Lele aja ke apa ayam ya gitu. Wah, si Tense buta anjing ente dah. Satu ayam satu lele, 2 lele anjir. Dapper is back guys. Tergantung mood, sama sih kalau gue tergantung mood sih.
Looked a little bit less comfortable, I'd say, when it came to his Sova play on Icebox, but I don't think anybody's out there doubting his Viper, something we can expect to see in the next map as well if we do end up on bind, but Dapper just holding down a few crazy shots to connect, and okay, Avova is on today. He will drop the danger man, at least in this round, and with 45 seconds, there is still time for G2 to play with.
But if GALAX goes down here, that's the spike on the floor, and he turns at just the wrong moment. Shazam with godlike timing, putting it down. 30 seconds left in the
Lele
round.
jorok.
Spike to be
Bebek.
retrieved.
Gua suka makan bebek,
Sentinels are
Cok.
starting to set up to punish it.
Nggak tega gua makan bebek. Tapi biasa orang bilang apa bedanya sama lu makan ayam.
Kills for Avova, and he needs to find the fourth with 50 HP.
Sudah makan bebek Madura, gue nggak suka bebek. Kasian guys. Nggak tahu, gak tega ya. Kok bisa nggak tega, gak tahu. Apa jago ya. Nggak tega ya, nggak tega gue. Apaan nggak tega bebek? Nggak tahu. Ya ente deh. Apaan nggak tega?
Looking like a almost back and forth in this one, but this was their bonus. This wasn't a full buy, and now they get, well, at least one weapon upgraded, and the victory, more importantly, taking them just one away.
Yeah, it really comes down to that, a poor start on the push through B. It looked great, but the fact that Dapper is able to get away with this many kills, the first is acceptable. What was that? I've seen it back now, and I still don't understand. And it's placing the snake bite down immediately, repositioning to take the fight if they try to punish him. He's guaranteeing that he either gets the kill for free, or he gets another kill when they push on through.
But now, again, it's not going to be the biggest of investments. Avova can put maybe a bit more than others into this round just based off the amount of kills he managed to get, but realistically, the only thing they have is the Cosmic Divide, which maybe it can get you a plant, maybe it can get you a little bit of space, but it's not an ultimate that on its own can win you a round.
Yeah, definitely. It's not
EMEA apa? EMEA tuh Eropa. Eropa apa aja ya? Oke, ada Afrikanya, hanya Afrika. Gue inget ya. Jadi kangen gue kagak biasa aja. Middle East Asia bukan Middle East Asia anjir. EMEA tuh kayak Europe, Middle East, Afrika. Bukan Asia belakangnya. Eropa, Middle East, Afrika ya. Betul. Oh, di comeback nih. EMEA. Guys, kalian kalau lebih milih tahu apa tempe? Kalau ditanya nih, Bang mau mesen nih, uang kalian nggak cukup buat beli, jadi mesti beli salah satu antara tahu dan tempe. Kalian beli apa? Tempe. Kenapa tempe sih? Tahu lah. Tempe ya? Gue sih tahu sih. Kalau tahu isi gue tahu bang. Oh. Beli VP bang, kenapa jadi beli VP anjir? Tahu lah. Beli tahu guys. Tahu psikopat apa coy, tahu psikopat. Gue tergantung sih, sebenarnya tergantung cara dia gorengnya. Kalau misalkan dia goreng tempenya enak dan tempe yang digoreng itu gorengnya kering gitu dan masih panas, itu gue bisa tempe juga. Cuman harusnya sih tahu. Ini ngomongin apa sih jadi tahu tempe anjing? Streamer gak jelas bangsat. Tapi biasa gue tempik kali ya. Mesen tempe yang datang tempik kan. Atau gak gue lebih suka tahu yang dipotong dadu guys. Jadi dia tahunya dipotong kecil-kecil dibandingkan dia langsung tahu besar gitu. Gitu suka hati atau apa? Suka. Tempik cok, tempi geo anjing bangsa. Tempi abang mau kali. Tempi abang tutupin X. Goblok anjing nih. Tempe mendoan enak ya, kalau mendoan enak suka gua. Tapi mendoan enaknya kalau dia masih panas. Tempe mendoan dikasih bumbu kecap, sambal kecap gitu ya. Tahu bulat sih, wah tahu bulat sih najis enaknya sih. Tempe orek. Semakin malam semakin. Tim dada atau paha? Kalau gua sebenarnya oke aja dada atau paha. Cuman kalau misalkan kayak makan paha, gue mesti beli 2. Kalau dada beli 1. Jadi sebenarnya gue oke aja makan dua-duanya dada atau paha. Cuman kalau dada beli 1 aja, paha 2. Gitu. Dada tapi dada gitu bangsat temennya. Anjing. Ngeribat anjing si Dapper kayak lagi disetanin anjing. Bangsat dah si Ten si anjing loh, dia dismiss tapi kayak jadi kayak setan beneran anjing, ngegantayangin orang.
Sentinels are keeping this competitive. Zoms has to make a big clutch.
Dada mentok ya.
Stop them from planting for just a moment. No, actually he doesn't. It's a little bit too deep. He was hoping that this was going to be a
dada ayam kampus blog anjing.
Just the wrong time, but he still gets away with a frag. In fact, he has more HP than Coleman. He wins it out. 3 kills for Zoms.
Zoms. Paha atas apa bawah? Kalau gue paha bawah tapi 2. Kalau gue paha bawah tapi 2. Kalau paha atas kayak ya orang-orang sih pasti selalu, kan orang-orang ya kayak emang anjing si Tens be. Orang-orang kayak pada suka gitu. Paha atas ya. Ya. Nah, bahkan teman-teman gue pun rata-rata pada kalau mesen ayam apa paha atas semuanya gitu. Paha atas. Paha bawah juga enak sih. Soalnya dagingnya lembut-lembut gitu kan paha bawah. Tapi masih 2 porsi kalau misalkan cuman paha bawahnya 1 gak kenyang coy. Paha bawah makan pakai sambel, pakai kol goreng. Anjing. Paha bol siapa anjing?
For now, though, this is where we get that operator. It may not be the best of rounds for
Something
G2,
is back.
even if they can take that out of the question, that would be nice.
Pahanya Geo bang, buset. Auto tolol itu gitu. Enak tapi cok. Anjing. Jongkok nggak pikir. The hell. Gue sampai mesen McD gara-gara bahasa ayam bangsat. Wah maaf dah. Nice. Kalian kalau makan McD tim ayam spicy atau ayam biasa? Kalau menurut gua ya, kalau misalkan lu beli McD tapi belinya ayam biasa, mendingan lu beli KFC kayak atau apa gitu. Kalau McD mesti wajib kalau beli spicy anjing. Sumpah lo kalau beli McD tapi ayam biasa kayak mending lu beli KFC ya sih atau beli apa kayak gitu yang lain. Gak pernah mesen McD bang, itu jangan sedih bang. McD apa McD? Ada McD. Gil, Muhammad Bisma Teo Gil dia bilang kol goreng gak enak, gila lu ya. Kol goreng emang gak enak ketika lu makan nggak pakai sambal anjing. Kalau lu makan kol goreng pakai sambal itu rasanya tuh apa ya? Kayak lebih sebenarnya rasanya nggak enak, bukan nggak enak atau enak ya. Sebenarnya nggak ada rasanya kol goreng cok. Cuman kayak pas lu makan tuh yang bikin enak tuh kriuk-kriuknya doang. Sumpah. Kol goreng itu yang enak yang kol goreng yang digorengnya gosong guys. Kalau misalkan kol goreng yang digorengnya masih bentar doang mah nggak enak anjir. Mesti yang kol goreng kriuk tuh gak? Yang bener udah bekas minyak-minyak dari minggu lalu tuh ya. Yang minyak gede hitam tuh. Nih kol goreng yang udah gosong-gosong tuh wah. Kol goreng minyak mulu anjing iya. Lu kelar makan kol goreng tenggorokan lu anjing kesian banget. Bam, mati kan. Kol goreng bukannya gak enak tapi overrated. Emang gak ada rasa ya sebenarnya kol goreng, cuman enaknya tuh kriuk-kriuk aja. Kayak bikin enak di mulut aja pas makan gitu doang sebenarnya. Rasanya emang gak ada enak-enak, biasa aja rasanya. Cuman sensasinya yang enak guys. Roti goreng atau roti bakar? Gue jarang makan roti goreng tapi suka roti goreng. Kalau roti bakar kebanyakan kan kayak roti coklat keju gitu kan. Kalau roti goreng kayak lebih enak kayak sama apa ya ngomongnya, kayak sama entah sama daging kayak sama cornet kayak atau sama telur gitu. Wah anjir, kayak telur enak sih, roti goreng pakai telurnya udah enak sih. KFC atau McD. Kalau gua McD. Kolesterol teman-teman baikku. Roti boy atau roti gua nggak suka dua-duanya sih. Rasanya sama-sama aja anjir roti asal roti boy kan. Kalau goreng terbaik asal jangan tanya nutrisi. Nggak ada nutrisinya itu. Kan makanan yang jahat yang enak-enak oke. Es krim cone atau stick? Kalau anjing kepentok gak? Maxwell, wah tapi bunuh gak? Tapi gini ya, kalau misalkan es krim cone itu kebanyakan rasanya coklat, strawberry, vanilla. Sedangkan kalau es krim stick itu kebanyakan rasanya macam-macam, kayak ada rasa apa ya biasa ya, rasa soda ke, rasa Coca-Cola, rasa apalah biasa. Cuman kalau ditanya lebih milih mana, gua dua-dua suka sih anjing. Enaknya makan es krim cone tuh abis makan es krim ada makanin cone jadi kayak kayak ada kerjaannya aja gitu makanin. Mac Madura katanya enak, astagfirullah. Jadi kalau dine in McD atau KFC makannya di dalam ruangan atau di luar? Kalau gua di dalam karena gua nggak ngerokok guys. Cuman karena biasa teman-teman gua pada ngerokok jadi yang di luar. Kenapa tangannya panas bos? Udah mulai pusing-pusing. Udah mulai dikambik Cin. Teori touchdown patoge goblok gua nggak peduli anjing. Yang mana aja. Jadi YouTuber kuliner aja bang, gak bisa anjing. Lu kalau mau jadi YouTuber kuliner kan lu mesti bisa makan apa aja. Sedangkan gua makan makanan aja milih-milih tau gak sih? Kayak nggak semua kulit ayamnya bisa gue makan. Bawang gorengnya gue milih-milih. Kayak susah anjing. Terus kalau misalkan gue jadi YouTuber kuliner suruh makan torpedo kambing sih, wah anjing sih. Wah itu nggak tahu lagi dah. Disuruh makan mata gitu, wah skip gue anjing. Jadi dokter apa cok? Bakso apa mie ayam? Bakso gua. Mie ayam tapi juga enak sih. Tapi gua kalau disuruh milih bakso apa mie ayam, gua milih bakso. Tapi gua lebih suka sebenarnya mie yamin sih. Kalau mie ayam dibikinnya jadi mie yamin. Telur dadar apa ceplok? Dadar sih. Mie ayam bakso. Aduh ketahuan apa tuh? Bubur diaduk apa enggak Gil? Enggak, gue udah jawab tadi, gue dikatain anjing. Gara-gara bilang bubur nggak diaduk bangsat emang. 10 sama, 11-10 Cin. Mie goreng atau kue tiaw goreng? Kue tiaw gue. Cuman kalau ditanya mie goreng, kue tiaw goreng atau bihun goreng, gue bihun goreng. Oke gue bihun di atas segalanya. Bakso torpedo ngentai. Batagor atau bakso tahu? Bakso tahu. Gue anaknya suka makan bakso soalnya. Masih bisa bunuh sebelum Olin nutup tank lompat lompatan enggak? Lo diaduk apa enggak? Gue nggak diaduk. Jadi kalau misalkan gue pakai makan bubur kan ada sambelnya. Sambelnya tuh jadi cuma di pinggir doang karena gue nggak aduk. Jadi kayak sambel ini punya wilayah sendiri di bubur gue tuh gak? Karena gue nggak aduk. Biasanya kan abangnya naruh di pinggir-pinggir, ya udah tuh berarti sambelnya di bagian situ aja udah. Tadi tikus sebelalang goblok anjing. ST es jeruk panggil, es jeruk. Gue es jeruk. Enakan bakmi pada yamin. Soalnya dulu gue pas kecil suka makan mie yamin, dan mie yamin yang gue makan itu bener enak, jadi kayak Gue kayak suka banget sama mie yamin karena dulu gue dekat sekolah gue ada penjual mie yamin, enaknya enak banget anjing. Halo logis cok gitu. Enak banget tai. Anjir gak diaduk. Ya begitulah. Lu makan apa main Age of Empire anjir. Sorry dah. Tahu apa tempe? Tahu gua. Gua tim tahu guys. ST manis apa ST12? Jangan kau menolak cintaku. Kenapa jadi bahas kuliner gini? Nggak apa guys, seru tau. Banyak referensi masing-masing. Nah, Kalmi pakai garpu apa sumpit bang? Kalau gua pakai, gua sebenarnya kalau makan lebih butuh sendok doang. Jadi kayak nggak pakai garpu nggak apa-apa. Kayak cuman modal sendoknya gitu. Padang atau warteg? Padang. Tapi warteg juga boleh sih. Warteg beli kerang sih enak sih. Aduh nggak tahu dah, warteg juga enak anjing, ada gorengan-gorengan bisa kayak tahu goreng gitu-gitu. Oh anjing nggak usah lewat. Gila apaan tuh? Tai curang banget ya. Cosmic Divide-nya. Nah. Kerang bulu. Siapa di sini kalau ke tempat makan seafood gitu pasti mesen kerang. Kerang darah kayak kerang hijau kayak apapun itu kayak kerangnya kayak enak banget dah anjing. Nggak tahu kenapa gua. Bangsat nih kerang darah nih. 2-0 kah? Kayak 2-0 sih guys. Hotzone apa bangsat iya anjing. Bener-bener si Tens gak bisa masuk. Kalau dinabrak pun dia nggak bisa bunuh. Jadi kayak gitu lah. Sekarang wajib dipesan gila lu. Lu kalau misalkan ke seafood, enggak, gue nanya, lu lebih suka udang apa cumi? Nih, gue pengen nanya ke lu orang. Udang atau cumi, guys? Kalau gue cumi. Gue tim cumi. Cumi goreng tepung, cumi saus padang, bah anjing. Sebenarnya cumi, kenapa gue suka cumi? Karena dia teksturnya enak dimakan gitu. Udang enak juga sebenarnya, cuman kalau disuruh pilih gitu gue pasti lebih pilih cumi sih. Tapi cumi goblok. Dua-duanya lah. Sama kalau bisa seafood, makan seafood udah kepiting. Gua siapa di sini kalau makan kepiting mager anjing? Siapa yang di sini kalau makan kepiting mager? Gua anjing. Sumpah. Capek anjing makannya cok. Sapo beganja goblok anjing. Sumpah gue kalau ada sekarang gue makan seafood ada kepiting gue kayak nggak gitu yang wah banget, nggak kayak sampai orang-orang kayak kalau mau makan seafood tuh mau makannya kepiting. Kalau gue kayak ya anjing. Kalau gue pokoknya ada kepiting kayak ya udah makan aja gitu. Cuman nggak yang sampai menanti-nanti pengen makan buat kepiting ini karena ya gitu capek anjing makan kepiting cok. Cumi kenyal-kenyal empuk kayak buah. Oh anjing. Ente dah Pak. Sorry dah. Udah pasti menang sih. Wah, kalah Rone anjing. Dia suka gurita nggak? Nggak. Anjing tuh harus Rone pasti menang nggak sih, tai? Dia udah nggak ada peluru ya atau gimana sih? Kok dia pakai pistol gitu sih tadi? Fix nggak bisa tidur dia orang. Anjay, mohon maaf nih, mantap bosku. Kayak gara-gara tahu dia low terus close range itu jadi pengen pakai pistol. Padahal kalau pakai vandal pakai phantom dia menang loh itu loh. Sumpah. Gue ke warung seafood di jalanan mending pesen ikan bakar, cumi bakar sama kangkung. Gila kangkung. Kangkung wajib dipesan anjing tiap Kalau lu ke seafood mah kangkung anjing. Pengen BM. Kangkung. Kangkung the best. Kangkung fardu ain cuy, wajib. Kungkang bukan loh. Ati apa ampela? Ati loh. Pecel atau gado-gado, gue gak suka dua-duanya. Sorry dah. Pecel sama gado-gado kan mirip ya, gue gak suka dua-duanya. Kalau ditanya bang mau pecel apa gado-gado, toprak gue. Tapi ampela juga enak sih. Ampela kan nyol gitu dikit. Nasi uduk apa nasi kuning? Uduk lah. Siapa di sini kalau misalkan makan pecel ayam nasi uduk? Wah, gua sih kalau ada nasi uduk wajib anjing. Si uduk cok. Karedok juga nggak suka, mirip-mirip soalnya kan. Pilih Raffi pak Rojera, kan ada pilih Raffi Rojera anjay. Nasi uduk wajib anjir, lu makan pecel gitu, wah. Gokil dah nasi uduk. Tahu gimbal apalagi tuh. Tapi suka habis anjing, iya makanya kesel gak lu mau makan pecel ayam. Bang nasi uduk dong bang. Nasi uduknya habis, ngentot anjing. Nasi uduk terus dikasih bawang gitu atasnya kan, tak. Nasinya masih panas. Kalau goreng, ada bawang-bawangnya, anjay. Nasi uduk plus kemangi. Rokok nggak panggil? Nggak, gue nggak ngerokok. Rendang atau sate padang? Susah ya rendang atau sate padang. Nggak dikatain ngentot juga. Sorry. Starter pack nasi uduk pecel bebek. Wah ini OT sih kayaknya. OT gak sih? Susah nih OT coy. Oh enggak. Hah?
Came in with a quick double, the A site. Sure, it might have a Viper's pit on it, but B is open, and they know it. They're rotating all the way.
Indomie kari apa soto gua.
Whatever they like on the A site, and if they can get the spike down quickly.
Gua tim soto. Ini soto gua. Anjing dikasih pantat gak manu si Nuki apa pak? Gua tim soto pakai saus tapi tambah ekstra saus gitu, enak banget anjing. Gue kalau makan bakso nggak pakai cuka kayak kurang gitu. Oke, gue kalau makan bakso starter packnya pakai bihun, pakai cuka, pakai sambel. Kalau ada tongcai pakai tongcai. GG sih harusnya guys. Tapi dia masang bomnya udah jelek sih nih. Ini udah gak ada star ya? Oh udah GG guys. GG guys. GG guys. Sentinel kalah. The King anjas. Kalah cok, Sentinel kalah guys. Sentinel has fallen.
Never in our wildest dreams did we imagine that G2 would be able to counter Sentinels on this map, and honestly, that is one of the most unbelievable matches I think we've ever seen. We're gonna get some.
Apa nih mau selebrasinya apa nih ya? Ikan jadi ikan lagi ya, jadi ikan. Oh enggak. Ya bisa kalah gak? First time NL lose to Europe bawang putih gitu.
I imagine they're just as gobsmacked as we are. Sentinels have never lost a series. G2 gave them this.
Avovanya sih lagi jago banget anjir. NA why so quiet. Si Mixwell juga jago lagi. Mixwell, Kelox sama si Avova. Si Ten sih memang cyborg anjing. Anjing Shazam. Ini si AOPD juga gokil nih. Gokil nih orang nih AOP-nya. Harusnya udah menang dari sini nih. Anjas. Tuh, ini gara-gara si Nuki nih.
Switching back over to a raise. I didn't expect to see that on this tournament. We've had a Vova
Anjas.
unbelievable. Using the cosmic divide twice in the same way.
Bete.
Finding a multitude of frags. We've had unbelievable matches from Kellogg's, who was the biggest question mark we had coming into this tournament. If he was going to be as good as we know he could. And now they've done it versus Sentinels.
Interviewnya dulu nih.
Sentinels maybe not at their peak. You are still taking down a team that has never lost on land before.
Anjay. Jadi diibaratkan Sentinel itu batu ya. Siap. Sentinel udah lolos belum? Udah lolos deh. Mereka ini berdua udah lolos, cuman cuma nentuin seeding doang, siapa nomor 1 dan siapa nomor 2 doang. Pamit dulu Bang Oya, sama gue juga udah pengen off kok ini. Sentinel sama mereka golem. Anjing. Anjing. Jadi Eddie Guerrero deh. Anjay. Avova nih. Yelah. Jitu. Lari ada PP Mikey goblok. Saya menang lawan Favorite itu gimana ngitungnya nanti pas leading. Pokoknya udah gak lolos si Euphoria udah gak lolos, yang lolos si Sentinel sama. Gimana cara ngitungnya pas leading? Gitu pas ada David P kenceng ya, tapi sekarang kan nurun dia, terakhir ini nurun. Cuman nih lumayan nih semenjak masuk ke si Kelok nih, jadi lumayan loh. Limbat. Ya udah guys, udah pagi, lapar anjing. Kok mau off dulu ya guys? Oke guys, udah pagi, udah match serunya udah habis ya kan. Di sini ada lagi sebenarnya, cuman capek anjing. Kelok. Oke, thank you guys semua yang udah nonton, udah donate, udah like, udah ngobrol-ngobrol juga. Gua off stream dulu. Sampai jumpa lagi. Nggak tahu kapan. Ya mungkin besok, nggak tahu lah ya. Let's see. Oke, thank you semua guys. Sampai jumpa. Jangan lupa makan. Jangan lupa bubur nggak usah diaduk. Indomie nggak usah pakai bawang guys. Setengah matang, kasih kuah dikit. Mantap. Bye bye. Dadah, mantap guys. Dadah guys.